and welcome. It's episode 6 of the countdown for the season. My name is Xenox. It's been a little while since I've been on the countdown, back when we sort of kicked it all off. Fortunately, I'm here with now what is essentially a veteran here with the VALORANT scene, Dion Komodo. How are you, buddy?
Doing all right. It's been a long day, of course, up and early, ready to close it nice and late. But these are the days where, we're expecting fun and hopefully it delivers.
Not just these days, but obviously this part really of the season. It's playoff time. It's finals time. This is where, you've been sort of grinding throughout that regular stage. You get towards the tail end. This is when the games matter the most.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Of course, this is the time where teams are going to be fighting for all the money to see what their formula looks like at the moment with all their practice, get all those reps in and, kind of see what they can do to try and get into, I guess, the ascension spot.
Yep. Obviously, there's a lot to get through, not just in this countdown, not just for these playoffs, but there is a little bit that we want to sort of go back over. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from what was the final of the group stage.
Yeah, so I mean, like, what really is there to say about what we've seen so far? Some ups and downs, I guess, with all of the teams. They've all been impacted by, players maybe elevating themselves into some international rosters. We've had some, medical issues. We've had some power outages and stuff. So there's always been some ups and downs. But now we're getting into the finals. It's kind of the time to put your effort there to get a bit of change in your pocket.
Yeah, I think one thing that's always interesting for me when we think about regular season going into then eventually playoff form, right? Like you can start well, it's a matter of how you finish well. So I think when you look at Honey Badgers, you look at Fun Crew, obviously they've been able to peak at the right time, put themselves into a position where they get to kind of skip the quarterfinals, get into that upper bracket semifinals by finishing in the top 2. Not only that, but you probably think about coming into this season, what things would have been like in terms of storylines. Everything would have probably shifted and changed all throughout that regular season. Clearly there's sort of a top 5, I guess you could say, and when it's all said and done, you can't really finish with the top 5 in the playoffs. So it escalated quickly. It's probably gone a lot quicker than many of you would like, Dion. You probably want these leagues to go for a little bit longer. You only get so many games, but you learn a lot from them.
No, absolutely. And at the end of the day, these teams have played each other at least once, right? That's the point of that first stage that we did have in the group stage. Everybody plays everybody to get a leading play of where we are, and this is where we are indeed, right? As you can see, we've got Bobo on Next Gen, 95X in the Who +2, and then as you mentioned too, Honey Badgers and Fun Crew, they finished at the top of the 8, so they get that extra little helping hand, I guess you could say, in this bracket. And unfortunately for the teams that finish at the bottom of that top 8 group stage, they've been kicked out and they have to fight again to see if they're going to continue into the next stage.
That's probably one of the biggest part of it as well. We're just sort of talking behind the screen about sort of what is the importance of that regular season. It is very much that, getting top 6, getting into the playoffs. From here, it's money. Money's great. Obviously, Ascension over in Split 2 is going to be a different talking point, but you just didn't want to be one of those 2 teams that get knocked out, goes down to the qualifiers, which we'll probably touch on that later on in the broadcast tonight. Yeah. But, ultimately, the biggest part was that the fact that Honey Badgers, Fun Crew, they only have to play one best of 3. You're into the upper bracket final. From there, obviously, you're 1 away from the grand final. So the path is a lot quicker for those 2 if they can win their respective games. We move things forward, though, of course, with the countdown. We don't want to take too long. Match of the day, Dion. Now, this one's down to you. You explicitly chose this match. Why was this?
I chose this one, and I think it's a little bit unfortunate and sad that I've actually gone in this direction, and it's mainly because of the form of these teams at the moment and the unfortunate circumstances around a couple of these rosters, right? As I've mentioned too, we got players ditching us here in Oceania. Shame on you guys. And, I've gone with the Who +2 and 95X because I think it should just be a little bit more fun potentially and a little bit more in VALORANT structure than we'd be expecting on something like Bobo, who are changing roles, who are playing agents that they want to for fun. We've seen a 95X, I don't know, not really fall off. We saw Honey Badgers step up in the game that they had against 95X, which was really good to see. But I think for 95X, they're not going to be happy with something less than, first, second place here. So they really need to make sure that they are in proper form coming into this game. And for the Who +2 to kind of see, what their challenges do look like against 95.
Definitely still going to be tough. ask for, obviously. I think both of the teams, but Who Plus Two, maybe going into it as underdogs. I think 95X, and we'll kind of probably get a closer look at them here now. For me, definitely come into this as the favorites. It can still be match of the day, and it can still be a good match to sort of watch two different storylines taking place. But this is a team with so much experience. They've been around basically since the beginning, since the inception really of Valorant in this region. So I think there is that level of expectation that they can go one step further.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we've seen the effort that they've put in. We've seen recently that they actually all went over towards Perth to have a bit of a boot camp and play on the SEA servers, and they come back to their own respective locations and they want to go back. They love the ping. They love the fact that they get games immediately. And I mean, you know, if you're putting in the effort for that, hopefully you can see some reward come out of it.
Yeah, obviously for their opponents, Who Plus Two, I mean, it's going to be a very, very difficult ask for them, but we probably do give them some kind of look in, obviously. So very much looking forward to how that's going to go. Now, over to Who, well, there they are on our screen. So I was getting ready to obviously just put them to the side, but obviously a good team. And I think maybe a team more so for the future in probably where they are at in their position at the moment, Dion.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you know, we've got a bunch of streams going around at the moment. Vizsla and Swirl are playing together earlier today, warming up, having a bit of fun. So it's great to see players outside of the game putting in the effort for some content, to learn new things, to teach people new things as well. But when it comes down to what they actually need to go and do in this series, you know, we just need to make sure that we're seeing consistency from all 5 players essentially in this one, because when we look at our 8 teams that we had, the Who Plus Two were technically one of those teams on the chopping block between them, between Mammoth, between Cooper Troopers. They were really wanting to try and find a win. So that's where it gets, you know, to the phase that you say, all right, what do they actually need to do? What do they need to learn from this stage to do better in the second stage?
Well, also, I guess the question for you, obviously, I haven't been as privy, not being part of the regular season, but the map pool is obviously in the best of 3 always going to be something that's spoken about. It's so important in these kind of games. And I think coming into this match, do you sense that maybe the map pool might be a way that, you know, the Who Plus Two can find a look in, or do you just think 95X through that experience should be able to have the map advantage in the best of 3?
I think the advantage for 95X probably comes individually and with all their experience in realizing situations and just a bit of, you know, time together. But also when it comes down to map pool, like when Pearl first came out, these guys were very quick to pick it up. You can see it just here. Pearl is the most played map from 95X. We've got other teams, you know, that love favoring over towards Pearl. So I probably think it's a no-brainer for this series that we'll get Pearl. But apart from that, it's then kind of, all right, what are we actually going to get as the other maps? So we're going to get Haven from the Who Plus Two that they like to be deploying. I'm unsure when it comes really down to map specific if that's going to tend either which way. Because at the end of the day, when you're the Who Plus Two and you're losing to teams that, you know, you probably should be really close to and it's not that close, 95X might just be, you know, generally on basis better than you. And that's the way it probably should float.
Yeah, only the 1 win this stage for the Who Plus Two, which is probably not ideal coming into a playoff environment, basically getting on through the map differential versus Mammoth and Cooper Trooper. So it's definitely a tough ask, I think, for that matter. And obviously when you kind of look at the stark difference between the 2 Pearls, between the 2 teams, that to me basically speaks volumes. It's basically just a map that Who Plus Two will not want to go to whatsoever. So something to keep in mind. Haven as well, probably a map there that we didn't quite see as prominent for 95X, so that could be potentially maybe a bit more of a neutral map if they get that into their pool. It's their second map there, 2-2, not the worst, but yeah, that 1-6 record versus, you know, the 5-2 record of 95X, it very much is that sort of David versus Goliath in my mind. But if there's probably a time to make something happen and to probably go above and beyond, now is the time to do it in the playoffs. Worst case scenario, you lose, you go down to the lower bracket anyway. So it's not like it's the end of the world. So ultimately speaking, I think it's going to be a tough ask, but I do agree with match of the day there with you, Dion. So thanks for picking that one. Definitely a good one to dissect. We'll go to our pick'ems though. It probably ties into it a little bit and how we see today really, I guess, flowing. And I've got to be honest, Dion, I think we're both going for a bit of a clean sweep.
Yeah, I think when you stack up both of the matches that we've got on paper, there should be clear victors. Unlike maybe tomorrow in the games, it might be a little bit more 50-50, but that's for tomorrow to decide. Today, I've gone, you know, myself for Bobo for the first one, but it's the second match that we've highlighted in Match of the Day. So for that match, I've gone for 95X.
Yeah, I've got 95x as well, but have you gone 2-0, or do you think this one might go the distance?
Oh, I think it's 2-0. I think that we've just seen enough from 95x that they should technically be taking this away 2-0. I think in a world that this is to go to a third, it probably has to be Pearl and Haven as the first two maps, with a good showing on Pearl. For if it follows first that Pearl's the first map, we need a good showing to warm up on from the Who Plus 2, and then they're ready to fire over on Haven. They take that, and the third map, I don't even know what the pops would be, maybe Ascent, I don't know, that they try and make it close, but
Yeah,
I probably
I agree.
think 2-0.
Yeah, I think essentially a quote warm up map, or basically a free hit, right? Like that's what Pearl would be if it does get through, and the Who Plus 2 have to play that. And they got that 0-5 record. There's zero expectations you're going to win that map. You just go in, get a bit of a feel, essentially warm up, and then if you can get that Haven second, then there is that opportunity. I'm going to go 2-0. I definitely still think 95x will take it. I think first map might be a bit one-sided. Second map will be where it's a little bit closer, and it'll be on that precipice of do we go to a third map, or is it a 2-0? I think that would be a really good ask. Moving forward, though, of course, one of our more favored guests, and someone that is now heavily a regular in this region and is basically the know-it-all when it comes to Valorant. It is Crash, of course, Mr. Chris Vitti. He is absolutely one of a kind. Love always catching up with him down in Melbourne. So why don't we go and have a catch up with him now?
What's up, guys? It's Crash, and I'm finally back to bring you guys another episode of Catch Up with Crash. For today's episode, I'm going to be showing you a really cool utility combo coming out from the Who up against Next Gen to secure the round on Haven. Nothing ordinary to start off. The round is going to be dart exchanges towards long and A lobby. The King is going to find a lot of information there, and I'd just like to point out as well, before going into this round, there was a timeout coming out from Next Gen, so this could potentially be a read coming out from the Who, knowing that they might go down mid. Aside from that, huge breach ult to come and take the site. They know that the site is probably open if there's only a server dart coming in towards long, and I want you guys to pay attention to what happens here with the aftershock and the shock darts coming out from Zork and Baz. So Sinnoe is going to get that Killjoy ultimate put down because they think, okay, look, no server ult, there's absolutely no way they can do anything about this. The shock darts come over, combined with the aftershock, is actually going to be enough to take out the lockdown. Now the retake's completely in shambles. It's a 5-on-5 retake where they're on an even playing field, or even an uneven playing field, because they have pistols and a stinger. So if that Killjoy ultimate was able to go off, it could be a completely different scenario. But the fact that they were heads up enough to use the shock dart and use the aftershock even after the update, where those individual abilities would not be able to break the Killjoy, combining them instead was more than enough to take it out. Well, there you have it. That was this week's Catch Up with Crash. Good luck to all the teams in finals this week. Hope you guys will all put on a great show for everyone to watch at home.
Well, it's been a little while since I've had a catch up with Crash. When we started to count down, I think some of those clips would have been a little bit more, we'll say, not as innovative, but Dion, this one is a very special one because I haven't seen anything like that before, and it took a lot of teamwork to make it happen to get rid of that lockdown.
Yeah, and of course, the main reason that that's come out is because of the utility changes that Valorant themselves as the developer team pushed out, right? No longer could you just break the lockdown with a single thing in the Hunter's Fury or a single Molotov, something like that. It actually needs the combination of utilities. So double shock darts, aftershock works wonders. And this is where I really like to break down the rounds like this. And I'm thankful that Crash was able to do it, because you come out after the timeout and we look at the screen and we go, all right, there's been a timeout. We see that the Who Plus 2 have got a gun round, and we see that their opponents in Next Gen are actually on that eco. So the fact that the Who Plus 2 throw in the Rolling Thunder on the A side is already using a big ult against an eco, then site's clear, you get for the plant, and then it's on the mind of Next Gen to throw in a lockdown where that could be used in the next round as a potential round defining moment, given by the fact that you're still up in the game as well, when you've got an ultimate with guns that's like kind of measuring out the value of the ultimate and the value of the people. So the fact that, you know, you've got that util combination dump from the Who Plus 2 shows that you need to be more cautious of your ultimates and actually make them work. You know, you need to be taking out your opponents who are going to have that destructibility on it. And especially on an eco round, that's one of the things where it's like, all right, you've thrown that in and it's not really had anything come about it. What do the next few rounds look like now that you don't have that ultimate and you've just kind of been, you know, eliminated in that round with everything that you had to go for?
it's that next step up really when it comes to this sort of level of play, isn't it? Because like in a normal ranked game, you're just not even thinking about that. You're just gonna place the lockdown and think, okay, that's it, job done. Don't even have to worry about it, provided you put it in a good spot, of course. But you know, you put it now at this kind of level, you really do have to think about sort of where you're putting it down. You can't just put it in a sort of default position and just say, okay, that'll be fine, that'll do. So I like that. It's higher level of play, it's higher level of skill, and I think then obviously the better player is going to be able to make use of that one way or another. Means the better killjoys are going to have to obviously know where to place it in a bit of a safer position, and for everyone else obviously sort of how to get rid of it, how to destroy it. You know, so and just I like that.
Even more so, right? If you're a killjoy person, player, and you're, forced to put your lockdown in a spot that they might not have a counter of utility to, that's going to change the coverage of the ultimate. You can use shock darts and mollies that you can kind of throw willy-nilly if you've played that agent for long enough that you could probably hit it as well. It's just those sort of things that you really need to be very careful of, because what you mentioned ranked, right? You got a killjoy lockdown. Predominantly people are using a Hunter's Fury to get rid of it, or an orbital strike, right? For an ult. If you're using your normal utility to get rid of it and you're still holding then your orbital strike or your Hunter's Fury, and you can use that for the actual post plant, that's even stronger. So this is where it comes down to teams having an hour or 2 hours of scrims to develop utility for normal lockdown positions. It's great.
Yep. Now this next segment is sort of one where I really wish I was a bit more often here. Probably help me out. Who am I? I've got probably absolutely no chance, no idea. You've told me there's a good track record on these as well, Dion. So I don't want to be the one that lets everyone down. So you're going to have to carry pretty hard in this one. Who am I? One of the more fun segments that we'd have on the countdown here. So I have played internationally. I'm not known for being quiet, and I'm an initiator. Good luck. Right. That's not a lot to go off.
Not overly, actually. Like when we've had people move houses or they play on a step ladder, it makes it, quite easier, because that really limits it. But when we think internationally, we're thinking like all of Bobo, essentially. We're thinking, like first stage order, even though they really didn't get to, because maybe it's also like, all right, we're expecting it's probably isolated just Valorant as well. But my mind kind of goes to Bobo members straight up, and I'm thinking how kind of deep actually is this gonna be to trick us. Not known for being quiet and an initiator. See, that's where it gets me, because it's like Noz is initiator, he's been overseas, but he's like kind of quiet.
I've got a bit of a hint, and I think it's helping you out a little bit here. They are known apparently for being very vocal on Twitter. Now, I don't know if that just gives it away right now, Dion, or if it just makes you think that little bit more, where you're now like, hang on, who is that? And then it could be anybody. But that is the clue. That is the hint.
This, like, chat is probably going to be able to get this one straight away. They're just
vocal on
like
Twitter, initiator.
IQ.
They are not quiet. And of course, they've played internationally. That's 4 hints. We got an extra one. We can't let the team down here.
I don't know. Has Yifeng gone overseas? He went overseas for Red Bull Clutch. So even then, there's more players with going over for Red Bull. I just don't know.
Yeah, played internationally could be, many people have got obviously different aspects as to the level of international as well.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I'm gonna say Yifeng. I'm probably wrong like crazy, and then I'm gonna kick myself.
I'm not even gonna bother guessing. I don't even want to do that.
Can we put in a null vote and just forfeit?
Maybe you can have 2 guesses. How about that one? Because I'm not much help here tonight. You get 2 guesses, Dion. 2 guesses. I'll make the rules up as I go.
I would say, see, I'm limiting it just to Bobo. I would say Yifeng or Noz, I guess.
All right. There's your 2 guesses. We'll see whether or not Dion's right and keeping the track record alive. It's minimized.
It's Jackson? Really?
Mr. White, you completely got that one.
Wrong game.
Absolutely a shamble, mate, and you've let down the crew here for the VCT. That's just a shambles.
It's funny, right? Because it's almost to me a trick question, because Mini plays initiator role, but he's not an initiator. Only when he's KO, because he plays Sage and he plays Viper and he changes it. So I think we've been done dirty.
Done dirty. So you're saying it's got nothing to do with your knowledge. It's just that you didn't quite get the right hints across the board.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
I will say one thing though is obviously had we done this maybe a year ago or so, there would have been a whole lot less names in that hat. So it's always good to see that these players are able to go international, and whether that means they stay here and it's it's temporary or they go permanently, I think it's always a good thing. So, you know, that's one thing that's really nice to see, that, you know, you think who's played internationally? Well, it could be this, could be this, could be this one. That's always a good problem to have, I guess. So yeah, that's pretty much going to be us done for the countdown. TLDR coming up very shortly here. But before I get into that one, before that clock starts, Dion, help me out here. It's been a little while. Have you done a TLDR before?
I have been a part of several. I've not actually done one myself. But yeah,
I won't make you do it live. I did say I would do the TLDR this time, but you're going to have to get in on one soon. Right. 60 seconds goes on the clock, and basically we just run down everything that we've gone through for the countdown. So let's get underway. Let's get that clock started in the top corner, whichever way it is. I don't know, but it's underway. Highlights, we began the show with, of course, we had all of the hot moments from the final day of the group stage. It was glorious. It was great. So many good moments came our way. The match of the day, though, of course, it was presented by both of us, but it was selected by Dion himself. That is going to be 95X versus the Who +2. That was our match of the day. Hopefully it plays that way. We did pick who we thought was going to win that, and it was 95X Esports. So 2-0 we think probably as well. 30 seconds to go on this one. It's too easy on the TLDR. We caught up with Crash. He had a great play for us with the lockdown getting taken down, and that was honestly one of the more innovative plays that I've seen. It was definitely one of Crash's best. We used to give him a rating out of 10. I'd give him 11, to be honest. Who am I? It was minimized. It was not correct from Dion. He got that one wrong. I think he said Noz or Yifang. And then the TLDR is where we're at right now. I've still got some time. It's been great to be back on the countdown. That's all I can say. What a wonderful show. What a wonderful product. And I had time to spare there that I could even just sort of shout us out a little bit. But Dion, final thoughts, of course. We're not too far away. You can see that countdown in the bottom left corner. We are almost at the playoffs. Heading into tonight, what do you want to see? What are you thinking?
I want to see teams learning from potentially what we saw at Lock-In over the course of last weekend to deliver something new to us. And for the viewers out there, today's Tuesday. We've got games every single night until Sunday. So check in, watch some VALORANT, have some fun.
Plenty of games, plenty of good games, lots of money on the line. 50,000 AUD in this region is nothing to scoff at. It is a lot of money. It sets the tone going into Split 2 as well. I know that, you know, Split 2 is going to be a little while away, and, you know, there'll be some changes in here or there. It's still good to be playing well in this calendar year, going into Split 2, getting that form, getting that momentum. So I think that's going to probably be us done. 5 minutes to go. Of course, we'll have the show soon. We've got the two games, of course, today. Best of threes. That's what it's all about in the playoffs, Dion. Best of threes. Next Gen Bobo. Who have you got on that one? 2-0 to Next Gen Bobo. Who you got? Bobo. Yeah, of course. And then obviously we both went for 95X over the Who. We will have, I believe, Next Gen and Bobo first up. But that's going to be us done for the countdown. We're going to go to a short break. Of course, when we do come back, on the other side of the break, we've got the show. We've got the product itself. We've got playoffs. Two big games later on tonight. We'll both be there. Hopefully, we'll see you soon, shortly.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go.
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
If you come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up," and she's, "Your friend's not, your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Whoa! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenajay, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
It's the VALORANT Challenger League's playoffs here for Oceania. It is game time. This is where it all matters. Regular season's over. It's playoff time. Hello and welcome. My name is Zedox. Joining me, of course, is the lovely Komodo, the veteran of this scene. He's been around since the beginning, mate. Firstly, I'll just say, how are you?
Doing good. We had a bit of fun, a bit of banters in the countdown show just before, but now it's time to prepare ourselves for the teams that should hopefully already be prepared for their games tonight.
Yeah, it is all about being a little bit more serious now and having a bit of fun was before. Now we break things down, starting with basically the tournament itself and sort of how we've got to this position. Of course, for Challengers Oceania this year, there's two stages. Top 8 from group for stage 1 have made it into the playoffs. Obviously, that means we've lost 2. They've gone over to the open qualifiers, and from what I've heard, it hasn't quite gone so well. And then obviously in stage 2 down, that's where you really want to be in those playoffs at that moment, because that's how you get to Ascension.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we've got a little bit to get to there just at the moment, with some playoffs still to be played from that open variety, which has had a direct, interference with the current stage right now as well, with some teams having to go and try and requalify into the next stage. But for what it's worth, all of the teams that we currently do see, at least, that we'll be seeing them there.
It's a bonus, isn't it? It's not just that, but they also get some money, and it's a pretty hefty prize pool in this region, for this region as well. $50,000 here for this split, 14,000 for first, 10,000 for second. Ultimately, though, this is one of the bigger prize pools that I've seen in this region. It's always really good to see. Rewards the players, rewards the teams that are able to commit, put the time in, put the effort in. And obviously, for this particular stage, no qualification to anything, but split 2, you do get that Ascension spot as well. So money now, money later, plus Ascension. Lots of good things throughout this year for VALORANT in this region.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we know that there's 6 teams that will be going into the stage 2, so they don't need to really requalify anymore. They get extra practice against the teams in our region that are placed toward the top scale, and then they can just put full focus into what next stage is going to look like. And I guess something to remember as well right now is next stage is probably going to be featuring that new agent, which is just going to spice things up in terms of strategy and that sort of stuff too. So I'm pretty keen on that.
Yeah, definitely. It's always exciting when something new makes its way into Valorant. In this case, obviously, an agent. Something that's a little bit old, though, of course, was last week, and that was the final week of the group stage. So let's go and have a look at some of the top highlights from week 5.
30 seconds, and Fun Crew, they're putting their sprinters on, or so you think. They're just going to commit with the Hunter's Fury, and Scroll just wins the round with it. 2 pistols losing this second round after the pistol yet again. And Sidaway is in a rough position, but he's going to be able to spin around. The man's a bloody Beyblade.
Norton gets classicked, which is an absolute classic at this point, as Bush is just trying to fall back and now sees the fragment just to keep that little dog up.
Scroll won't quite find him to the left side, and now Sidaway as well just has to make it happen. 3 out of nowhere.
He's looking to help Mike. Help take Mike out. Mercer goes up, but Mike will take him out with that pistol and a right click for good measure.
Swell has funneled them into an A push here, whether they like it or not. Gow extremely low, minimize! Finds the head.
Noobster here to back up Mercer. They have control of up, but that's all they've got right now. The rest of 95X, look at a peek at Noobster. He's giving a freebie on the silver platter and making a triple. He's looking for a flash to go wide, and he's looking to peek to what? Julian able to pop out one shot there. Frenzy not so great at a range like that. The Ghost a little bit better. The Blobby is tapping it almost to full. Goes halfway as Juliet's just stalling for time. For the halfway tap for Blobby, he is going to look to stick it fully. He is covered by the wall for the moment, but as Juliet.
Lomu has to push this because the Spike is not in the best position. He tries to shock dart 1, shock dart 2. Manages to get Clonkuchi by sheer luck through the smoke. Recall dart out. Bless gets it to halfway, and Lomu.
If he can pop that, if he can force them off, it's going to make it really, really awkward because dude, yes they do. They have to go for the fight. They line up. Oh, Visla.
Well, it's not often that you hear Pilly get that excited. Some really, really fun plays in there that obviously got everyone up and about for week 5, Dion. Really good way to, I guess, close out the group stage going into the playoffs with some really, really nice plays.
Yeah, and I hope those top plays do continue. I hope we get some individual abilities shining through these matches as well as really good team play because, you know, at the end of the day, we want to be seeing our teams perform the best. We want to see them try and get over into those international stages. And if we had it our way, you know, we'd be sending over as many teams consistently as we possibly could. But unfortunately, that's not the way things work. And these teams will be provided an opportunity in that next stage. But for right now, this is where we are at Xenox. And, you know, these games, regardless, I'm hoping that they're good.
Yeah, so here's the bracket for the playoffs that we've got. It's an upper bracket, lower bracket system. Honey Badgers, Fun Crew, their reward for finishing in the top 2 is they move straight over to the semi-finals, 1 best-of-3 win away from the upper bracket finals. And ultimately just means maybe a less pathway, you know, a smaller pathway towards the ultimate grand final in the end. So a decent reward. They get to sort of just sit back for now. And obviously we've got the quarterfinals to get through, as we saw there on our screens. And we've got them today, Next Gen Bobo, and then later on the Who, plus 2 along with 95X Esports. So a lot of games to get through. Always love having a double elimination bracket. It does really, I think, give the best sort of fairness, probably that's a better word, but I'll say it's fairness for the teams throughout the playoffs.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree. And I think we've potentially, you know, found the right formula in all the FPS titles to do this double elimination bracket. But I kind of wonder in the back of my mind as well with the Alpha and Omega brackets that Lock-In just came out with, is that going to be something that we potentially see more of? Of course, there was 3 best of 5s played 3 days, 1 best of 5 on each day to get, you know, the respective finalists from each bracket, and then that ultimate grand final. So I think that's really interesting. But I don't know, group stages into playoff brackets as well is definitely a formula that is tried, tested, and it works.
Yep, we've seen the top teams obviously there that have made it to the playoffs. Those are our best 6. Let's go and have a look at our top 5 players from the regular season and how they've stacked up basically throughout the season itself coming into the playoffs. Now, ultimately, there are some names here, Dion, that are not going to be participating in the group stage, but in the playoffs. But nevertheless, this is basically our best players that we had in the group stage.
Yeah, of course, those members that you mentioned there are going to be Maple and Plix, no longer playing in teams here. They've ditched us overseas, and you know, hopefully we get to see some good things come out from them. But Swell, Dragon, and Loop, they're going to be hanging around. They're going to be seeing what they can do. Of course, we'll be seeing a couple of these guys today, and then throughout the remainder of this week, I am sure. But for Swell, still hanging at the top of that. Yes, he's dropped under 300 ACS, which is still a ridiculous number. 286. You're hopefully still happy with that.
Yeah, 100%. Let's go to today's schedule itself. Of course, we had the playoff bracket, and it's going to be largely similar, mainly just sort of highlighting the two matches that we've got, both best of threes. Obviously, Bobo Next Gen will be the first series that we will look at, and then followed by 95X and the Who Plus 2. And for those, of course, who followed along with the countdown, it was your pick for match of the day, that second match. That's something that we'll obviously sort of focus on a little bit later. But Bobo Next Gen, basically the first game that we've got up, and boy, there's a lot of drama around this particular match, obviously, more so probably on the side of Bobo.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got players that are, or teams rather, that are having roster inconsistencies and that sort of stuff, right, it leads into who are you going to get in the server, what roles are they going to be playing, because we've seen Bobo kind of have a little bit of fun recently. They haven't had too much prac going into this one, which is, I think, probably still going to be here. So I wonder, coming into this series, are we going to see something serious from them, or are we going to see something a little bit more on that fun route?
Yeah, I think that it's a little bit tricky to sort of say what we're going to expect, because I think we can both sit back and say 2-0, 2-0, but ultimately playoff time, this is where you pull out all the tricks. So I think that second match definitely might highlight a little bit more as to maybe some things we probably are not going to be expecting. Maybe there's some things we can guess from the Who Plus 2. We talked about it obviously in the countdown. If it gets to that second map, maybe things can happen to go to a third map. But bringing it to our first match, we'll go and have a look at Bobo first, as a team that I think, as we said, has had a lot of controversy throughout a little bit of time with the players and the change-ups and all of that. It's still a top team. When we think about the players on paper that are still participating, regardless of what the future might hold, the current now, Dion, is still a very, very formidable opposition for any team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, when you've still got a core four from a team that is, pretty much been dominating, you got some overseas players coming back along the such, it still is a recipe for success. If you look at what was Bobo before, you're subbing out Plix for now Yifeng, who is still a capable player. It's not like exactly a role for role in terms of the capabilities of both those players, but you can probably throw Yifeng on any role that Plix was playing and he can do it to a good potential. So I still think there's a lot of power coming in towards this team, and when you've got these names going up against our next team like Next Gen, you're probably still thinking that it is Next Gen being the underdogs and it should be Bobo here. But if it does go the other way, hey, I'll welcome it. I'll be pleasantly surprised.
It was a fun story when the underdogs get on top. That's probably what's going to have to happen for Next Gen. We'll go and have a look at their roster now, a team that probably won't have as many expectations compared to Bobo. 4-3 record, though, in the regular season. They got the job done, Dion. They beat the teams that they needed to beat, but ultimately the teams above them just probably giving them too much, and therefore obviously finishing 5th, I believe, with their seeding. So they have to take on Bobo. It's going to be a difficult ask, but, they at least finished the season with a positive map differential. They're a team that, they look pretty young to me on paper here. You would know more about them, but ultimately, yeah, they might be the underdogs, but you never know. The underdog can throw a mighty punch.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Of course, for those that have keen eyes, you'd know that there are some Cheese brothers in this roster, Biggie Cheese and Feta. I actually wonder how close their setups are to each other. That'd be interesting. They're probably in their own rooms, respectively. McKinley running on the IGL, and then you got Milky and Sinaway, who, again, has a brother in another team, which we'll be seeing later on in this tourney. So I think, when we look at it, for these guys, they've they were kind of players that we didn't really know coming in towards this year, maybe towards the tail end of the last year. They were starting to come up, but now they've turned some heads. They're figuring out what works for them. And this is the storyline of having, when you've got players in other titles that come over towards Valorant that we're experienced with, we put expectations on those players. But when we see new players rising up through Valorant, that's where it makes it really exciting.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's interesting because obviously once I realized I was going to be working this event, the first thing I look at is who's still around, who are the new names, and I see, a team like Next Gen. I'm like, okay, these guys obviously weren't around at the very, very beginning. These are not those original names, especially when you look at, your Fun Crews, your Honey Badgers, obviously your Bobos as well. They've basically been around since the beginning. We'll go and have a look at the head-to-head, though, and see how they stack up against their formidable opponent in Bobo. And obviously, in this case, we've got Feta taking on Dragon in the head-to-head, largely similar, despite the ACS differential favoring Dragon. The average kills goes the way it's better.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember for a second who I actually picked and what the reasoning why, and I think primarily it was just because of the duelist role that these guys do seat themselves in. It's who we're looking to try and get in toward our top 5. It's who we're looking to find space for the team. It's who we're looking to potentially put on a great performance coming in towards this series. But at the end of the day, it's still a team game. We can throw anyone into these highlights, and these are the two players that I personally kind of want to see have a good performance in this one.
interesting composition, or comparison, I should say, between the two of them. Very, very close and hard to probably split, which is probably good news, I think, if you're next gen. So let's move forward, though. The match not too far away, and we'll have a look and see the picks. And obviously, the map pool is something that has to be spoken about. Okay. Lotus gets banned out. Haven gets banned out. Picks go Pearl, Ascent. We did think about Haven, but it was actually taken out by next gen. Fracture, Icebox, then ban, split the decider if needed.
Yeah, and this is what I throw back to when we were breaking down our other two teams that we'll see later, right? The Who Plus 2 and 95X. They were both teams that you want to go over towards. Pearl adopted early. Well, it seems like when Pearl came out, every single team had that same idea, right? It's a new map. It's Pearl. It looks okay. Let's learn it. Let's play it. Let's try and make it our own, which is very dissimilar to what we saw when Fracture first came out. Nobody really wanted to touch it with a 10-foot pole except for the then Order squad that just dominated on it. So I think this is a very fair veto. I think it's going to be very interesting if we do get split in the end, which will be a bit of a breath of fresh air, seeing, you know, what teams have for us on a map that has had very small tweaks since it had departed the old map pool and has come back. So I've probably seen these maps, Pearl. You know, it probably should go the way to Bobo, and I'll say the same thing about Ascent.
Yeah, well, that's literally about what I was going to say. You've seen the map picks now and sort of seen how it's all sort of unfolded really coming into this game. I think we both would have thought 2-0 to Bobo. We get these map picks. Does that change your mind? Maybe not so much in who wins the series. Do you think, though, now there's a potential opportunity next gen might be able to at least force this to a third map, go to split?
Ooh, I think if they're to do that they'll probably have to win Pearl more so than Ascent. I think Pearl is where next gen might be able to take it potentially.
Hard for me to really obviously come in and give too much of an opinion. For me, I think when it comes down to playoffs, though, I always think about experience. For me, experience shines the most when it comes down to these kind of moments. And we've seen that not just in Valorant, in most games. When you get towards the tail end of a season, the money starts to really look like, okay, it's not that far away. We've got obviously basically this week and not too many games that you have to get through. Ultimately, experience for me matters the most. And so, yeah, we can obviously look at the map pool and say, okay, is there going to be something, a bit of a differentiating factor? I just think the experience of Bobo will shine too strong. I think they'll take Pearl as well, ultimately, to get that 1-0. And once you go one up into the series, it's going to be really difficult to come back from. So have had news. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of a delay behind the scenes. What we'll do before we get towards the agent picks and get into the game, we'll take a short break. So on the other side, we will head over to Pearl for Bobo and next gen.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
If you come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the river of death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabriel Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother, He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabriel Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up," and she's, "Your friend's not, your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Whoa! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
All right, playoff time. It is going to be our first match, our first best of 3. Next Gen taking on Bobo. Map picks have obviously already been selected in the books. We're heading to Pearl first, so we'll obviously keep all of our thoughts on that one now, Dion. And as we do head to Pearl first, who do you really give the favoritism to?
Look, I think you still have to give it over towards Bobo with all the experience that they have had, even though they got slapped around by 95X on this map. Individually, they still probably should be pulling it through. We've seen in their previous occurrences of what they've been able to pick on this map that they run duelist lists. It does look like we have a bit of a change up, and this is what I was waiting for from Bobo. I was waiting to see if we actually get them playing agents that they normally do play, or if they are completely changing it up. And we've got Crunchy playing, I guess you would say, into the normalcy. You've got Dragon playing on towards a duelist. Riley, or RDW rather, is not playing in towards the Sentinel where Noz is there, and Yufeng, I mean, technically it would be playing Sova, but it's over on a fade. So they're having probably a bit of fun with this series, but in terms of next gen's composition, it is the one that we were expecting from them.
All right, let's head underway. It's Pearl, which will be our first map of the series. Reminder, it's Ascent that will be following this. If needed, a split decision. It gets over to split for the third map if required. Obviously, after this, we've got one more best of 3 to follow for today's broadcast. So that'll be the Who +2 95X Esports later on. For now, though, it is going to be Next Gen and Bobo. Disregard the 95X logo there for a split second as we head into this one, though. Obviously, Bobo, a team that's going to have a lot of expectations, I think, and being able to take this one out, starting strong, and probably just try and put out any kind of fire that Next Gen might bring into this series.
Yeah, no, I'd absolutely agree with you on that one. Of course, it was the pistol rounds that Next Gen were able to find against the Who +2 that really started their affair and their previous and current only showing on this map. So that's what they're going to be chasing as they do start on this attacker's side. You can see currently that Bobo had a bit of a peek in towards the A main of things, but ultimately it is Next Gen over towards B.
I think Dragon just gets a little bit caught there, a little bit too pushed up over towards Long. Milky gets the opening kill. Not a bad little start. Gets one, little force back onto RDW. Doesn't find anything on the feed. He is getting over a crash. Gets one and falls back nicely. Good shot, well timed. McKinley falls. Important to get this plant down with the spike. Better able to achieve it.
Yeah, able to get that one down that wall. Not going to help them any longer. One out from Feta, but it's Noz and Crunchy able to take advantage for Bobo. The challenge out from the pillar at the moment from Next Gen. They do start to get punched by Noz. The right clicks are going to be able to finish the deal from him. And that means that the pistol, unfortunately, for Next Gen doesn't go their way.
We get spiked down, a little bit of money with that. Can play into that in the second round, but overall, a nice little comeback from Bobo, considering Dragon pushing up towards that pillar and Long and gets caught. Obviously tried to throw the molly out to buy some time. Got overwhelmed on the rush and Spike goes down. You think from there it's probably a little bit 50-50.
Yeah.
RDW, the shot over towards Hall, gets that kill. Even though two players are swinging same time, you would typically think you can get the trade. It just times it perfectly, and I think from there it just all falls apart for next gen.
Yeah, it looked like you could potentially find a collateral, didn't it, as well in that scenario. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I think Yifeng's nerfing himself as well come this series because he's actually wearing a t-shirt. So I'll take that for what it's worth.
Tried to do my best Mac impression, pick a nice shirt today, shows off a few of the chest hairs, just keep things a little bit all same on the broadcast. A little bit more of a presence over towards A this time, but Yifeng, Crunchy combine. That's going to make the round very difficult now. All A control established, mid control as well for Bobo, and it's just going to be a push down B.
Toxin screen down.
You'll see what damage next gen are going to be able to do at least, of course. They want something out of the sheriffs that they have purchased in, and maybe RDW is going to give it to them. He is pretty vulnerable at the moment, and will get taken down. If you can get a plant as next gen, I think you're pretty happy with the kill on a plant. And, well, they're going to at least do that, so that's good for them.
Yeah, helps with the economy. 2 plants in a row for next gen. They'll be pretty happy with that. Bobo's B site able to just allow them to push down, but they are always on top of it despite that spike going down. Opening 2 rounds go to Bobo. It's 6-0 from Noz on the Killjoy to start with, but fortunately for next gen, courtesy of being able to obviously get those spikes down, they'll buy up. They'll have the money. They can buy utility as well. Full armor on all except for Sinaway.
I think one thing's going to be real interesting for Bobo if Noz actually does get that lockdown, because that means the big ultimate available that next gen potentially have to consider. Noz is currently over to the mid side of the map at the moment, so he'd have to get a frag instead of pushing an extremity for one of these ult orbs. And then there's also the weapon to mention for RDW. He's actually got an operator in a bonus round, which is very interesting.
Once again, significant presence over towards this B site. Clearly pushing fast as well, not really wasting any time. Straight through main onto site now we go. As of course, Yifeng holding over towards that whole position. That's going to be vital. Dragon sat back a little bit more on site this time, but all that's done is kind of invite the pressure. McKinley with the opening kill. That whole position is so vital, and it's being given up. Full site control now for next gen. Second kill. This is much better with spike down. Site control, 3 kills. This will be their opening round.
Yeah, McKinley read into that one nicely, didn't he? Just navigating around the halls, making sure that he's winning individual fights. With 5 alive for next gen, that's how you definitely do want your first rifle round to go. RDW, I don't know if he actually shot the operator whatsoever, so it might be a weapon that is going to be unexpected coming into the next round with this save. But as you mentioned as well, you know, next gen, they really are favoring this B side of the map at the moment. I do wonder come next round if Bobo are going to shift their focus a little bit more strongly over towards that Bravo site. Something that you generally, you know, want to see with the information gathering and the tendencies that you try to draw out from your opponents. If you can condition them so, you can potentially make that other site a little bit more weaker for an easier take.
I gotta say though, not a bad start from next gen. I know down 2-1, so technically haven't quite got the numbers on the scoreboard, but it's 3 plants. That for me is the most telling site, and all 3 of them on the B site. The only probably disappointing part was when they did even have a little bit of a look in over on A site. They did lose 2 players almost immediately, but their ability to get the plant down on B, I think a lot of that's being helped out by the Viper, McKinley's wall. I don't know if there's much that Bobo really able to do with that other than just peeking down main long, and then you're just kind of in a bit of a 50-50 fight.
Yeah.
Presence over towards mid though, and I haven't seen any of it so far. This will be the first time.
Oh, that turret isn't actually on the right line to be able to spot RDW. So he might be able to find Sinaway, who walks straight into his crosshair. That's going to be the opening kill for Bobo. Still, this pressure around Art is building. It does technically lead into a bit of a slower pace for next gen with that Nebula. However, look who has slipped the gap. It's Milky, and he's taken out Artie.
Oh, couldn't get the second onto Noz though. Left of the route. Things just slowed down. 4-3. And once again, it's deja vu as next gen make their way over to remain onto that B site. Wall goes up, looking for that default plant once again. Obviously, the cavalry will arrive for Bobo. They've been able to retake it most times. Didn't stick it.
They were waiting for it. They were waiting for it. The combination with the grab well, the C's, the hot hands as well. Dragon, that wall doesn't really favor him. He has to go for a long direction peek. He's able to take out Biggie Cheese. Extra shots on towards Feta. And even though the lockdown is invested, it needed to be. What didn't it? McKinley, good for 2 kills, but he has to get out of this one. Oh, wow.
Gets one with him on the way out.
Oh, no. Oh, he got
trapped.
So unfortunate.
The irony there is if he doesn't actually get that kill, he probably gets out. He was right on the edge of it, but I think I just commend him anyway for still getting that kill and being basically one step from getting out of the lockdown. If he gets out, I think he can win that round rather comfortably. That's probably the first real 50-50 round. This one goes the way of Bobo, and that'll obviously help them out economy-wise, because had they lost that round, they would have probably had to go on the eco.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. I think that if he did leave that 3rd kill that he found and he was able to get out of the lockdown, he can reposition himself up to the top of ramp. He's on Viper, so, you know, if he's got Poison Cloud and he's got Molly lineups, that's definitely an avenue that he can take to try and win out a round such as that. Give him a firm handshake coming into round 5 to see if he's going to be able to do anything with his team with this Viper's Pit as well. Feta one away with the Resurrection. Means that we can get that 6th member back up if needed. But if you do tend towards this A side of things off the get-go once more, that's really where the strong forces of Bobo are currently leaning towards. You can see as well that the time is just paused at the moment, so we'll wait for a little bit for confirmation on this. It's probably a tech pause for a little bit.
Yeah, I did notice that Yifang hadn't bought up for a little bit of time. Has now the Guardian. So I wonder if maybe that was something to do with him. Everything's good now. We're underway. Into the 5th round we go. Big round from Bobo. 8-1 start for Noz, but immediately it's looking like again another look over towards A. It's so far unsuccessful every time from next gen.
0-point dodge, RDW to reposition. It looks like it might be a little bit faster this time from next gen towards A, but they do lose McKinley. They lose one essence of their control, their walls. Some mollies as well. You do still have Biggie Cheese, of course, but the real strength of a composition like Next Gen's is to be able to, you know, kind of hot potato between what the Viper and the Astra are able to isolate, what they're able to find.
They're kind of hemmed in though. Yifang's pushed all the way up B. They have full understanding as to sort of where Next Gen are at. Bit of a scrap, a little bit of a battle over towards mid. Both teams really coming off second best. Things favoring Bobo though, and that spike going over towards A, and a good push up from Milky at least over towards Spawn. This will catch off RDW.
Oh, and it needed to as well, because with that frag, it puts it into the 2 versus 2. Feta, he's got that resurrection, but there were no bodies that he could safely go and bring back a buddy. So into the 2 versus 2, Yifang and Dragon. Look, lots of utility between them to work with, but it does come down to where do they think Next Gen are actually going to be playing from.
A little bit of time. 5th round in a row that spike goes down. That's been the success for Next Gen. Dragon, though, finds his 3rd in the round. Probably one of the more clutch moments of this match so far, and it is Yifang that will also get the next one to follow. Defuse once again. While that spike has gone down 5 times, it's also been defused 4 times now from Bobo.
Yeah, really good successful retakes to come out from them so far, even though a couple of them have been pretty close, all things considered. And you look at the economy that it actually does with all of the damage that Next Gen are being able to find, right? Really, after this purchase, you got a couple of members on the Bobo side of things, which their credits are relatively low. RDW is going to be able to offset that a bit with his Blade Storm here, but this is one of those rounds where you've got a lot of these ultimates on the side of Next Gen, and you've gone in with a half buy. If you capitalize on being able to use the null command to find space and find some frags with that resurrection as well, you potentially can get this round and then start to make something of this half.
Heavy presence in mid. This is going to be the play. They've moved quick, Next Gen, in a lot of their opening portions of the round when they want that initial contact, when they seek it out. Now definitely a lot quicker in their approach. Nice little wallbang from McKinley, but falls over towards RDW's trap. Gets back over towards that B site position. Presence over towards Art though by Dragon, making sure they can't just sneak on through.
Yeah. It's another situation as well where the dead body of Next Gen is almost, you know, unresable, right? A push through the link. Makes it very difficult for Feta to get into that location to bring McKinley back. So you kind of just have to give that one up and put focus on the remainder of this round. Yifeng has been taken down, but Bobo, they're already gathering information around the map yet again. RDW pushing up through B long. Bobo have done really well in these timings to get that info and put focus on the players over at A, and that is gorgeous from Crunchy, isn't it? 3 frags, attempted resurrection from Biggie Cheese as he's able to find Dragon. Maybe he can get him back up.
Was able to. Oh, but the timing of it. Just as Milky's back up, Noz comes in, gets the elimination on the Big Cheese. And 1 versus 2, 25 seconds, Spike in hand, but I'd imagine all avenues of finding a round win here is going to be unlikely. Sentry turret will obviously give away position. Milky will push on that through the link, try and see if Noz decides to push out. Wall bang. Successful, got a tag, but not enough to find anything else. And obviously Noz is getting all of that information. Eventually pushes out, not much time anyway. 5-1 is the score, and it's all Bobo early on Pearl, but there has been good signs from Next Gen.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at that situation at the tail end of that round too, right? 2 1-on-1s that potentially could be fought. If only he knew that Noz was around the double sack boxes, he could have potentially found that and then go for the plant, play another 1 versus 1, but unfortunately didn't happen. Another close round where Next Gen can't quite gather it, and this is the time where you want them to start gathering them, right? Because this is where Bobo can just run away with the half. It's 5-1, looking to try and make this 6-1. A couple of ultimates to assist them. And a B push already from 3 members of Bobo is just putting pressure really around Next Gen.
Big fight early on here over towards Club. No ramp control established at all from Next Gen because of the push up from Bobo. McKinley forced back. There is at least mid-presence established for Next Gen, so a bit of safety there. Safe haven, if you will. Now the push through Art has been successful. A site a little bit vulnerable, and so is that deep mid position. So there is a little bit to work with here for Next Gen, but Crunchy finds the big kill onto Big Cheese. That will probably be just about it. Viper's Pit, though, going to be used here. They just want to probably get that spike down, get something from the round, and through that ultimate, they'll find some success, but RDW from the top ropes just slams dunk onto McKinley and Sinaway. Viper's Pit, who cares? Just jump over it. 6-1 Bobo.
Bobo, they just pounce on that. They don't allow the Pit and the players of Next Gen to settle themselves to try and establish a plant. There's contingencies from Bobo in that situation as well. Even if it does look like RDW is going to lose his life, Crunchy's ready to spam through the wall on any plant. They're aware of the fact that Milky hadn't been seen for a little bit, so a careful CT watch as he comes through flowers and is taken out. I feel like that was a big chance as well in that round for Next Gen to just completely, take it away if they settle potentially for just a little bit. But again, right, that push, that info that Bobo were able to do to force the rotation and force the fallback from Club kind of played into Bobo's hands, unfortunately, for Next Gen. And they're going to be dropping a timeout here as well to have some thoughts, to figure things out and see what can they actually do to make something of this half first and foremost.
Well, I think the timeout's definitely warranted. Despite how things have sort of played out prior to that round there, you're committing a lot. You're committing economy, you're committing ultimates, especially the ultimate, right? Viper's Pit, on-site, A-site, you've got Spike. 9 times out of 10, that Spike should be planted. Winning the round or not, whatever, but that Spike has to go down. Quick reaction from RDW. As soon as that Viper's Pit's out, he's able to dash up into the air, just find 2 kills basically from nowhere, and basically salvage the round for Bobo, because if Next Gen get a bit of time, they get a bit of breathing space, and you got that Pit, it should be their round.
Yeah.
And Bobo just on the front foot at the right time. 6-1 scoreline here coming into the 8th round. No money in the bank for Next Gen.
Yeah, we'll see what the first couple of seconds do look like for Bobo. See if they're going to be pushing B long, see if they're going to be pushing mid or A. It does look like it is going to be towards the mid side of the map. Dragon going a little bit more forward than most. McKinley again. Feel like McKinley's been the member of Next Gen who's just been having a bad time, being taken down first, time and time again. Yifeng has pushed back. Milky might be able to get something here.
Try again.
Yeah, a bit more of the same at the moment now in the last couple of rounds. I think the first half of this half, we were seeing a bit more success from Next Gen in those initial pushes. Just not much really happening from here. We're just seeing Bobo probably a little bit more on the front foot now. Not as much sitting back on site. Crunchy does get tagged up, forced back. And Sinaway can't get much more there, but at least some pressure onto Noz. He can't just push through this connected position for free.
Yeah, Dragon's already on the site though. It's going to be pretty difficult to get through him when you don't have any flashes either. And you've got a couple of players on low health, but taking out Noz is a good way of getting some damage against Bobo. 30 seconds to go. 3 versus 4. You have to funnel yourselves in towards the A side of the map. And that's where Dragon does pop out his head. He roars at you. He's even looking for some more damage, but I think it's going to be RDW to seal the deal.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a gun as well, but they were just never getting out of this connected position alive. They were basically surrounded. It was a nice kill. With the Sheriff, you pick up a gun, you think maybe you can do something, but just the position of sort of where everything's happening at the time of the round as well. Obviously trying to make something work, but it's just never going to happen, especially on an eco round as it was. Did all right, all things considered. I mean, you're getting into that connected position. You've done well considering the eco round. You're buying into this one though. 9th round. Half armor for Biggie Cheese and Sinaway. Not ideal. But you kind of got to do what you got to do. Do have the lockdown available.
What can you combo that with, however? How do you get down toward the site to be able to deploy that one? Yifeng spotting out some information, and that just gives info over to the rest of the Bobo members. Push up A. See if there's anyone there. That's exactly what Dragon and Crunchy are currently doing, and that gives a great idea to Bobo once again. Exactly what Next Gen are trying to do. Back towards what they doing at the start of this map. Over towards the B side of things with their wall, with their flashes, trying to establish a plant and then play post.
Yeah, this is just going to be a retake from Bobo. Yifeng 6 back. He knows he's the only one there. There's absolutely no point overcommitting as a solo player. Just wait for everyone to push basically over towards that ramp position. They can actually just completely catch them off guard. Yeah, this is going to be huge. Lockdown goes down. RDW, does he spot Biggie Cheese to the left? I think he may have just got vision of it. Dragon gets caught though. Misses out on that ultimate, of course. He'll be back. Milky and Sinaway though. That's a quick double, quick succession of kills. The Next Gen right on top of it, retaking that ramp position. Absolutely flawless, and really was able to catch Bobo off guard. I think that Bobo thought this was going to be a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, well, RDW, this was the 1 versus 3. He's found the first. McKinley and Milky on the chopping block. However, it's been cut short because there's no time to go and get that defuse. RDW is going to start hunting him to try and find Milky, but he's going to get around the corner, and RDW will fall with the spike. Finally, Xenox, we get something from Next Gen.
Yeah, and it's B. It's B again, isn't it? Right? It was just that slow push through B main, put the wall up, get the plant down. In this instance, they catch Bobo with just Yifeng as a solo on the B site, and you know he's sitting back on site too. It's not like he's pushing up. He's not getting that early contact or anything like that. So if you can get that early contact, then maybe there's a chance. Okay, we can fall back. Everyone can rotate a little bit earlier, a little bit sooner. But because he's sitting so far back of site, they're basically on site before you even get that contact. I still don't necessarily mind what basically Bobo did. It's just really well played from Next Gen to sort of, I think, read into it. RDW with the opening kill though onto McKinley elsewhere, and this is probably when the rounds have just never quite gone the way of Next Gen. These early rushes, they're a bit better with their slow play into the poison wall. In this case though, Feta does get the kill onto Yifeng. They do have full site control, and this is actually where Bobo probably have to question, do they commit into this retake? 4 versus 4, out of position. Next Gen in a good position now to win this round.
I want to see Feta use that resurrection if he's near a friend. I want to see another member of Next Gen be able to do something in this round. Milky's down. RDW takes out Big Cheese. On this retake, that lockdown, it's not going to be destroyable at the moment. RDW really going ham with this operator. 3 frags to his name. Sinaway does take him down as the lockdown explodes. It's 2 on 2. And the defuse already started.
You will not kill my ally.
Gets off of it. No time now to complete it. So that's going to be the round win for Next Gen.
I wonder if he stuck it. Would he have gotten it?
I don't think so.
Seconds.
I don't think so. I think it would have been close. I think it would have been close, but I don't think he would have got it. Either way, a little bit of resistance here from Next Gen and the final stages of this opening half. 7-3 the scoreline now. A couple more rounds to go. If they could at least make this 7-5, commendable on the offense here of Pearl. B site though has been where they've found all the success. It's no surprise, Dion, to see the way Bobo are lining up here at B main.
Yeah, and they've done this before already. They've pushed up, they've forced Next Gen back. This time, Milky's going to send in a deep flash drive and nearly get caught out as well. And this is where you might just see a bit of aim duels come on through. Yifeng winning these ones. He's got RDW there to help him. And again, when Next Gen, we credit them for finally doing something right. Bobo react, and it looks like they're going to try and put a close down to this round. McKinley, when he's alive, he does have something to say. He can shoot back.
1 versus 2, and there's 1 minute and 10. So time definitely friendly here for McKinley. Doesn't have to rush this. Would definitely be expecting the flank. At this point, the longer he kind of doesn't do anything, actually, the better, until it gets to the point where he's going to get that spike down. It just keeps Bobo guessing. Has he slipped by? I think Crunchy would say no. All goes up. At the point, though, now, Dion, there's not enough time to fake an A plant. He's going to have to commit to B. He's got to just try and force the 1v1, and it's doable.
Yeah.
He can just take the fight with Noz.
The alarm bot's there as well. It's got to be the first point of contact and any information given. So you can see Noz is kind of currently looking to just wait and play off it. If there's anyone spotted out, if he'd managed to get through the alarm bot by a Poison Cloud smoking it out, but it's not going to happen. Poison Cloud, rather. And as he does get over, 20 seconds, now it's going to have to be that tap and then go for the fight.
Oh, doesn't get any intel at all. Checks Hall does have a couple of snake bites, but all the timing hits the headshot. That's 3. Oh, the spray is perfect from Crunchy. Game sense is switched to the highest level. 8-3.
Last round in the half.
1 round to go in this half. Bobo, just when it seemed like Next Gen had found some momentum, they shut it down.
I should probably place some stars in the astral plane.
Yeah, as soon as McKinley gets that kill on towards Noz, he doesn't reposition either. Body be pinged by Bobo, and that's where the spray from Crunchy is able to come through. You were hoping for something like a 7-5. Well, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get that. An 8-3 currently, so either 9-3 or 8-4, which is what Next Gen will be hunting, and then a pistol round when things do change over. We've got a pause right now coming on through. Again, it'll give a bit of time for Next Gen to just have some thoughts to themselves. I do believe this is another tech timeout from Bobo, or tactical rather, sorry. So they will be able to have some discussions, but currently doesn't look like anyone on Next Gen themselves are talking. Maybe some input from coach.
I think sometimes you just need a breather in this instance for Bobo. Maybe someone's got to go to the toilet. I know it sounds silly, but it sometimes is just the case. I probably wouldn't read too much into it, especially up 8-3. So 1 round to go in the half. I think to sort of summarize this half, there's been some really, really good opportunities for Next Gen. This is the kind of game where had they taken all of their chances, it's probably, you know, a little bit closer to that 7-5 sort of scoreline, I think, rather than what it is now, 8-3. I think it could have easily been a 7-5 half for Next Gen.
There's going to be no B push this time from Bobo. Instead, it's going to be 3 up through A, and there's no alarm bot or anything from Sinaway over here. So this is clean information. It's dry information from Next Gen. They sorry, from Bobo. They again have a read on what's happening.
To get the rush using that wall. Lockdown available through Sinaway. It's the only ultimate that they've got access to at the moment. Plan is successful. McKinley, though, through that information, loses his life. Big kill from Sinaway onto RDW, who had the knives out. So shuts that down, and Lockdown does go down. Milky pushed up onto Dragon, got the kill. He was flashed. Really good usage of the utility from Next Gen in this final round of the half. Even get the detainment as well. So only Crunchy, and he's at half health along with Yufeng. They are split though completely. One over towards Tout, one towards Club. Crunchy gets 1. That's 1 of now 3. And allows Yufeng to do a bit of work on site here as well. Underneath in tunnel. Oh, the timing. Biggie G surely wins that, and he does.
And 5 HP for Crunchy, can't get it done. Yufeng pulling out Util at the wrong timing, but you see that all too often. 8-4 is the halftime scoreline. Bobo with a great lead, some great reads to be able to get them there in the end. And for Next Gen, Xenox, it was the B site every single time that gets them victories. Every single time.
And not just the B site, but the B site when they were just that tiny bit slower. I don't mean like snail pace slow, but just enough where they just weren't rushing down B main. It was waiting for the wall to go up. It was, you know, the precise timing with the actual push itself. A little bit more of a holding towards the ramp, then the push. Really well played from Next Gen. 8-4, as I said, 7-5. I think it honestly could have even been 6-6, right? There was probably 2 or 3 50-50 rounds that Next Gen could have probably pulled out. You know, you think about that round with RDW over the Viper's pit, those kind of rounds. So we'll see what happens in the second half now. over towards the defense for next gen. And it's going to be an early push through mid over towards Art for Bobo. It's already a stark difference to what we saw from next gen.
Yeah, it's already great utility from next gen though, actually. The wall and the Killjoy utility could do a lot. However, Cineway on Killjoy has been taken down. You'll take that as the free opening frag as Bobo. Dragon's going to heal himself up. And they can reset. They can have a bit of a think on what they want to do for the remainder of this round. The barrier wall is up. Crunchy cannot pass. And look at the timing, actually. Next gen, they're going to act accordingly. Take the mid control. But the turret will keep them at bay for now.
Yeah, but it just sort of allows Bobo to play that in the back of the minds of next gen. You get rid of that turret. Now they're kind of like, okay, is there someone around mid? Fortunately for next gen, they've still got Noz there anyway. So he just takes a peek. Okay, no one's pushing through there. Milky! Ooh. Okay. Felt headshot to RDW and Dragon. Talk about one way of just keeping the defense on lock here on the A site. Yeah, Crunchy gets one, but I don't think it's going to matter in the long run. Spike, or flashes, I think flashed the teammates there. Didn't matter. Double push successful from next gen. They'll take this opening round of the half, you would think, from here, barring an absolute calamity. Surely Noz can't pull this one out of the playbook. Not going to happen. It's 8-5. Next gen just keeping that scoreboard close.
Cheeky from Milky going into the Nebula, able to find two members of Bobo, and then the rest of the team acting accordingly, making sure that they're hitting their shots, pushing isolated members of Bobo. And they finally do get that pistol round, which should make things a little bit closer. If they do convert that into this second round, it'll be 8-6. You get the buy from Bobo. And then if they can win that bonus, next gen will be within one.
Yeah, and obviously no purchase really here from Bobo. You don't get that spike down. You can't really commit anything into this round at all. And it's full Spectres, full armor for next gen. So you have to be winning this round. You have to take this one. 8-5. Is there going to be some early contact through Biggie Cheese? He will get it. And the reinforcements have been called over. But guess what? I don't know if you've noticed, but the spike's over towards A.
Oh, and RDW can't get through this wall. If there was a gap, that means that next gen would have faltered in that. So for Fed Up, he's at least able to place it there. When does RDW decide to go through it, or does he just wait for it? This fake that Bobo are trying to sell, it has brought over 4 members. Cineway, the only one that isn't currently here. See if these Bobo pistols can get anything done, but they overlook all the members of Next Gen, and it's just a slaughter.
Yeah. I do wonder in some ways if this is just simply, it's not even necessarily a fake, it's a full committal on B, but we just want to get the spike down, right? We just want to guarantee that that spike goes down. Oh, there's a third from Crunchy.
No,
they have absolutely just walked into him like it's a ranked game. They've gone hunting and they've turned into the hunted, and the spike is down on A, and suddenly RDW has got himself into a good position, but Cineway, oh, he saves the day there because McKinley could have easily fallen for that shorty. Crunchy so far away, but can get into a position. He does not get the shot onto McKinley. Well, certainly made it interesting. Certainly have made Next Gen pay for that one. A little bit too overzealous.
Yeah, I think Next Gen might have panicked a little bit when you see Crunchy get 3 frags and you hear a plant going down at the other side of the map. It does make you think a little bit that you need to take this a little bit more seriously on how you're going to plan out this retake, but they know that it is only RDW that can be over at the A side, and they see the gun barrel of that shorty. They are able to find him, and with the damage already delivered to Crunchy's HP, he does get taken out. So there is that 6th round that we're expecting from Next Gen, albeit the damage delivered. And now is going to be the question for Next Gen. This bonus round, what are you going to be able to fashion? What are you going to be able to do to potentially find it?
Well, they've lost their Spectres, right? They've got two Spectres, 2 full armor. Everyone else is buying Sheriff and half armor, so they can't really be in as much of a better position to probably steal this one away. Dragon gets the opening kill. There's a second, and that probably is already the round done. Yeah, you still got 2 players up with the Spectre pushing over towards Art now, maybe just trying to get some presence to mid, and especially up close with the Spectre's good position to play. But that last round, you lose all your Spectres, you lose your full armor, and you probably lose much of a chance of stealing this bonus round away from Bobo. So bonus round looks like it will be successful for Bobo to send this one to 9-6.
Gotta remember as well, one of the powerful factors of running the Phoenix with Dragon is that there's 6 ult points to get that run it back, and he's currently 1 away from being able to do just that. Crunchy does get taken down. Milky on 3 HP. He's currently potentially that next target, but this is where you still do also question for Bobo. This is a bonus round. This is Next Gen having weaker weapons, and you've lost 2 of your members, one being your smokes. So you have to take these dry, potential long jewels now over towards the B side of things, and it's McKinley here with a Spectre. It's not the greatest weapon for this distance play.
And Milky's picked up a Phantom. He has no armor, but I think just being able to save that Phantom really helps with credits in the bank, but they'll probably think this is winnable. McKinley up close, Hall, Spectre throws out the snake bite. He's been mollied off though, so he's stuck in there. confirm. Milky, though, puts that bet into good use. Decent tag as well on the back there. I think it was onto Dragon, gets him a little bit low. Not too low. I thought it was actually a bit more than it really was. Good protection. Basically.
7 HP.
Yeah, in the end, just that maybe one more tag here or there with the Spectre is probably the difference in that round. 7 HP, 9-6. Credit to Next Gen, though. You know, they could have easily just fallen back, tried to save the Phantom. It didn't matter, though. They were going to buy into this round anyway. 16th round we go. It's been a fun one.
Yeah, well, look at the damage that's actually done to the economy of Bobo. 2 members having to go down onto light shields. You would expect that Dragon will lead the charge with the run it back. Crunchy can use the Cosmic Divide if he wants to. They've got enough rounds to spare that an early one. You can refresh that again a little bit later into this half and make good use of it. It's a 3-1-1 setup for Next Gen. More slanted toward the A side of the map, and just this immediate utility is already forcing rotations. Look how quick Next Gen are to just completely leave A.
Yeah. It's a little concerning, though. I do wonder if Bobo get a bit of an idea as to that happening. Obviously, Dragon's going to just push out here with the runner back. Gets caught. A little bit of information. Forces out a lot of utility, though, from Next Gen as well. And they haven't actually committed. Peek from Biggie Cheese gives a free one to Yifang, and they're already running that spike over towards A, knowing that there's been a lot of the cavalry arriving over towards this B site. So again, I think Bobo really reading into that if they put pressure on B, everyone rotates quickly. We can then play back over towards A.
Someone needs to cut corners here for Next Gen, unfortunately, in this 3 versus 5. Is it going to be Sinaway, currently pushed up through Art, or are they just going to wait for a potential full retake? You do have that alarm bot that's going to reveal any info for Bobo getting onto the site itself, but Bobo have slowed it down. 40 seconds to go. Everybody is in the relative correct positions that they need to be for Next Gen to at least try and throw a little bit of a spanner in the works for what Bobo are executing onto this site. And Sinaway is able to get 2.
Spike's down as well, and it's not in a good position. There is one coming from Art, though. That's Dragon. He's going to honestly be the win condition here for Bobo. If they're going to win this round, he needs to move now. And he does. Gave away his position. Crunchy and Dragon combined. It was Crunchy, not Dragon. So 10-6. It was a big power play coming in from that Art connector link position, and in the end, that proved to be the differentiating factor. I will say, though, I think it's interesting because it was like a game of chess in some ways. I thought Bobo did really well, not overcommitting on B, rotating back over to A, understanding that Next Gen probably overcommitted their defense to B with just a little bit of utility usage, but then Next Gen kind of read into the A play as well, got themselves back into an okay position. Sinaway got himself into a good position to get that double kill, and from there actually became a bit more of an alive round. 10-6 though, Bobo really starting to show their experience showing through.
Yeah, and if this round does go over towards Bobo as well, the next one can be very powerful for Next Gen as a silver lining, because they'll have a lot of ultimates. Fetters just actually grab that orb for the resurrection. You're 1 off McKinley's Viper ult. You're 1 off Sinaway's lockdown. You're 2 off Biggie Cheese's. So this is the sort of situation that could be the Kickstarter for Next Gen to get back in towards this map.
It's not a lot to really think about retaking this with, all things considered. Sinaway does get one back with the stinger. Real question would be, can you find any guns, or maybe can you get any exit frags? Dent the economy a little bit.
Oh, they actually choose to use the lockdown.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a big investment. And they don't really get anything for it. McKinley and Milky get nothing.
I wonder what the decision is to use that lockdown when your members over at club haven't even pushed very deep. You know, you always got to understand that if you can force the players off the site, you can put them in towards long, that those flanking members can find them. But you already saw that where Bobo were looking, they had the exact idea that the flank was coming by the slow nature of Next Gen's retake. So, you know, what's able to, you know, teams are able to think of in these situations with all the experience behind them and just realizing in those mid rounds, what is actually happening is what we are seeing, you know, for our teams that define themselves as our top teams more compared to the teams that are trying to push their way to the top.
Yeah. I think probably for the second time in this particular match so far, it's twice now from Next Gen where some really big critical ultimates have been used. Viper's Pit back in the first half, and it was sort of like a bit of a, you know, scrappy fight. They rush onto site, okay, Viper's Pit. Still probably in a better position to use it there than what we saw there with the lockdown in that last round gone by. But, you know, those two big decisions add up, you know, because that's the difference basically between this being a 9-8 game versus an 11-6 game. So it's a real big double-edged sword. 3 rounds in a row now for Bobo after we saw Next Gen really starting to claw their way back into this, especially taking what was essentially 5 of 6 rounds to close out the first half, to start the second half.
Yeah.
And since basically the bonus round in the second half now, it has been all Bobo. And they're getting a little bit closer, obviously, towards that match point.
Yeah, will it continue to be Bobo as well? As I made mention to in the last round, Next Gen do have a couple of ultimates that they're going to be able to play with in this one. If they can use that null command of Milky's to get some site control to, you know, potentially in a retake or potentially just to force Bobo back if they've got a player advantage, I think that's where you'd be pretty happy with it. Next Gen haven't elected to use the Viper's Pit immediately. McKinley playing over towards Tower at B. And Bobo are very content with just laying back at the moment. They're duelists over towards the A site. They see no aggression from Next Gen. So eventually someone's going to have to take the initiative. Someone's going to have to do something, and it's going to be Dragon at A.
A lot of information by basically not getting a whole lot of information from Dragon over towards that A site. Through that run of
rotations.
Yeah, it's going to be that B rush that comes through now. The plant looking for Yifang. Thought about default, doesn't quite go that way. 45 seconds left in the round. Spike will go down. Crunchy found the kill into Biggie Cheese. And again, it's the retake for Next Gen. All funneling in over towards that tower and tunnel position. Not a whole lot of versatility to sort of offer. Nice shot from McKinley. They got the revive of Biggie Cheese. That a second kill quickly in quick succession from Milky, and suddenly this round extremely winnable now for Next Gen.
Yeah, that wall's going to block everything, isn't it, Bobo? They don't have utility that they can throw in it. They'll use the gravity well to pull them off for the time being, but Noz, his mollies were gotten rid of. They were destroyed. Those nano swarms, you've got that hot hands coming through, but where Feta and Biggie Cheese do find the damage, this probably is already done because Sinaway was sticking that defuse. A breath of fresh air for Next Gen as they don't see Bobo find 12 just yet.
Yeah, and only lost 2 players. They was scrappy as well towards the end. Obviously, the resurrection came in very, very handy. Really big usage there from Feta. But the fact is, you finish that round with 3 players alive, 3 guns, helps the economy. You put a big dent into the economy as well, Bobo, by getting everyone out of that game. Yeah, there's still got a little bit more that they can still use. Full shields, full guns coming into this next round. But there's actually this kind of creeping feeling that if Next Gen win the next, 2-3 rounds, that will probably eliminate Wobo's economy for a couple of rounds, and then it's game on. So I'd say this round, next round, so crucial now for Next Gen.
Absolutely. It's going to be first point of contact with Biggie Cheese. He's going to be forced back to drop a couple of stars. You do have McKinley here as well. So using both of their smoke players early towards B with an idea that Bobo are going to start the affairs of this new round over toward this side of the map. And with that utility already going on down, that's where Bobo are going to start to go back towards mid where Crunchy was lurking. And currently there's only one member over at the A side of the map, that being Sinaway, and he's going to have to potentially contend with 5 members of Bobo by himself.
Yeah, and he'll hear obviously all these footsteps, the guns, the sentry gave him a lot of presence as well, but he sits on site, the middle of site, gets a kill. He gets a second one from this would be just about all you could ask for. Got one, so kind of job done. They'll get the plant down on A. As the retake arrives, it is Dragon actually pushing through Waterfall. He sits, he waits, but Biggie Cheese watches. Dragon might get caught here. A big part of this, and the gun barrel sticks through, of course, first. It gives all of the headway for Biggie Cheese with the Bulldog. He upgrades gun-wise as well, but the retake still has to be confirmed for Next Gen.
RDW with these blades. He's going to start off with one onto McKinley. Sees where Milky is. He's able to find Biggie Cheese, and then it does just come down to Milky. A 1 versus 2. A tap on the defuse. He doesn't have an idea that Crunchy is currently coming up through the link. As he does clear angles over towards main. Time is just ticking away way too far, and it's Yifang. He's going to get a bit of damage on toward him. He's not able to finish him. Regardless, the round does go to Bobo here, and that does find them 12.
Does get the kill onto Crunchy though. Got the suppression with the knife, so he did actually have information that Crunchy was around that position, but unfortunately he's just not at a position now as it's match point where you can be sufficed with getting all 5 eliminations of Bobo and putting somewhat of a dent into the economy. It is match point. It's 12-7 now. Of course, best of 3. Ascent after this. Split needed. Split if needed. Might be needed the way this has gone on Pearl, because Next Gen have looked competitive. They will have guns coming into this round. Half shields for 3, full shields for 2. Stinger and a Spectre, but I think there's enough here to be able to salvage this one, get the economy back up, and make one last comeback in this map.
Well, we'll see. That's what this round will provide to us. A change up in the defenses for next gen as well. They currently have Sinaway over at the B side of things, but it's a lockdown utilized by Noz, which currently is not going to be destroyable from next gen. They have to sacrifice a lot of utility to try and go in toward it, so they're going to opt to play retake instead, or just rather wait for the lockdown to pop and then eventually go in. Dragon has managed to find Sinaway with the hot hands, and RDW will at least get traded out.
1 for 1. Too bad, not the end of the world. Spike, of course, goes down. Another 1 for 1 shortly after that one. And unfortunately, the ones just keep going in favor of Bobo. That is going to be a 13-7 win on Pearl. I won't use the word comfortable though, Dion. It wasn't. They had to work for it. There were some really good rounds from next gen, and I think if anything, maybe just some inexperienced moments really costing them some alt usage, some decision making. But ultimately, I think Bobo's experience really shining through there. But when it comes to, I think just the raw gameplay, they were pretty even.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the big focusing factors for Bobo was their defensive side. The amount of times they're either pushing A or B and just getting a lot of information and backing next gen in towards the corner was really where they were strong in that. And when the sides do flip, you know, Bobo were kind of able to do the same. They would go towards B long, it would draw full rotations, and someone was pushing in through A. They were just really micromanaging next gen the way that they wanted to, which played into their hand very strongly.
Looking at some of the statistics from that map, but I got to say, I actually felt it was a very much team-orientated game. We saw pretty much most pushes and most kills coming from a stack environment. You know, that sort of death ball rolling of teams pushing it down B main was probably the most common aspect of that, or some scrappiness over towards mid, towards R. We didn't probably see too many individual highlights. We saw obviously RDW make a really nice play over the top of that Viper's pit earlier in the first half. That was probably one of the more clear standout kills that we saw. But I think one thing there, MVP for McKinley, and I don't think it's from a stats basis. I think just really good utility usage and allowed pretty much all of those pushes onto the B site in the end. So that was a big factor, and I probably do agree with that one. I'll get you quick, very final thoughts there on Pearl, because it was a good one.
I think another thing to mention as well for Noz, he was able to start off the affairs for Bobo earlier on with a great bunch of frags, and he kind of did fall off a little bit in the frag department. He ended on 12 frags. I think he was something like 8-1 or 8-0 from memory.
Yeah, 8-0.
So yeah, there you go. It just shows a little bit of duality where the rest of the team picks up where required. But anyways, yeah, good map to come out from Bobo, and for next gen, they kind of need the next one, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do. Good map. Good ways to start the quarterfinals here for the playoffs. It is 1-0 for Bobo. We go to a break. On the other side, it's Ascent.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
You've come this far, and you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the river of death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabriel Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabriel Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Whoa! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, she said he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
So it's Bobo that have taken the first map of this upper bracket quarterfinal matchup between Bobo and Next Gen. It was a pretty decent showing, very close one in the end on Pearl. Closer than probably many would have expected, 13-7. I think a respectable scoreline. And maybe the scoreline maybe not even telling the full story, Dion.
Potentially not. There was a lot of stages in the very beginning of that map where Next Gen were very close from being able to gather them between, one member and 2 members of Bobo still being alive, doing some things to get them on the board. A lot of plants that Next Gen were able to fashion themselves with Bobo finding some better retakes. So a lot of opportunities from Next Gen that unfortunately don't go their way. And yeah, as you say, 13-7 is the final result in scoreline, which is, pretty okay, all things considered. If it was something like 13-10 or 13-11, we're starting to maybe more so question what a Bobo doing instead of what a Next Gen doing, which coming into the next map, you kind of then questioning, all right, what have Next Gen actually got for us, given by the fact that the only instance of Ascent that they currently have had is against Fun Crew, and they actually were able to win that map.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like then if they feel like Ascent's going to be their map, right, and that they can get the job done there and send this to Split, then Pearl essentially becomes that free punch, or in this essence now, in past tense, was a free punch. If that's the case, it's a pretty decent free punch, right? They did pretty well. 13-7, they had some good opportunities, and they probably would have felt like 2 or 3 rounds they probably threw away or could have played it better, probably the better way of maybe phrasing that one. So if there's a little bit more that we can expect to see from Next Gen, I think it really does highlight the fact that we could actually have a series on our hand. This one's not over for Bobo, that they themselves are going to have to probably play just that tiny little bit better to really solidify this one on Ascent.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And of course we saw for Next Gen, if they've had some time to have some thoughts together between these 2 maps, that maybe the over rotations from them is something that they need to be looking at. But here we can see that the MVP of that map was Crunchy coming through, 331 ACS. Is that going to be enough to put him toward our top 5 list? If he can continue that across the next map and potentially Split if we do need it, who knows?
Yeah, there's some really good plays from Crunchy. There was one of them where I actually got confused, thought it was Dragon, but it was Crunchy coming through. It was a big factor in one of those particular rounds where it was that B and then eventually the rotate over towards A, and he made the little shortcut through R, and yeah, we had a really good impact in that round. And that probably was the difference, was I think those little 50-50 moments just favored Bobo all that more often than unfortunately what we saw from Next Gen. So of course, as we now turn our attention though to Ascent for what is going to be our second map of this series, best of 3 winners seat for Bobo. You win this, you move forward, otherwise Split if needed. After what we've seen, after what you've seen as well in terms of the map history for Next Gen, do you think they can do it?
Look, I'm not going to completely count them out because we have seen enough from Pearl that if they can just fix up those little missteps, that they can definitely go one foot after another in the right direction. We can go through the history of these maps, as I may mention too. They were able to best Fun Crew 13-10, and then we can look at the scores of the previous ones. I've got them up here for Honey Badgers from Bobo. They lost 10-13 to the Honey Badgers, but they were able to smack the Who Plus 2 13-4, and that's just the 2 games in recent history that we can really use as some strong statistics here. So I think, you know, coming in towards this one already, from the fact that we've had a good first map from Bobo, they were really just micromanaging what they needed to do, pushing and pulling next gen. I think that this one probably should go towards Bobo. The only way that I really see this going over towards next gen is if Bobo trip up a little bit and next gen are able to capitalize on that. It has to be next gen doing better.
So this is the heat check for next gen on the map of Ascent. 60% attacker win rate, 55% defensive win rate. The thing for me though is actually I would have thought maybe the middle portion of the map might have seen a little bit more action, especially catwalk. And the reason for that is we think about what we just saw from Pearl. I thought their best plays, their best rounds was actually towards B main, which is that sort of longer corridor, rather than the more short contact positions like what you're probably going to see in main over towards short here as well on Ascent. So interesting that they don't quite maybe play into that mid as much as I would have figured, but that's probably leading into what was essentially going to be my next point here. Was that was their most success on Pearl, was that B main, was that sort of not slow, I don't really want to use the word slow, but they weren't ultra fast when they were successful. When they did go fast, didn't quite always work out. They did trip up a little bit, but those B site pushes came from that main, from the Vipers wall. That was their most success. How do you replicate that now over to Ascent?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, you've only got one rep on this map so far, again, to Fun Crew. So that's what that heat map would be telling. It would be the way they played against Fun Crew, right? And Fun Crew is going to be a different beast towards Bobo. You probably can't look to do the same things. Ascent in that series against Fun Crew was the second map of that series, but only after winning the first one on Lotus. So they were able to take that series 2-0. It's a completely different scenario right now. Different teams. You've lost the first map in. You know, you would look at the scoreline and say it's pretty convincing from Bobo that they've been able to get that victory. So coming in towards the map of Ascent right now, you're a map down. You know, it's not complete elimination, but it does mean that you're going to have a slog of a lower bracket run if you want to continue on if you lose this map.
Yeah, 100%. As we do head into Ascent, we're not too far away, just making sure we obviously get everyone into the lobby, into the game, and not leave anyone behind. It is going to be a very tough ask, you would think, for next gen. If they don't get away with this, though, it's not over. Of course, they go down to lower bracket. That's the beauty of the double elimination. And from there, I would probably give them still a chance of being able to maybe progress that lower bracket, depending on how things obviously do progress. Ultimately, though, I would imagine it's still going to be tough. Actually, no, do they go down to lower bracket? They do, right?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, I was looking at the
16 and then they play down the lower. And
I was looking at the Wikipedia one, and it's like, oh, it's a little bit different. But either way, they get that second opportunity. So it's not like you lose this throughout. That's the beauty of it. We've seen some good signs. I think they've probably got to win Ascent.
Oh, actually. Is it lower bracket that they get to? Or is this a first game?
No, it has to be.
Yeah, it does have to be, because then the loser of this series will play the loser of the next one, which would be the Honey Badgers and stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I mean, that's the other thing we haven't really discussed either. Honey Badgers after this, that's an interesting prospect for either of these two teams. That's who they would basically be moving forward to into the semi-finals. That obviously not happening today, but nevertheless, it's an interesting prospect. Do you give? I'll go with Bobo because they're already 1-0 up in the series. Do you give Bobo a good chance against Honey Badgers, despite everything that's going on?
Yeah, I think you give them a good chance against them, but I think right now with the changes that we've seen and the loom of having Bobo not having a lot of practice, I think you'd probably give the edge over towards the Honey Badgers. But again, I'm not exactly sure on how much practice they're actually affording themselves coming into this as well. As we get the agent selection coming through, it does look like we have a bit of a change up as I look towards the history here.
Bit of miracle.
No, I think it looks the same for the side of next gen. Omen, Sova, Killjoy, KO, Jet. Yeah, it's the same. All right, cool. Miracle.
As we head to Ascent, the second map of his best of 3 in the upper portion of the quarterfinals. It is 1-0 to Bobo. Next gen, their map pick, their opportunity to get this one over to Split. That is our deciding map, if required. As we head into this one, though, some good signs from Next Gen. They could just clean things up, maybe play a little bit more comfortably on their map pick. They have every chance of being able to send this one to split.
Yeah, we'll have to see some big things from them, though, and I think it has to be in the beginning of the map as well. We can't really see another situation where they're 5-1, 6-1 down, and they get a couple of rounds, you know, here and there. It needs to be good from them off the get-go. They'll be seeing themselves on the defensive side, as this is the map pick of Bobo. And with the mirror comp, it really does come down to how do you play this composition better? Who is individually better as well?
So, early start we go. It is going to be Bobo making the push in, and it's RDW that finds the opening kill onto Feta, forcing Next Gen back over towards the A site. Dragon now with full control over towards this tree position. RDW found a second. Talk about an opening start here, as Crunchy is going to shut down any potential flank from Milky, who got into a bit of a precarious position. It's a fast start, but it is Bobo on top early.
Yeah, and Bobo have an idea of where both next-gen players were as well. Sinaway is relatively low, just making sure that they get themselves the plant and they play with their numbers strengths. 3 versus 2. Shock Dart and a Recon Dart exchanging sides, and now it's full focus on towards the side itself. Good Shock Dart puts McKinley down to 62 as Sinaway is taken down. Does make it all more difficult for McKinley to try and close out the remainder of this round. And now they exactly know where he's coming from as well. The Frenzy in exchange for a Sheriff. What is it actually going to be able to do?
Well, may as well go for it. Oh, double tap, not bad. Sentry turret, though, fortunately helps out Yifeng. Otherwise, I think Yifeng might have bit the dust as well. Opening round for Bobo. Plant down as well, successful. It was RDW that led from the front line, initiating and getting the opening kills that led the way for that spike to go down on the A side. So perfect start for Bobo. That'll lead them to full shields and some Yuns, Spectres, a couple of Guardians. It also means for next gen, probably not a whole lot they can realistically do in this second round. They'll have to wait for the bonus round in the third.
Yep, so a similar situation that we do see from the previous map, and one of the things that, you know, I was kind of hoping that I didn't see on the interest of seeing a little bit more from next gen. But we'll afford them potentially something with the Sheriffs that they have purchased into this round. Turret to be destroyed already to the B side of things. And here's that catwalk walk that you were hoping to, you know, kind of alluding to on that heat map, right? Seeing if next gen did anything of that, where we didn't really get ideas that it was all too consistent. Better was toying with the idea, but Util, that's a good shot actually. It's going to force him back.
Yeah, nice shot.
Flashbang.
My catwalk position getting a hefty workout though early from Bobo. Draken pushes through, the Spectre up close, it'll always favor him. Fatal falls, he at least got one. Does leave that tree position vulnerable. McKinley on sight, not bad. He actually hit the second shot as well, just not a headshot though onto Yifeng. Draken still just keeping that tree control, looking for any stragglers coming in from behind, looking for the flank, and catches both. 3 in the round for Draken. Milky not even having the gun out. Crunchy wins that one.
Yeah. It was nicely done from Dragon there as well, realizing that there's 2 members over towards short after he dispatches the first one is taken relatively low. Uses the fragment in combination with that classic, the old right click, get the job done. But some great damage from next gen regardless does mean that it's not going to potentially be the strongest bonus round for Bobo. They still do have a bit of a buy-in towards these Phantoms, some Spectres, or rather 1 Spectre, 1 Stinger, and a Ghost if Yifeng wants to keep it. So there's going to be a pretty strong retaliation front that Bobo are going to be able to put up, but my focus is more so going to be on next gen right now, because this is that bonus. This is that round that you probably should be winning. How much are you going to lose if you do win it?
Probably is probably not even the right word. You have to win it. It's a difficult ask, but you have to. You take into account the weaponry you've got, the utility you've got, what the opposition team looks like as well in terms of their weaponry. Sheriff, Stinger, Spectre. You get the opening kill at least, so that's Crunchy off the board. It's a good start. Makes it a 5 versus 4, and it's a slower play from Bobo. After 2 rushing rounds in the opening 2 rounds, it's slow over towards this B main position.
Quicker now though. Bobo starting to come in towards this site. Yifeng good for 1, but it is better finding the majority of the frags to keep things interesting. Next gen, they need to look to contain this B site against Dragon and IDW, of which they now know McKinley is playing at the back of sight, and it does come down to the timing there as well. Dragon lucky to still be alive for the moment. As RDW finds Milky, there's no more smokes for anybody in this round. A brilliant reveal though for Biggie Cheese, and he finds both of them.
It's almost like a sigh of relief more than anything. You can't really celebrate there if you're next gen. 3 deaths in the bonus round, so that really does hurt your economy in the long run. Not to sort of deflate a winning round for next gen, but it definitely was looking like Bobo were putting a serious dent into the bonus round. I think they'll be pretty happy with how that actually played out, all things considered. They now buy into the 4th, knowing that they at least did some damage to next gen, and you see the Spectres come out. That's basically what they were able to achieve now coming into this 4th round.
Get out of my way.
Quick one though from next gen, immediately in through mid from Feta, and just as quick as he is there, he is taken to his grave. Quite unfortunate really, but there are still some members for next gen over toward the B side. A massive reveal, look at that, 5 of them. No utility that Bobo can currently use. Does that put a reset on the round for them? Just the next couple of seconds it does.
Doesn't have to though, because no one's pushing in behind. They've got that vision courtesy of Crunchy. BW pushes forward, and he find the head of McKinley with a few knives, and that's the round done. Goes hunting. Could be costly. So now he does find the kill. Can he upgrade from the Spectre? Definitely possible. And 1 versus 3. You always kind of back yourself in for being able to clutch up, but that spike down, everyone on site. Not a lot of intel. Immediately you just get domed. That's a very aggressive shock dart from Yifang. Doesn't lose his life for it. Finds the kill. Sinaway gets no upgrade. And Bobo off to a clean start here on Ascent. 3-1.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rough round and turnout for next gen, unfortunately. Just things not going their way off the very get-go in that one. And then from bad to worse, they at least get a couple of kills in the mix, but it is the similar sort of start through the previous map, isn't it? Really, Bobo just doing what they need to do in terms of the fragging department, in terms of getting the space that they are required to. W is going to be bringing out the boomstick in this one. That operator is here. Probably not, you know, immensely required as it is an eco for next gen. It could be a bit of a pressure point if they're able to find him between missed shots, if that does happen.
Turret out.
With the round starting relatively slowly. We are going to see a bit of a peek in B main from McKinley with the Owl drone. Spots the turret, but I don't think it spotted any members.
Yeah, it just allows him to push up though. Get that turret. Take a little bit of pressure off that B main position. Does keep obviously next gen a little bit guessing, because right now it's all been B main focused. No one's there. You've cleared it out. Okay, where are they? They pushed through. Did get the suppression obviously onto McKinley. He'll fall back. And it does bring Milky over to help out. 55 seconds. A slower round from Bobo, but how many times have they set this up and then they just fast rush on site?
Yeah, pretty much a lot. That's the answer you're going to get from me here. Milky is going to be the first one to fall. At least McKinley good for 1 in return, and Sinaway. So okay, we're getting something potentially here from next gen. 40 seconds to go. McKinley still on the side as Feta loses his life. It's all going to be onto McKinley and Sinaway. But more importantly, it's just Crunchy who is able to isolate the jewel. Now knows where McKinley is, who's able to get it. And next gen are going to answer back with the thrifty.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that is probably one of the very, I don't want to say maybe the first 50-50 kind of round that they've been able to finally win out in this series, but the most pivotal, much needed. They just had the feeling that, you know, you're down 1-0, Bobo have come out 1-3 at the first 4 rounds. Is it going to be that kind of game? Big power play from McKinley, where this is a series where I think it's been all about teamwork and team coordination. Finally, a bit of power play from an individual for next gen. With the Sheriff, he finds 3. Now they've upgraded. They've got guns. They have the operator as well through Feta. B-main once again for Bobo. Is this getting a little too predictable?
And we'll give it a bit of time to see what next gen are looking to do here. Crunchy playing Lurk for Bobo, who haven't seen themselves in a bit of a pistol round in quite some time. Sheriffs for all of them. A minute is going to be approached on that clock. Crunchy still just lays in wait over at Lurk. Actually, rotations from next gen towards the B side of things, and that's where the smokes do start to come down from Crunchy. Market is first. McKinley dinked up, and then that secondary smoke goes towards the CT side of things. So that is going to provide Bobo the entry in toward the B site. If this turns into a 5 versus 5 retake, however, it could get pretty wacky.
Sheriff once again proved to be a strong weapon this time at the hands of RDW. A Thrifty potentially into a Thrifty. Hunter's Fury. It's 2 from Yibang. I mean, that is already job done. It is indeed Thrifty to Thrifty back to back. That hurts next gen. Just when it seemed like they maybe got one over Bobo and they could capitalize on it, they give it straight away back over.
Yeah, I think one saving grace that you could potentially, like, smallly make an argument for ever so slightly is the fact that Yifeng had to use the Hunter's Fury in that round, so your lockdown can go down if you're in a retake scenario, and Bobo might not be able to take that one out, and they have to give respect to it, but it's still a round that hurts. Nevertheless, next gen are going to be calling a tactical timeout here because, you know, you get a Thrifty round, you're all hype, you're all happy on the turn out of that one, and then you get one immediately back to you. You're pretty much at ground zero yet again.
And once again, we're just sort of left with this tactical timeout from next gen after a round where things could have probably just played out a little bit cleaner. It's always frustrating too when you think about the series as a whole. By and large, they've actually been really good, really good to watch, really fun to watch. They've had some good moments, but when you think about I almost want to say the word turnover because that's really what that round was, right? From a sporting terminology, that they've probably had more quote turnovers than what we've seen from Bobo, and that's probably cost them in this series. These kind of rounds where there's little mistakes, there's little lapses, you get Thrifty here and then maybe a misuse of an ultimate there, and that's been, I think, the biggest differentiating factor between these two teams so far. I think they've still got what it takes. Bro, you even get a Thrifty here. But it's not often you see 3 in a row.
Well, we've seen some ridiculous things in the times of Valorant so far, so adding to the plate I don't think will be too out of the ordinary. Feta pushing up. There's one member taken down of next gen's side, so you're 1 of 5 for the Thrifty into this round has been taken out, lessening the chances, and maybe Milky is next on the plate, but he does manage to try to step himself out.
A little bit of intel over towards B main at least, although I think Noz expecting them to overpeak. Doesn't win the initial duel, and Biggie Cheese thought maybe he was able to just sneak on by. RDW was watching all the way over from that top catwalk position. So 2 down without much of a fuss. It's intriguing. They've lost 2 despite not really Bobo pushing anywhere.
Yeah. Just let next gen come to them. Exploring over towards B main, and now the focus can fully shift over towards the A side of the map.
30 seconds left.
There is a world in which Bobo could get upset here. Thinking about it, 5 members to come through. If
no, not now.
Sit away, and Milky could have done something if they stayed at the tree.
Yeah. I think they were sensing potentially a slow play over towards B main, and the rush on the B side. They walked off of A. Can't really blame them too much either, though, to be fair. They don't really have the economy to play with either. So Milky in and behind, though. Is there a chance he gets the kill into Noz? Has to hit the first shot. Evidently does not. There's always that opportunity. You hit the headshot, you get the gun, you push him behind. It can really flip the round a bit, but doesn't happen here. Love the slow play. Almost measured play from Bobo. They get the flawless, and deservedly so.
Yep, they'll be able to back up the Thrifty that they get in the previous one to a flawless in this one. And now we'll finally get some weapons back in the hands of next gen. I really want to see them, be able to take some space on this defensive side, but be able to do it in such a way that they're able to find the advantage, right? That they're not just dropping picks willy-nilly, that they're not losing the duels one-on-one that they did in those previous rounds to Noz just hanging around outside. They need to be winning these ones, and maybe it is these ultimates that they actually have to be utilizing in a round such as this one. There's no ults that Bobo are going to be able to answer with unless Noz grabs an orb for himself to get that lockdown. So I do really want to see next gen just being able to potentially, maybe even just finding an opener and have it go unanswered with no trade. Maybe that's the way to start off.
Hunter's Fury on McKinley. does get a bit of damage onto Dragon. I think maybe got a slight tag on a Crunchy too. So something, a bit of information as well. Never hurts. So much focus though from Bobo of their attacks has been that B main position. Then a bit of a slowdown on Tree. That was more so utilized in their more fast rushing pistol rounds. Again, that spike just slowly makes its way over to B main.
Alarmbot's going to give some info that someone is pushing a little bit deeper in through mid. Fast drive into the market to clear anyone that's looking at it. But we can see that no one from Bobo was actually going to be extending into market just yet. They're actually going to choose to go over toward the A side of things. And the spike is actually in Yifang's hand, and he is the furthest away from the site. This is going to look a little bit tricky for Bobo. They have to gain complete control of this site, and so far so good. Dragon onto Biggie Cheese, Milky being taken down, and things are going in good order for Bobo. McKinley and Sinaway currently not near the action, and I think Xenox, this is just going to shift onto a save.
Yeah, it has to. You have no choice really in the matter. It's taken away from you entirely. And I love the play though in the end from Crunchy to just go the long way around, and ultimately with that spike in hand, you just cannot afford to try and cut through mid, get caught. Spike ends up in mid on the floor, changes the round entirely with so little time. Trust the team to get full control of A, so by the time you get there, it's spiked down immediately, no questions, no worries. That's exactly how it plays out. McKinley lucky to be alive. Shock Dart is sure. Boy, he's playing a risky game here. If he wants to keep a hold of that Vandal. Well, the Recon Dart's not going to do a whole lot either. They're going to get your gun out, McKinley. Yifang, 30 health, and with a bit of help from RDW, they do successfully complete the hunt. And they should know that Sinaway, he's just going to be sitting here back aside. They'll get the kill. They lose RDW's Sheriff, never mind. Sinaway did get Yifang as well. Crunchy will take the gun away though from Sinaway. That's the most important part. 6-2 scoreline, and this one just getting away from Next Gen.
Yeah, and the outcome of that round as well really doesn't do anything to the economy of Bobo, so they are just going to be laughing in their comms that Next Gen's attempt at a save, it does not work whatsoever. And they're forced back to a similar situation now with the lesser weaponry. Have to be having a discussion on what they need to do to make things work. They've had pushes through mid, pushes through B that both just have not worked. It does look like by positioning, the Next Gen are going to be pushing in through mid yet again. Fed up. Already taken down, not even a second into the round.
Up drone goes out looking for a bit of intel. Oh. Well, intel was found. Intel has been taken down. A bit more of a presence from Next Gen over towards mid, but it's been snuffed out. McKinley, the Sheriff, again, is his friend. He is very accurate with that one. Good headshot. But with that and the presence shown on A, it is a quick, swift rotate over towards the B side.
Oh, that was an opportunity for Sinaway. If he takes down Yifang, himself and Biggie Cheese are both alive, and they could make something of this round in a 3 versus 3 scenario. But unfortunately, that Stinger couldn't get the job done. And whilst McKinley does manage to dispatch of RDW, Spike is going to be going down on the B site, and you can already see that Yifang has pushed up through towards mid. He's going to catch him in a reload. You can't be reloading in the open.
No.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned.
It's always that way, though, isn't it? Doesn't matter really where you are, whether you're in the open area of mid, holding an angle. As soon as you are not in that position to shoot back, always something happens. Timeout again. Yeah. I think potentially here by Next Gen. Never mind. Maybe just trying to show us their pretty faces, because right now the gameplay is not looking as pretty. 7-2, and unfortunately not playing out the way that Pearl did. Defense has been pretty much picked apart by Bobo. Very calculated, measured attacks. Presence over towards A this time to Spike. Operator fed up, misses the initial shot. Cloudburst out, too late, loses his life. Dolph is on the ground, and although a bit of presence is over towards that catwalk position, Milky got one, traded by Dragon. Lockdown goes down.
High risk, high reward, going in for a pick like that by Feta, and now on design of Biggie Cheese. He's only good for one. It's just going upside down again for Next Gen. And as Sinaway is taken down, it's all going to be onto McKinley in a 1 versus 3. Full utility available bar the ultimate. And it does look like Yifang with Dragon are going to go at him together at the tree. Although, in finding that first frag, there is a potential world in which he's able to find this one. Shows out the positioning. as it's a high-low setup from Dragon and Crunchy. McKinley doesn't know the second member. In Crunchy being a little bit more elevated, and it is going to be that mentioned member from Bobo finding the final kill.
Yeah, it's always my downfall as well. You peek, you see two players, you go to shoot the first, but then your brain just wants to hit the second one, and you just never quite commit to either.
Yeah.
It's never going to happen. 8-2 scoreline, you know, for those that maybe have only just tuned in, either now or in the last 5 minutes, it's not very indicative of the series and the map that we saw on Pearl. This is a stark difference. This really does feel like Bobo is just putting the foot down. They've now won basically, I think, 6 of the last 7 rounds. It has turned into a bit of a stomp here on their attack. It's been very clean.
And you got to remember as well, the way in which Next Gen found a round on a Thrifty is not something that you can so consistently find and rely upon. You have to be winning these rifle rounds and these gun rounds. And whilst you have managed to find the blades here, Fetter's dashing in with 5 HP already. Crunchy taking him down. Biggie Cheese was taken down to 40 HP with spam too. So it's just going from bad to worse for Next Gen. This is a gun round from them. And if it doesn't go their way, you're probably looking at double digits in this half from Bobo's attack.
And it doesn't matter if you're up 8-2, 1 up in the series, it's still just slow, methodical play. 5 versus 4, you don't take any chances. You don't get too excited and start rushing around. It's slow over towards B main. One on site and Sinaway. Does have lockdown available. And probably the kind of round to actually utilize it, considering the economy and where it's at. It goes down. Hunter's Fury went out, has been suppressed. But they've been able to sneak out on site. There's 2 on site now already behind him. 1-for-1 trade. Still 2 more over towards B main. Efang pushes out of smoke, finds the kill. That was the opportunity for Next Gen. It was there. It was theirs for the taking. But unable to take it with both hands. Spike is down. Oh, what a shot from RDW.
Yeah, he's found that one quite nicely. Now it's all on to McKinley, dropping down into the logs, and RW's just already posted on that line. 34 HP, and he will be taken down. Another good round from Bobo at the end. I was thinking that for Sinaway there, you know, dropping the lockdown's always going to be well and good, but for Yufeng, already having the Hunter's Fury, that is that trade of ultimates that I made mention to, and at least, you know, maybe Sinaway gets away with 1 there and he's okay, but at the end of the day, it's just another good round from Bobo, hitting the shots where needed to, some good protocols, some good discipline. And as we do move into the last round of this half, you know, it's not the greatest buy in the world for Next Gen again. Similar situation that they see themselves time and time again. 3 Bulldogs, Vandal, and a Stinger. Yeah, we'll see if they can steal this round, but it's probably unlikely.
Yeah, half shields as well. So stealing the round probably would be the apt way of calling it. Although it's early fast presence now for Bobo. The way they started the half, the way they look to end it, does maybe play into the hands of Next Gen, who are already set up for it. Spike there, but still controlled by Noz. 2 for 2, so it's kind of just a draw. It's a stalemate at the moment, but they are surrounded and kind of hemmed in due to the positioning of Feta over towards that link position. This is probably the best chance Next Gen have had to win a round for quite some time. But is he aware that RDW is to his left-hand side? Oh, checked it for a moment, but RDW might get the first shot and does. The timing of it goes the way of the red jet. Good push from Biggie Cheese.
Oh, the timing. Crunchy from the shadows able to, well, get out, but it's all a ruse, isn't it? He denies himself it, and he's able to find Biggie Cheese caught out. Very well done by Crunchy. A 2 versus 3 that could have potentially been a retake or a denial of plant from Next Gen. It doesn't go their way, and RDW is even going to seal the deal onto McKinley. Xenox, there is that double digits, the scoreline that I made mention to.
Yeah, not a good sight, obviously, for Next Gen. Undoes a lot of the good work that we saw from them on Pearl. It's just not been their half on the defense here of Ascent. Try and sort of break down, you know, why is that? Why it hasn't worked for them? You try and dig deep and try and figure that out. I think Next Gen's ability to just initiate through B main is actually somewhat similar to what we saw from Next Gen on the B side of Pearl. Just their ability to fast push through those walls, get those initial picks. From there, you get site control. That was their biggest downfall, I think. No real sense of mid control ever established either from Next Gen early in the rounds. Anytime it got into that op battle, RDW is winning it, so you can't really play for the long game. just on top of everything, every facet of this game has been going the way of Bobo. They again are on the front foot. They are aggressive. They're trying to just keep Next Gen back towards spawn, but McKinley, another headshot. Pistol Sheriff, those have been his strong points.
Well, just let these frags speak for themselves at the moment, and I think really that's what we need to do. There's some good ones in from Next Gen for sure, but Bobo answer immediately back as the door closes. Milky, he is gonna be able to find Dragon. It actually gives them the best advantage that they've had in quite some time. Next Gen, a 3 versus 1, and it's just Yifeng left, 70 HP. And he's going to be bamboozling himself, going for a bit of a push against Milky, who is already left the scene.
Yeah, and finally some success is good for Next Gen. I mean, fortunately, this being the second map and you're already down 1-0, it's hard to sort of get these honorary losses in these maps now, because you lose this map, you're out. You get the kill there on the Yifeng, that's 3-10 on the scoreboard. You win the pistol round, you win the next round, that's 4-10. The only way they bring this back is if they win the bonus round for me. They win that bonus round, okay, you can kind of then keep snowballing off that, and that's probably the only way you claw back this scoreline. So this round has to be a foregone conclusion. You got to win this. Cannot allow Bobo to get any kills with the pistols and the marshals. And then from there, it's the bonus round. So there, if that's the case for me, Dion, this round has to be clean. You have to be keeping these Vandals. You have to be keeping these Bulldogs to go in and contest that bonus round.
Yeah, absolutely. If you lose a round such as this as well, if we want to even consider that, that's just going to be the nail in the coffin, I think. So this one really has to go cleanly for Next Gen. And off the get-go, I mean, it's not really that promising, is it? With all the members of Bobo towards this A site and them finding a couple of frags, it makes it a little bit difficult. At least if they're able to find Noz here, it might make things a little bit better, because then it is just RDW that you've got to contend with, and he's only got a shorty. So you mentioned these guns that Next Gen have to be holding on to. It is 2 Vandals and 1 Phantom that they probably should be holding over. It's probably the best weapons that they want to be taking.
Where's McKinley? Where's the dash shorty onto McKinley? Oh, he actually got him. He was right below him. The one player. So that's a big loss. That is a rifle gone for the side of Next Gen. But they do buy into it. It does, though, mean half shield for McKinley rather than full shield. It does actually, no, he opts to go for the Sheriff. And you know what? Well, he's thinking about, I'm just going to have to wait till he locks it in, but he has actually been popping off with the Sheriff. Does eventually get some money and buys out. So 3 half shields is the call for Next Gen. It's pretty good. They're in a really good position. This is not even, to me, a bonus round. This is just a round.
Yeah, this is a round. They got all that utility. They've got all the weaponry. And we can say the same thing about Bobo, who have all those weapons, all that utility. And you've even got Yifeng with an Odin in hand. So that's the state that we're at. He's not even playing spam over at the B site. He's kind of just flexing between going quick to B to support his teammate in Noz, or spamming through mid if they do spot anything. If that alarm bot gets popped, you know that the spam is going to come through from Yifeng. Next Gen's account, though. They're ready to open some books over towards the A side. RDW tucked in at Wine. His first point, and Jules is going to be against Milky, because the rest of the squad is over towards the tree, and they've overlooked Dragon. Oh, no.
Yeah, Flash went in. Dragon just holds his position at tree. After they cleared out that cubby position with Aldra, and they actually just went pretty fast there, Next Gen. They didn't really want to go too slow after getting that intel. You get into that cubby position, you probably don't want to be sitting for too long, but they just don't clear out tree properly. And it has cost them. That's probably the round before it even begins, right? Left. 2 left. Take a miracle from here for McKinley or Milky. There's one. There's a second, though, from Milky. Does work over towards mid. Does potentially salvage this round a little bit.
Yeah.
Winnable.
Still going to be quite difficult. McKinley, his position was unknown. And now with that recon dart, it would give up the information. But he's managed to sleuth in towards the site. The only problem being is that Noz is really already here, and so is Yifeng. And he doesn't have enough time to go and contest against both of them. So as he does dispatch of Noz, you expect Yifeng to come on up, take the fight. 4 seconds. Okay, hello, sir. Wow. Yifeng has given up the goat in this one. And now it's a 1-on-1. This is very achievable for McKinley.
This is why you never give up on a round. This is why you basically play until the final seconds and play for the win. Down 4-10. It's a hero play for McKinley. He's already made 1 earlier on in this map. With that Sheriff, he picked up 3 crucial kills this time around. It's the solo plant, 2 kills on site, falls back, and he can play for time. Unfortunately, he spams him through the wall. That is so unlucky for McKinley. I think he deserved at least the ability to fight back there, but you've got to give the credit to Crunchy. Really good shot. Knew he was falling back. Knew he was playing for time. Well played to stop that hero play from McKinley.
Yeah, you got to remember as well in that situation, the fact that McKinley's actually up on that ledge of lane means that the only way he gets down is by either making noise that he has actually dropped or shooting the Phantom to try and silence the fact that he has dropped. And either of those, Crunchy has an idea of where exactly McKinley is for the next second or two. So it's really wise from Crunchy to just kind of go over towards the lane as well and isolate the fact from leaving McKinley to guess, is he coming from lane or is he going to stairs? It just makes it a little bit better in favor for Crunchy. But I do have to say, Xenox, it got close and it probably shouldn't have been that close with the advantage that Bobo did seat themselves in. Less than 10 seconds to go before McKinley gets onto the site and he's able to find Noz and then Yifeng. That's where those risks have to be questioned as well and reviewed a little bit later on.
Yeah, I got to say in this series, you know, it's an NXG tack timeout. I do want to give a shout out to McKinley because he's had a really good series. He had obviously played really well with the Viper on Pearl and was a large reason why they found so much success, at least in their attacking rounds, onto that B site. And again, now here onto Ascent on the Sova, has put the Sheriff to good use, did well in the pistol round, good Aldrone usage, has been able to obviously almost clutch up massively there in that last round. So I just give the sort of plaudits where they are. And in this case, it is for McKinley. Unfortunately, though, it's a team game and the team is losing 4-11. And that's the aspect that Bobo have just been clearly a lot better at. And it's going to be a tough ask now for NXG. A full buy-in to this round. Whatever they can spend, they've spent it. You lose this round, you basically lose the map.
Essentially so, unless you pull out a Thrifty. And I don't know the validity of being able to rely on that. It's very minimal.
Revealing area.
For all you Sova mains out there, that dart is 500 IQ. It was totally meant to be there.
Bit of a deep push here for NXG. Has got them in towards that market position. Over towards lobby though. McKinley once again, this time gets the opening kill of the round. But on the other side of the map, over towards A, Mike still just outside of B main, and Crunchy does shut down the Sova. 40 seconds left of the round, and with the spike over at B main, that's where NXG will have to commit. But it's forced 3 players over to A site from Bobo. So it's just basically the solo Killjoy and Noz back of site in Boathouse.
Yeah, and he's popped both of his nano swarms, so it affords himself a little bit of time by halting the proceeds of next gen. Feta is the one that is stomping and stampeding towards the back of this boathouse, and Feta is actually going to find the better of that duel, so the spike will go down. And we're going to shift into a post plant where next gen do have player advantage.
4 versus 3. Very low health PGs, but that's all right, considering everything else is very much in their favor. To win this round, Feta finding the kill onto Yifeng, the Guardian. That's now a 4-2 scenario, plant down deep on site. This should be an NXG round win. They committed into the round, and it looks like they will get rewarded for it. Matter is how many people can get out of this alive. Obviously, Bobo have got the ability to go for these exit frags, and they will find them. So round win should go the way you would think of NXG, but the guns are not going to be in their hands at the end of this round, at the conclusion of it.
Maybe even Sinaway loses his life to RDW2. It is just...
Wow.
Okay. That is the widest of the wide swings. Next gen afforded a chance though here, Xenox, with that round 5-11. The economy for Bobo, it didn't swing in their favor on the tail end of that round. So with all that damage, it's really only impacted the shields of next gen. Everybody else getting out that utility that they do want. McKinley, he's not going to be able to get the owl drone. So that's one avenue of getting some reconnaissance into a site that they actually can't rely upon. I wonder how much of an impact that actually does have, because McKinley's drones have been pretty good at actually pushing Bobo off lines and finding early info.
Time's out early today. Rush attack here from NXG, and it's worked out well. They've got 3, 2 of them from Sinaway. Over towards this Raptors possession with a pistol. That's not going to do enough. Noz, last one alive. He was on the B site. And so that it will be a round for NXG, and one where the fast-paced pressure finally has worked out for them. Probably the signature move that we've seen from Bobo in this series now being used against them. Signs of life though from NXG. They were down 10-2 and they've brought it back to 6-11. Obviously though, a round where Bobo were not able to invest any of their money into. They had none. So this is where they will be able to try and counteract this little push from NXG.
Yeah, we've got a pause coming down as well. So again, a couple of seconds to just figure out what's going on for these teams. It's going to be Bobo's tactical pause as they, you know, I wouldn't say they're really feeling the pressure that this series is going to be putting on them at the moment, because they still do have quite a substantial lead at 11-6. You really start to question things if it gets down to something like 11-9 or 11-10. Right, we've seen recently in history that any game is essentially winnable from scoreline deficits. I'll throw you the Fnatic versus Loud scoreline of 11-3, and Fnatic were able to come back and win 14-12. So it just goes to show that, you know, if you've got plans, you've got resilience, and you've got protocols that you're able to follow and realize what your opponent's doing, get the better of them, you can definitely mount a fantastic comeback.
Mate, I've lost ranked games where we were up 11-0, so
yeah,
you're never safe. You're never safe. That was part of a. I shouldn't probably say this on broadcast, but I'm almost somewhat proud of it. 20-game losing streak.
Oh Lord, I've been there, unfortunately.
20-game losing streak. It was an interesting one. Well, we'll see whether or not NXG you bring this one back. Oh, the look away from RDW. Should have honestly got a kill, but the Jet distracted him, and the Jet then goes on and finds the kill on the Yifang. Good pressure, forces him back through market. Wow, he just pushes up over towards that pizza position. Dragon flash gets the kill. Feta got so aggressive.
I'm so confused because Feta had a ridiculous spray transfer that puts Dragon down to like 8 HP or something, and then he just gets off the line. Potentially he got flashed, and the spectator, you know, only shows the tail end of the flash when it starts to fade away. Regardless, with all the damage that has been delivered now, it is a 3 versus 2 scenario. The next gen do hold player advantage in. From the shadows utilized by Crunchy, he's going to be landing himself still back at that A site, which is where next gen are actually going to move towards.
Love the slowdown though. And they've basically got everything that they want that they can play with through Garda now up and towards window. 30 seconds. This is interesting though. McKinley, spot RDW, he does. And yeah, okay, Crunchy gets one, but they got the numbers to trade. They get the spike down, 7-11.
Okay.
And suddenly it just gets that little bit closer.
Does, doesn't it? And it's not going to be a gun round to come through for Bobo too. So on the back of that timeout, nothing really to come from it. Next gen on this attacker's side, they're starting to really do good things. You know, reiterating what they were able to do on Pearl when they did have some success. It was prominently those quick B plays that were able to get them there. And on Ascent, you know, it's a bit of a change up, right? And it's good to see a change up from them. It goes to just show that they have a little bit of a deeper strat book that they're able to execute and realize situations quite nicely. Have they given themselves enough breathing room? I think that's one of the big questions to be asking of them at the moment. Have they afforded themselves enough in the remainder of this map? If they can get this one cleanly without dropping too much, I think, you know, things do start to get a bit closer and a bit scarier for Bobo.
Oh, McKinley almost getting the second there onto Noz, who just stays alive, 11 health. You get that kill onto the Killjoy and obviously really just opens up that B site, but now he's able to fall back. You've got 2 there. So it's Sinaway that has to get a big kill onto Crunchy. Of course, this being an eco round for Bobo, you're not expecting themselves to get all that aggressive, but it's about what can they steal away. First shot misses. And the first shot is the more all-important shot with the Sheriff. Very lucky for Feta to stay alive there. I do feel like you win this round, you keep your guns. Economy well and truly strong enough that even if it does go to 12 for Bobo, immediately NXG will have all the guns and all the utility necessary to keep it alive. So you ask if there's enough leeway. There's not a lot, but there's at least one round that they can still play off of. So 8-11 puts all the pressure onto Bobo. They've been at least able to get 2 players over towards this Rafters position, but
player standing.
They don't last long.
Oh, Noz at least able to take away 1, so there is some damage that's being delivered in the round from Bobo. But it is another one that goes Next Gen's way. They're starting to make a good collection. 4 rounds in a row. Previously, before that, it was the first 2 of this half. Now that we do see that Bobo has the purchases to come through, RDW's gone glass cannon with that operator. What does this defense look like for Bobo? It's quite the important round for Bobo, actually, all things considered, because if they do drop this, you're seeing an eco in the next, and you're potentially seeing double digits from Next Gen. Any slip-ups, and this map will be played all rounds of regulation. So Bobo, a big test for them in this round.
No shield on RDW either, so a little bit susceptible. Any shots that can land onto him. He'll have to hit the first shot and dash away, as is the customary play. Well, he doesn't hit the first shot and he doesn't dash. Headshot from Feta, no shields RDW, and he falls to the Phantom from range. And that's the operator down in a, I don't want to say must-win round for Bobo, but a pretty important one. A critical moment in this map. They got time as well still.
You should run.
You can see the members of Bobo. They are all over on that A side of the map, and it's the B side that Next Gen are expanding in towards. Lockdown here. Combination of some good utility to clear all of the angles. They're going to have their free pick of where they want to put this spike down. And then it is just going to come into that post plan. It's going to be a 5 versus 4 in favor of Next Gen. Now, Bobo held a lot of their utility. They got a lot of these ultimates. If they want to get them down, though, they have to win B main control. And Biggie Cheese is going to be the first one to fall there.
Oh, he just got a little bit of a shoulder peek. And he went off of that with the spray early, but the numbers were there too quickly from NXG, though, with the information over towards B main. They capitalize, they pounce, and it's just starting to smell a little bit of blood in the water. Bobo are gettable. From 10-2 down, NXG will make this one a 9-11 scoreline, 2 rounds away, and economy's still in shambles for Bobo. They'll have the operator to pick up and take back into the next round. But no one else is really going to have much in terms of weaponry. There's not much that Bobo will have. Gonna get one extra onto Milky. Yes, that's big. But it's not really going to be big enough. NXG have the numbers. They have the economy to buy back anyway. Milky doesn't care. Massive comeback for NXG.
Yeah, you can see as well that Bobo were expecting not another member to be in B main from Next Gen. They ran straight towards the lockdown position with Noz there, and I think it was Dragon as well that overlooked it, and they were both felled. At least Noz finds one, but Shocked Up finished him. Some good timing positioning from Next Gen. 9-11. We got a pause here as you didn't see it at the tail end of last round. Yifeng, I think he might have had some internet troubles or a disconnection or something like that. He was walking toward Narnia. So have a bit of time just to settle down and have a bit of a think. Because ultimately, Xenox, you know, we were questioning what Next Gen needed to do on their attacker's side, right? And I believe the protocols that they've been disciplined in displaying right now is exactly what we were asking for them. They're very meticulous in finding this space, finding these positionings, and catching Bobo off guard. They've got their own contingencies as well that they're able to really rely upon if they do lose a frag. So I think really that, you know, those rounds that they've been able to string together in a row is putting some good pressure onto Bobo.
Yeah, they've been versatile as well. It hasn't been that one-dimensional. I kind of commend what they did on Pearl with the B site pushes, but it actually ended up becoming a little bit predictable towards the end. That wasn't necessarily their downfall. Their downfall was the fact they could never really get any success on the A site of Pearl. They were just losing those short contact fights. And then yet we come over to Ascent now. Obviously defense didn't work out. You go down 10-2, shocking half. You think, okay, this one's probably in the books. They switched it over to their attack though. And we've seen just about everything. We've seen B main rushes. We've seen A site rushes. We've seen mid control. We've seen market pushes. So they've just been so versatile, and they're winning a lot of that initial early contact fight. We're seeing that from McKinley. Sinaway's been big as well. And that's really what has found them the success. And they're just, yeah, meticulous in their approach. They're not one-dimensional. Okay, so a bit of a stack over towards A this round after showing a bit more over towards B in rounds gone prior and a lot more mid presence. And it just keeps Bobo guessing.
Do they need to guess any further for this round? However, that blade and all this utility, the positioning that they hear around the A side of the map, they're going to know that the players of Next Gen are surrounding and preparing for an A take. Dragon's actually going to pop Null Command to put a bit of a stall on this round. Next Gen are going to have to respect that. As RDW pushes up Catwalk, something we explored upon in those heat maps previously for Next Gen. You can see that there actually might be a fight here.
Oh, the shot. Wow. the crouch from Feta actually just sort of undid RDW there and keeps him alive and wins that fight. It's a big one. And I was about to sort of command RDW. I mean, that's just the perfect play. Cuts off so much of the map, keeps them sort of tucked in over towards that A main position. Now they get to sort of just go. They got all 5 plays there, Spike as well, trying to keep the Rafters position clear to allow them in. They haven't cleared out Dragon though, but he gets a little bit caught with who he wanted to take down. In the end, he only got 1. Now in a 2 versus 1, McKinley and Sinaway are both so low. The Aldrone gets the information onto Sinaway. Oh, he couldn't hit the shot though. It's 10-11. It's another round to NXG. 8 of the last 9.
A breath of fresh air could have taken them out there. Yifeng did have another shock dart as well. He could have settled down, potentially ricocheted a couple of, or rather that last dart, even a potential right click, but he can't, you know, rely on that. Maybe even the situation, he's not thinking of it. He wants the kill. Someone's potentially yelled at how low they are. He himself doesn't know the damage is delivered. A real rough turnout in a round for Bobo, but again, it was lesser weaponry for them. So this is the crucial one here, Xenox. This is the one that Bobo need to find to get 12. Otherwise, it's looking like Next Gen might be able to gather that first. Missed shots on that 0 point as well. So
they had weaponry in the last round. It's just the loss bonuses are piling up. So that's where they're getting their money from. They're just in the full loss bonus now. 10-11. Yeah, they get to full buy into this round again as well. They got shields, probably more shields this time around. But it's a full B site take. It's a rush, and again, that's where the success has been for Next Gen. I think they've completely caught Bobo off guard. Now, Bobo obviously have the capabilities to go for the retake, but look at the position of Next Gen. All the way into B main. They've got a player sitting just at the steps of market. Nothing much over towards that alleyway position from CT, but that's the only sort of glimpse there, I think, for Bobo where they can find an in.
Yeah, Noz is waiting to put a lockdown potentially, but then you know that McKinley has the Hunter's Fury. Somebody needs to activate for Bobo, and it's not going to be RDW. Is it going to be Crunchy? No, because Feta has his boys back. A brilliant reveal. Feta able to capitalize, and now it's just down to Yifeng once again. We are looking at a tied scoreline, 11 apiece.
It's been so earned. It's been well and truly earned. In all facets, it's Next Gen that have just controlled this second half. The only round they lost was, in theory, the bonus round, but in total fairness to Bobo, it was not a bonus round because how dominant rounds 13 and 14 were. Next Gen had a full buy. They have been almost flawless. Just one blip in this second half, 11-11, and now all the pressure onto Bobo. This is where they have to start making decisions about their economy as well. They leave money for the next round. They're basically almost going to have to give this one up and allow Next Gen to get to 12. Recon Bolt does get shut down. Feta, again, the aggressive play over towards Switch. Biggie Chase, look at all of the kills. It's just all red. It's all just one-sided. It's all site controlled. Boathouse, though, Crunchy. Can he make the hero play that they don't so desperately need? He got 2 shut down by Milky. Now gives the opportunity over to RDW in the 1 versus 2.
That was actually huge from Crunchy. He's put a winnable scenario on the back of RDW, who hasn't been spotted out by the Owl drone. Only with a Sheriff. If he finds one, he can put the blades up. But with a minute to go, if he finds McKinley here, Xenox, this could be the in for RDW. But the timing, the dark cover, paramount by Milky.
To A. Spike's on A. So there's no chance now, you would think, that they blow this one. Surely. He's got his knife out. He has got his gun. He's not ready. Bobo's not ready. McKinley, Sinaway have been absolutely perfect in this comeback for NXG. From 10-2 down, they lead now 12-11. It is their map pick. It is their moment. And their chance of sending this one to split is now in their hands.
Oh dear, Bobo. What's gone wrong in Camp Bobo? Or rather, maybe the question is what's gone right in Next Gen? Let's see how the start of this round turns out. RDW into wine, and he's already been spotted as well. I'm pretty sure Milky had found that one. Crunchy sticking through the Hunter's Fury, able to find one. They actually didn't spot RDW. There's 2 kills, and it was sorely needed. The nth hour for Next Gen to put us onto 12. Is it all going to fall apart here? And are Bobo going to send us into overtime? McKinley has something to say about that.
And even if they had a spotted RDW, there probably wasn't a whole lot you could necessarily do straight away. You got the Hunter's Fury sort of blocking a lot of the sight lines as well. Dragon now slips into there, tucks in. McKinley ready for it. But the way that McKinley and Sinaway have played though in this series, these would have been the two he wanted. And lose Sinaway. Now McKinley in 1 versus 3 to clutch up the map. Has the spike, can go to B. Has time, has to commit to it now though, and does not. And as he gets suppressed and as he gets revealed, it's all a little bit too late to head over to B. Nice shot though onto Dragon. Waiting for the flank from Catwalk, not going to happen. But again, 35 seconds left. He does not have the time to head to B. And they will be aware of that, Yifang and Noz. They can just set up.
Wouldn't it be adding insult to injury if McKinley's somehow able to pull this one off? Turret to be destroyed, Noz to find the kill.
Scanning ahead.
All right, baby. They want OT. They're not letting go of this one.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Well, I don't want to say it's undeserved, but it almost feels like anticlimactic for NXG considering the run that they were on. Only 2 green lines in favor of Bobo there in that second half, but a very pivotal one in the 24th round sends us into overtime. And now the question is, now that we're all tied up, okay, whatever, you were on your streak, we've stopped that now. It's all back to square even. Full buys for both teams in overtime. This is where Bobo have the experience to get this one across the line. It would be somewhat heartbreaking if NXG cannot send this to split from this point now.
Overtime. Next gen. They've fought valiantly here. Let's see if they're going to be able to send us into split. They do it with a good start, don't they? Country down. No smokes now available for Bobo. As they do expand in towards mid, there's a combination of utility to get the market control. You've got rotations starting to happen for next gen as well, but you got a lot of pressure on McKinley, a lot of pressure on towards Sinaway here as well. But as they do start to fall over, it's killed down from both of these squads. Biggie Cheese and Fed are the last 2 remaining, but it's a brilliant shot from Biggie Cheese. And now Dragon with 36 points of HP has to pull out some magic here to get this first round of OT for Bobo. Sees where Biggie Cheese is, but he can't be baited too hard by this. Feta hasn't moved just yet either. And that spike is in a pretty difficult position. I think maybe it's even retrievable from Dragon. And he doesn't get down silently either.
Made noise. I'll be aware of that. Biggie Cheese was just sort of shoulder picking a bit, but has technically allowed Dragon to slip by. I don't think they heard him.
Now they know.
Now they know, of course.
Spike planted.
So Spike goes down, 1 versus 2. Dragon low on health. He has to get the first kill. Do they just play together? Probably the best way here for Biggie Cheese and Feta. They do. The brothers in arms. Surely they don't both. Oh, Dragon! Oh, it is a big clutch, and he takes them both down. Together they are falling at once. Match point, Bobo.
A 1 versus 2 with 36 HP, and they walk in together. They don't use any utility. An operator in the hands of Feta. I guess one could argue that it makes him a little bit more difficult to be able to get into a situation like that. And even for Dragon, right? He's got a flash drive. He's got a 0 point. He could use those, but it would reveal his position. So he plays on the side of caution and silence, and he's able to sneakily find both of those 2 headshots. That is wonderful.
Yeah, I don't think you go to utility there in a 1v2 late game knowing they're going to push. I think you just got to keep the gun out. Got to keep the gun out, and he does that. It's so well played from Dragon. Doesn't move too much either. Holds his position, plays behind default, and just allows them to sort of come to him. It's always that old adage, though, Komodo. We've all been there. Do you play together? Do you split? One goes in behind, one comes in from the front. He probably doesn't get the ability to kill both with the position he had. But if he's playing a position like Boathouse, the split probably doesn't work. So it's a tough ask, unfortunately, for Feta and Biggie Cheese. I think you just sort of at that point, it's like, okay, it's a 2v1. We play off of each other. We just try and swing. But they almost just both basically gave him a 1v1 at a time with the way that they both pushed it. So it didn't quite work. Yeah. Well played, Dragon, and in the best position now to win this game.
It's always those things as well where you sometimes question you don't win a 1vx, you lose a xv1, but I think in that situation it wasn't really too much of that, but more Dragon assessing the situation, and he's able to back himself as well to be able to win that 1 versus 2. So really well played from him. Puts Bobo 1 leg up in this endeavor to find map victory here and end this series 2-0 in what one could argue is probably a situation that they weren't expecting if they jumped into this map at 10-2.
Aldrin goes out, gets a little bit of information on that catwalk position, a position that we haven't obviously spoken enough about, but they are starting to play it a little bit more in this series. Oh, the shot from Yifang, it's good. It's so good. It takes out Sinaway. It's probably been the best on initiating here on Ascent. Recon Bolt does catch out Milky, and the pressure from Crunchy now as well with the trap. That's going to be the round, you think. Biggie Cheese, though, does catch him a little bit. Falls into cubby, spams over towards Yifang, who's low. Gettable. You get that? Then it's a 2 versus 3, and it's winnable. But he falls back.
They're split up, those Xenox, and that's a problem right now. McKinley, nowhere near his teammate in Biggie Cheese, and if they go mid, they're going to have to contend with Dragon
30
already,
seconds left.
who flew above them in the previous round and shut them down. He hears some info. He hears the grass steps. He can comm that to his team. 20 seconds, and Bobo already 2 members toward the A side of things.
Oh, Biggie Cheese just runs past Yifang. He tried to get maybe a little bit moving over towards the site, saw the gun barrel flick back, and by then it was too late. What a result. What a game. Unfortunately, heartbreak for Next Gen. They fall short in overtime after completing a sensational comeback in that second half. All you can really see is NT in the end, Komodo to that performance for Next Gen. But Bobo, in the end, they do capitalize when it comes down to that crunch time. They got the experience, and boy, some critical moments. That's the kind of game where you could pretty much dissect probably the last 3-4 rounds, play by play.
That is essentially a situation, and the feelings and vibes that we were getting on the weekend previously with that Fnatic and Loud game, from a ridiculous scoreline that a team tries to come and mount a comeback from, but unfortunately for Next Gen, it doesn't go their way, with them being that team that was attempting the comeback. From a 10-2 at the first half, we're thinking that this map is going to be done and dusted. We're thinking Bobo has done enough, but Next Gen step up on their attackers' side. 11-12, they had that advantage, but we get into OT, and then from some heroics of Dragon, he's able to clutch it on through, and then Bobo, they clean up the round afterwards, and they seal the deal on this series, which means Bobo are going to be facing off against Honey Badgers. That's their next target to take down, and unfortunately for poor old Next Gen, they're going to have to await to see who they're going to be facing off against next.
Yeah, and obviously I wasn't a part of the regular season here for this split, and for me, it's the first time getting to cast these guys, but I was thoroughly impressed, and giving all of the plaudits, I think, over to McKinley and Sinaway as individuals, but even some really good plays from Feder on the jet, especially in that second half. Milky, Biggie Cheese, definitely no slouches either. It's a really solid team. Saw some really good things from them, and I've been around esports for a long time now, and that's just the kind of team that it's just not there yet. But boy, the signs are good, Dion. Like that's the kind of team I just look at and say, I think there's a future there.
Yeah.
If it all sticks together, they keep improving as a team, it's all there. I can only just give plaudits for what was a really good performance. Against a team that obviously these are names that I'm way more familiar with. These are names that I've seen since basically the beginning of Valorant, and who have been around this region for some time now, have the skills and have the capabilities, of course, to play internationally. So in the end, Bobo deserved winners. When you go back to Pearl, they were in control. When we think about that second half, Bobo really just wrestled control. They were able to win out, not comfortably. They did get pressured a little bit, but they were by far the better team. And at Ascent, they were up 10-2. So if you take into account Pearl and then up 10-2, it's just Bobo. What a wonderful effort from Next Gen to just force this one to overtime. But in the end, the more experienced team does sort of win out. They do win 2-0. We did predict that, but I didn't predict the fight from Next Gen. So really good from them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, I think you've hit the nail on the head of the coffin in terms of saying that Next Gen are a team that we'll be watching, are a team that are on the come up, and we saw that kind of when they were under their previous alias. And they're just showing really good signs coming forward into these sort of series, and we want to see more from them. They're a team that we probably look towards maybe seeding around the 4th to 5th, maybe one could argue toward the 3rd mark right now, and we just kind of see with time, how far can they push this?
Yeah, 100%. Let's go and have a chat with our winners, though, from Bobo to Yifang coming on the line and having a chat with us. Congratulations on the win, Yifang. A really good one. In the end, they pushed you all the way to overtime on Ascent. It looked comfortable, it looked cruisy. 10-2 in the second map. You're up 1-0. It just seems like job done's probably around the corner. Sort of what changed in that second half for you guys that went wrong?
Honestly, I think I'm not too sure what went wrong actually as well. I don't think I personally got a lot of value, and I think we kind of didn't really play the map and around our team comp properly. you know, it took us quite a while to figure out like what was actually going wrong, and those tech pauses from the coach this time actually like paid off at the end. We kind of like fell into that loophole of just shutting our brains down after we keep losing a few rounds.
Yeah, it's fair enough here, Feng. Firstly, congratulations in that series. A very close one and a very nail-biting one towards the end. Something that I want to know is a fun thing. I made mention to the fact that we saw the player cams on Pearl, and I said that you were nerfed because you were wearing a shirt. When did you take it off?
Yeah. Just before this interview, actually, because it was getting too hot in the room. I was like getting sweaty and all that, you know? that match
Fair
was too
enough.
intense for me.
Yeah, Feng, I just wanted to sort of, I guess, ask maybe about the future now, obviously with Honey Badgers coming up next, and sort of what that entails for you guys as a team, and I guess maybe some thoughts going into that series and how you potentially view the matchup.
Honestly, I have no clue. How well we'll do purely depends on if Riley's feeling good enough on the day to play or not, because obviously without him, we're probably just going to get destroyed. With him there, maybe we can put up a bit of a fight. And personally, I'm kind of the anchor on the team. I haven't played in a tournament or on a team or scrimmed or anything for too long, so especially when we were like playing on Pearl, it showed that I was a weakling because I've never played that map to begin with. Once again, yeah, I'm not too sure. It's not like the guys don't play the game at all. Like the last time 3 of them have touched the game was the last time we played the tournament, so purely depends on how they feel on the day. Yeah, purely depends on that.
The skills don't decline that too quickly, mate. So you guys are still looking really sharp as always. Thanks again for coming and having a chat. Best of luck in the semi-final to come against Honey Badgers. Wish you all the best of luck.
All right, cool. Thank you, guys.
Quick words, obviously, from you, Fang, and very much looking forward to seeing how they do go against Honey Badgers. I think on their day, at their best, definitely more than capable. We're going to go to a short break. It was a 2-0 win for Bobo on Pearl and Ascent. They take the plaudits. They move forward to the semi-finals. For next gen, they go down to the lower bracket. It does still look good for them in the long run. For now, though, they are down the bottom. Coming up after the break, though, one more best of 3 to come. And N5X, and along with who plus 2, I should say. It doesn't equal anything to me. It does equal to the fact that we will be back shortly, so don't go too far.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
You come this far, and you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabriel Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Oh, and then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, she said he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
It's a victorious Bobo that kickstarts the playoffs here in Oceania as they take down their opponents next gen 2-0 in the quarterfinals. That's the first of our 2 best of 3s that we have today. Of course, now moving forward, 95X taking on the Who Plus 2 in our next quarterfinal matchup. Of course, for next gen, not out of it. They go down to the losers bracket, and well, they'll be joined by one of these two. Of course, that's the way it all works. Fun Crew then awaits the winner in a series though that we pegged, and you especially, Komodo, as match of the day.
Yeah, I potentially think that this has, you know, the potential to be the match of the day, but now I'm kind of thinking that we got enough from the first series that I think we're happy with the day regardless of this series. If it is a landslide, if it is very close, I think we got some pretty cool Valorant so far.
Yeah, certainly so. Let's go and have a look at our teams a little bit more closely, though, of course, coming into this, I guess you consider second quarterfinal. Now we'll start with 95X and talk about household names in the Valorant region of this region that have been around basically since the start. And I think when you kind of look at the two teams, you can clearly probably see 95X have the names on paper. They have the experience, somewhat similar to what we saw of us in our last match with Bobo.
Yeah, of course, Minimize leading the charge and the helm on the IGL department, and then you kind of follow on through with the rest of the squad all rocking their jerseys, recently coming back from a boot camp over in Perth together, getting some good experience to hopefully, you know, take this game far, to really try and be the team that gets that Ascension slot. And of course, this team features rather Swirl as well, who currently is leading that top 5 players in terms of ACS in this tourney.
Their opponents, though, of course, the Who Plus 2, which does not equal 2, as much as I would really like it to. We can keep going all day with that one. But some names here, of course, that, you know, for myself, I obviously haven't done Valorant for a little while. These are newer names for me. So, Komodo, take us through, I guess, sort of your thoughts on this roster, where they're at, where they've kind of come from as well, coming into the playoffs.
Yeah, so another team where it's like you've got players that are kind of coming up throughout the region, trying to find their form, trying to find what works for them, similarly to our previous team in Next Gen. I think those are the two that you can kind of compare them to. Although when you put up the Who versus the Who Plus 2 rather versus Next Gen, it was Next Gen that did actually come out in the series that they played against each other 2-0. That was relatively close. I mean, 13-10, 13-9. You take that for what it is. We see Vista and Zort kind of dancing around together a lot in the ranked scheme of things, and funnily enough, previously before the game today, it was actually Swirl queuing with Vizsla. They were both streaming, having some good fun, so they've got a little bit of a friendly rivalry coming through, and I hope to see some good things in this series.
Hopefully so. There's the friendly rivalry. Let's have a look at the head-to-head breakdown and see if we can find a bit of a rivalry in the game as well. It's Mike and it's Vizsla that has been chosen, I believe, by yourself here. And
yeah.
Why have you gone for that?
I was trying to remember who I actually picked for a second. Did I go down the Bannerist route, or did I go down the similar agent style route? And I actually did the latter. So these guys usually are playing on the same sort of roles, you know, your Killjoy, your Cypher-esque as well. And I think when you look towards Mike, we just have a lot more moments from Mike in his history of Valorant. He's, you know, been here pretty much since the beginning of Valorant, just dancing around, really putting in some good numbers and, you know, some great plays. One of which actually pops into my head is what he was able to do on Bind once upon a time on A site. It was, you know, just a ridiculous play and a lockdown of a round. But I think when you're looking at this series, it's, you know, kind of hard to kind of depict individually and statistically who you can put against each other, because at the end of the day, I look at this series like the previous one, and it should be pretty clean on who should be winning this series and who probably shouldn't. But again, I will always welcome a comeback. I'll always welcome an underdog story, because we just got one.
Exactly. Well, kind of. We got the one with the bad ending. If you're a fan of the underdog, the maps, though, of course, Pearl, a bit of a favorite map in recent times. We just recently had it. We do not get it again unless we go to a third. It's the decider. It's Icebox, and then it's Ascent. Who pick Icebox? It was Who Plus 2. 95X, of course, the ones for Ascent, our second map, similar to our first series. Fun fact for myself here, though, Dion. Icebox, my least favorite map. Hate it.
Oh, really?
I hate playing
I want
it.
to pick your brain on that. What? Give us some pointers as to why.
Well, see, first pointer, I'm awful. Second pointer, I'm not very good. No, but like seriously, it's a personal preference thing for me. It's just like I prefer all of the other maps over, say, Icebox, for example. Don't mind watching it though, so I guess that's a little bit of a pleasing thing, I guess. Thoughts though from you, obviously, on the map veto that we've seen. How do you think that changes anything?
I think in terms of veto deletion for 95X, you know, they probably want to tend towards something like a Pearl. We've seen them play that more often than not. Icebox is probably not a map that they would generally lean towards, let it be picked into them. They did actually play it against both Bobo and Fun Crew. They were successful in one and unsuccessful in the second. Now, I'll give you a guess as to which it was. They were actually successful in beating Bobo. That was 13-6 was the final scoreline in that one. A big old slapping. And then the other map that comes into it, the secondary one, I mean, it's pretty, you know, straightforward in the middle of the map. So I think it's an interesting pool. It's not dissimilar to our previous one. I'd be very intrigued if we do get to the third and final one in Pearl. I think if we do get there, that they're probably, you know, should be a heavy favorite. But again, both of these teams are kind of fluid in that map. It still just leads on to 95X individually, and as a team, more experience, more oomph factor that I think they should be taking this series.
Should touch on the fact that, of course, Bonobo comes in for Harry for Who plus 2. Thoughts on that one? Does that change a lot in your mind?
Look, there's always going to be a change in a roster that like it has an impact, right? And I think you always have to look at the scenarios on who's been taken out, what was their role, is it a direct replacement for the substitute, and what are they actually going to bring into this one? And I think I don't really want to put too much judgment onto this. I think that Harry, you know, as an instrumental player coming in towards this roster, and if you're the team that is an underdog and you're losing a player that is in your consistent roster, I think that hurts even more than, you know, if you were on par with your other team. So I think that it is not as much as a big deficit as it could be, but it certainly hurts.
Yeah, obviously, I think predictions time. We both went with 95X earlier in the show. We've seen the maps, we've seen even roster changes. Does it keep your thoughts that it's 2-0 likely for 95X? Maybe leaning towards Pearl?
No, I think it should be 2-0 towards 95X. I probably think it would even be cleaner as to what we saw in the previous series between Bobo and Next Gen. That's where my thoughts lie.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, though, cleaner, because it was almost unclean. It was that 10-2 on a set, and then from there it all changes, doesn't it? So, I mean, things can change very, very quickly. It is very much that underdog status. I do agree. I think coming into this 95X, they got the experience, they got the player names, they've got really, I think, the better position to go on, win this, take on Fun Crew, which obviously will be a very difficult ask.
Yeah.
And then I think for the Who plus 2, really, what do you gain from this? You get a bit of a learning experience. It's double a limb, so you can obviously afford to lose this game. It wouldn't be the end of the world. In that case, in terms of, I guess, that fall in grace as we get the agent picks coming out, you know, there is something that you can at least take away from this. Even if you lose, you're still in the tournament. As we go to the agents, though, obviously, it is Icebox. So I guess thoughts as to what we're going to see here. Viper, Killjoy, really no surprises with those.
Yeah, I'm just loading up the statistics on exactly what we get previously from these guys, and I was wondering specifically Harry, you know, being on that duelist role, if Bonobo is actually going to pick that, and it is the Jet coming through there. So in essence, it is going to be that 1-to-1 here, but we flip over towards 95X, and I am actually so happy that we get to see a Harbor brought in here, because when DRX brought that out in lock-in, it wowed everybody, and I thought it was really, really cool. So I'm wondering here off this boot camp, because we know that Minimize puts in so much effort on this IGL department and research department that not a lot of people actually realize behind the scenes how much he puts in there, that this is them cooking up something new. This is them learning from international games and then practicing it and putting it in effect. And I was actually luckily enough the other day to be the guinea pig with them. I jumped in a custom game with them when they were practicing some strats. So it's cool. They're cooking up some good stuff.
Still remember when Harbour came out, I got on him straight away. The insta lock, the insta buy, and played a couple of games. And I was like, this guy's amazing. I love him. He's so good. And everyone.
And then no one picked him.
And then no one picked him 2 days later. I was like, no, he's not very good. He's not very good. He gets a couple of buffs though, and hopefully can start to be integrated a little bit more. This is the one map though. It was always spoken about. Where can you play him? It's not necessarily to replace the Viper. It's to play alongside it, and that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, it kind of almost replaces the Sage. You know, you got your general selection of agents, and then that Sage is the 5th kind of pick that you can alternate between a couple of different agents. For 95X, it is actually bringing out that Harbor. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. They are starting off on this defensive side right now as the Hoopos try to extend in towards the A side. It is Bonobo to open up the affairs right now on towards Punder, and it does look like they want to try and establish the spike, but it's good utility usage to keep them off that for just a little bit of time.
Yeah, 95X like really respecting. They've given them so much room on site. They allow them to go over and get that spike down, or at least close to it, and then they just pounce immediately as the spike is getting planted. That's when they go. Really well executed from 95X. It seemed for a moment that Who plus 2 had got themselves like really good site control. They were getting that spike down. A lot of that though was pretty much given to them. 95X were happy to just sit up in the rafters, sit back, and then just pounce with a little counter attack, and it really caught Who plus 2 off guard a bit.
Yeah, no plans either means that it's going to be unfortunate for them in that economy scenario coming into this round, and it might even extend into the next round, right? When you look to get that spike plant down, you can make the difference between getting an extra piece of utility or not. Hell, it can even potentially get you some upper shield if you are facing going down to the lighter shields. So we'll see what damage the Who plus 2 are going to be able to do on this round, what sort of conditioning early on they can potentially look to do come into that next round when 95X are going to be playing bonus. Currently, they are setting strong over towards the A side of things, just using that cascade once again to block any proceedings from the Who plus 2. I'd be interested to see if that's going to continue to be a deployment from Minimize come these gun rounds a little bit later on.
And it cascade the front side and then block off the left-hand side, obviously with the Viper wall, but it's Punder the opening kill with the Spectre. Headshot, clean. It's obviously that Viper wall not going to go out from Cobalt. In the grave now. Bonobo got tagged as well very heavily along with Baz, so everyone's very low, very wounded. But basically Eco Who plus 2 again, similar though from 95X, they're happy to just sit back on the rafters position, minimize, double kill with the Bulldog. We'll get the third, and once again the spike does not go down. This one flawless. It's a clean start from 95X.
Yep, nicely done yet again. Just the Who plus 2 running in, trying to do some damage, but getting peppered by utility and sprays from Spectres. Bulldogs to come on through as well for 95X. Just, you don't really need to, you know, think about that too hard, right? It's not some godlike assessment that they've come out with. They've just realized that the Who plus 2 are around the A site. They've got better weaponry. They may as well just bunker down their feet and shoot their opponents. Sometimes, you know, a lot of people think about this game as being so utility intensive, especially when new agents come out, right? Trying to figure out how they work, but at the end of the day, shoot your opponents, it can work wonders. And now we're going to see if they can continue to do that, because it is a bonus round. However, like our last game when RDW brought out the operator early, Swirl's actually looking to do that.
Oh, and Swirl gets an opportunity from Baz, who just kind of steps out into his sight line, gets the easy kill. Doesn't even have to dash back. He just walks away from that one. Job done. Spike down as well. Over towards that B side, can obviously get picked up by Bonobo and sort of rotated back over towards the mid side, which is where Who plus 2 are shaping up. Lightbulb goes out. Swirl watches the underpass. Decisions now for Who plus 2 as to what they want to do from here.
Slowly does it from the Who plus 2. Poison Cloud to block any vision as well. It's going to see that nobody's home currently. There is a turret overlooking pallet, so the progression of the Who is going to be notified for the time being currently. I'm unsure how much that info onto the position of Punder is actually going to give over towards the Who plus 2. It's 35 seconds to go here, Xenox, and there's no real inroads from the Who plus 2 just yet to get in towards this side of A.
Oh, yeah, well, it has to be an A push now. More so for time, but also added bonus that you get the opening kill there onto Minimize pushing into the site. Reinforcements will arrive, but it will be slightly late. Mike, who does he want to shoot? Both of them, all of them. Why not? Take your pick. It was a little bit of no man's land. Zork, though, outside, gets 3 over towards that pallet position. That's critical. Leaves only Swirl now to 1 versus 2 with the spike already down on the operator. Can't dash either off of this position now. Either way, you would think from here, the round is well and truly won. I think for Swirl, best case is just fall back and save the op.
Yeah, a big situation that Zork is presented with, and he's able to dispatch of 3 opponents. That's actually massive. It goes from a situation where 95X are pretty primed to find this round, right? When they find the opening pick on towards Baz, when there's less than 20 seconds to go to try and get in towards that site. And then Zork just steps up, takes things into his own hands, and the bonus round does go the way of the Who plus 2. They'll survive with 2 weapons, but more importantly, I think for Swirl, he is able to take this operator into the next round where we know 95X are going to have a pretty strong buy. So it'll be very interesting to see how the side of the Who plus 2 are going to maneuver around the map, if they're going to look to challenge that operator as well, or if they figure out where it is to just not contend with it whatsoever.
Well, it felt like a kind of needed round win. I know it's early days in fairness, but first 2 rounds very one-sided to the side of 95X with the way that they won them so convincingly. The second being a flawless for that matter. And I think that the fashion and the way that Who plus 2 won that third round does bode well for them. Slow mid play, pushed up through pallet, got the opening kill onto site, clean, clinical. And especially remembering it was Swell that actually got the opening kill over towards this B side in the pretty easy kill onto Baz.
Yeah. He's pushed up, Elbow and Vista. He's going to get the better of him there. And the trade attempt for Minimize. Oh, this is quite awkward now because the cavalry is here for the Who plus 2. Minimize is stuck between a rock and a hard place, but somehow, some way, he's at least able to escape this one. The rest of 95X starting to make some inroads as well. Some money moves as we've got a push up mid from Punda. He is also taken down by Visla. Definitely finding the kills where needed.
A push over to the B side. The wall goes up. Mike tries to spam through it, and that's actually going to delay the plant over towards that default spot. Baz sent off of it and gets caught. Now Swarm. Oh, Cobalt jump gets it down barely. Had people watching over towards Yellow Ball.
Oh, but look at this, Xenox. The Reckoning comes on through, and that Snake Spite's actually going to land and force a very tricky situation. Watt's able to find one mini as well. Cove on towards the plant with that Nano Swarm. If there's a second one on that spike, it could be big from Visla. It's going to be an attempt at the Snake Spike. Mike cannot get it actually below half, or rather half defused. And as they manage to find Cobalt, Visla has repositioned himself. He knows exactly where Mike is playing from. The shots, the pre-fires, they don't work. Mike is able to find him through the corner of the wall, which does mean 95X, albeit both players on 10 HP, will get this one.
That's what I was going to say. Definitely winnable because of the health states for both of those two. It didn't need to take much. Just fall short of the final hurdle. So big round win there for 95X. A close one, a 50-50 kind of flip the coin sort of round. Goes their way. Minimize with a great start on the Harbor, 6-2-1. And it was his ultimate in the end that proved to be a differentiating factor.
Yeah, the power of the Reckoning as well in combination, right? If you can get that circle, stun enough your opponent, you got some combination, you got a buddy you can swing together with. It works wonders, and Watt as well with that good timing on the Snake Spite. Certainly does help the situation. It's going to be the Blade Storm popped by Bonobo. It's a bit of interest in towards mid. Currently lurking on the back of this Poison Cloud is going to be Mike. It's going to be first point of contact as well, actually, with the Cloudburst going through. He is getting attacked right now. Good one, make a second. That's the spike down. Watt chimes in for a double of his own. And now it is on to the power hitter in Visla. But how much does he have for us in this round? Spotted out by that turret. Good for one at least here, Xenox. But anything extra, I mean, if you can get it, it's good, but a spike is almost irretrievable.
Yeah. There's time. Don't have to rush, but yeah, and obviously by himself, not going to happen. Unfortunately, though, in a position where it's not like you can save really either. I mean, I guess you're saving the light shield, Sheriff. It's not really worth it. You'd be better off trying to hunt, find a gun, get a kill, grab a gun, run off from there. That's an opportunity from a decent distance and finds the kill to Swirl. That's where Mike is as well. Mike able to get out of there. 40 seconds left in the round, but Minimize catches the head of Isla 4-1. 95X again, sort of pick up where they left off after the first two rounds. I had the one blip round where it really went the way of the Who plus 2, but since then it's been all sailing again.
Just looking at Punda for that second, and he was stuck in a trance. It was always a little bit funny, but a neat start, combining two words together for our friends at 95X, as we do have a bit of time right now to have a bit of a think. You know, a similar sort of predicament that we were seeing in our previous series, more slanted towards next gen, where they were on the back foot time and time again. They use these timeouts. They figure things out, how to get back in towards the game, and it was working wonders over on Ascent. But for right now, for the side of the Who plus 2, you know, they got to figure out what they're going to be able to do. It's still very early stages come this map of Iceboxes. Everyone can now see that we got a bit of a technical pause on our hands. I saw that Swirl had removed himself from his chair, so I wonder if it was him potentially that's having a bit of issues. Could also be Punda with that camera that looked to DC. So hopefully not too long, and then we can get back into the thick of things.
Yeah, and sort of looking forward ahead here for Who plus 2. So you buy into this round. Obviously, last round, nothing. That's fine. You've got the lockdown available, but not just that. Hunter's Fury close by. Resurrection as well. Viper's Pit, obviously all one-off. So there is sort of a future here where you can win the next couple of rounds if you don't sort of overcommit too many ultimates at once. You stagger them. You've got your guns now. So you're down 4-1, but the immediate future doesn't seem bleak. Doesn't seem so bleak. And they have to basically get something back through the usage of these particular ultimates, especially lockdown in a buy round. Like, you've got to get something from this on a map like Icebox. But obviously can be countered by Mike himself.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things, isn't it? When you do drop this ultimate down, what does the destruction look like? You got to put yourself in the mind of your opponents. What are you going to utilize to get rid of it? If you're Zork and you see that Mike has his lockdown and you're one away from your Hunter's Fury, are you getting a little bit aggressive somewhere? Are you pushing up to this A orb? Are you going over towards B on that contest? Or on the flip side for 95X, you know, similar sort of situation with Thunder being 2 off. He's currently pushed up to get that orb over at A with Minimize on the Cascade, who's actually hopped over that rope and is charging up Belt at the moment, but has lost his life to Baz.
I'm just trying to time this push. Does get the kill onto Bonobo. Tries to fall back. Too many numbers there though for Who+2.
Your duty is
Resurrection does come out from Baz though. Gets Bonobo back into the round. And left. What has pushed all the way out from the B site though. At least gets a little tag. Gets some information. And look at the control though for the map. Mid control was pretty much game from Mike. He was able to make sure no one was pushing. It's an A site push. All the numbers though with Who+2, courtesy of that Resurrection. But it is a known push. Swirl in a good position, up in rafters, finds the opening kill of the round, or of this push, I should say. And there is the double lockdown that does come out.
And they're going to respect it, both teams as well. They're going to let both of them pop. It's going to force the Who+2 out of this situation. Actually, that destruction of the lockdown, and with one of them blowing up, does leave a bit of vulnerability on towards Vissla, but no one's going to be able to push him at this current point in time. 30 seconds to clock over, and 95X are still stationed around this A site, likewise of the Who+2. And what util do they actually have to get back into it? Zork, I don't think he's going to have his recon dart available with enough time to spare for them to actually get it. Never mind, I lie. He's got it, and that's going to be the thing. That's going to be the go time for them. It gets a good reveal on as well, but he's able to find one at least.
Yeah, Mike almost got one as well at the exact same time. Got a decent tag, some damage. Mike still low, spray, trying to just stop this plant from going down. Zork watches and is able to be the guardian there to keep Baz alive. Heals up as well. What a 1v3. It is winnable until Baz gets the immediate headshot. Vissla was low, Baz was low. Could have happened, but doesn't. Who+2 in a close one.
The spam through the wall as well, and of course he doesn't really know how much of that is actually doing proper damage. Down at 8 HP on Vissla. Notice in the inner room as well that Baz actually opting for the self-heal instead of healing his mate in Vissla in that 1 versus 3 at the end there. But regardless, the Who+2, they do get the job done in the end, and it does transition into a fresh round with a lot of those ultimates being utilized. You know, those lockdowns that are now out of the count. You have that Hunter's Fury as well there from Zork, and you look towards 95X. They can have complete control of one of these sites with that Viper's Pit if Watt wants to deploy it. And then they've got Punda with the Hunter's Fury if they start to hear a plant, or it does go into a post plant, and they can isolate some pretty common angles that the Who+2 could be lurking at, could be sitting themselves at for the hold of that spike plant. Early stages. Been a mid pressure from the Who+2. But yet again, it is quite early stages in this round.
I better just sit back, play spawn. Don't overcommit, but by doing so kind of allows Watt to just push up B, get a bit of information. Good positioning from Swirl as well, over towards A. So aggressive positions. Although now we see Watt fall back. But nothing mid. Nothing over towards this position. And it's going to allow 95X to get any intel as to how this push is going to come. It's an immediate push over to Snowpile. Mike gets the kill onto Bonobo. Will punish that dash. Very aggressive. There's a second. Has played this position really well. Watt sits into kitchen now, and that probably blocks off that push.
Right here.
They probably have to either force back over towards spawn or push through mid. They do the latter. They find Punda. It might just open up the A side, but you've still got Minimize to deal with along with Swirl on site. A second one onto Watt. You've almost just got to allow them onto site and then go for the retake. You've got players there.
Yeah, overheating potentially from 95X, and now those players that you make mention of have to do something pretty big. Minimize to find Zork, doubling down on towards Baz, and now they know exactly where Vizsla is, courtesy of a good flick from Mike with 3 HP to spare. 95X, they find 5 on this defensive side.
An interesting round. Does go the way of 95X, though. Just felt like they were sort of throwing bodies in the mid portion of the map and wasn't quite working out for them, but soon as Who plus 2 get onto site, those site players are there and they are able to salvage the round for 95X. 5-2 scoreline. Minimize what? Ults in hand. And look at the ult economy as well for Who plus 2. I mentioned it before during that tech pause. And you think about, well, what really was gained from that one round, and they've spent everything except for the Viper's Pit. And that's a big one. You've got to win a round off that.
I like this cascade as well from Minimize, but they just have to be very careful, because if you've got 4 hungry members behind it ready to pop and then you're distracted by that recon dart, you could have your head swiftly taken off the shoulders. Aldrone sent in, however, from the Who plus 2, and Zork isn't able to really find anything too deep in towards the site. Good shot from Punda to start things off. And in essence, that pretty much puts a really big slowdown on this round.
Yeah, but is that a bad thing? I don't really think it is. Yeah, you've lost Baz. I mean, that is obviously a bad thing, but the slowdown portion of what we saw in the last round, when things go slow, they go mid. From mid, they can make a play either B or A. It's just a matter of, can they avoid Swirl? Swirl's just continuing to get these opening picks, opening kills from the push of Who plus 2.
And the
That's the biggest issue.
95X, right? They've put the turret down through at Boiler, so it's watching mid. They have to use Cobalt's Poison Cloud, essentially, or the Toxic Screen to even just get past it silently. And that is going to be information that 95X are going to be able to figure out. Zork's taken down. We transition towards the B site with 30 seconds to go, and I don't know if there's enough breathing room for the Who plus 2 now.
No, just getting picked apart. Minimize has got A on lock as well on that Harbor. What? Finds the double. Was that a collapse? If not, it was bloody close to it. Bonobo and Colbert both falling at the same time. It's a flawless round. It's 6-2. Minimize 10-3-2 on that A side on the Harbor. Mike 11-2 as well, playing largely over towards B. They've basically made it very difficult for these sort of direct pushes. That's where I think the only semblance of success that we've seen from Who plus 2 probably is coming through that middle lane. And that's actually not too much of a surprise, considering on Icebox you get mid control, so you can kind of dictate, do you want to go A from there, B, you got a bit of spawn control as well. You can kind of get in and amongst the defense. But these direct pushes, B, Swirl just keeps getting the opening pick every single time. Anything over towards A, Minimize has got it on lock. So how do you break down this defense? Not many rounds to go in the half now.
It's a slower one though. Methodical clearing over at B long. And all the footsteps coming up. Swirl, the opportunity on towards Zork, and now he's stuck already using his dash. Vizsla, again, he is the one to find this damage and the kills on the side of the Who plus 2. Reckoning comes in, as well as that lockdown was looking to be dropped on the floor. Minimizing Cobalt, good for 1 apiece. The spike is actually dropped in a pretty difficult location if Punda and Mike can test this.
Well, the Killjoy is going to obviously force them back with the lockdown. So that will give them the breathing room to go and collect that spike, plant it. Really good usage of the ultimate from Vizsla. Zork is low, same with Cobalt. So this is not a one round per se, especially with the economy that 95X have. They can go for this. Nova sitting yellow, probably with full health, the best player to be in said position. But it's Cobalt and Zork that would be the ones swinging on the contact here, and they're low, so it doesn't take much. And Punda does find the kill. They flush out Bonobo. They might just be able to win this round. Zork is so vulnerable up there. Body shot will do it, and it does it. But Bonobo's been able to get around the back. He's just walked around, ring around the Rosie, and Vizsla's going to be able to deny this defuse from Punda. Doesn't matter if you try and fake it. It's not going to happen. It was just a matter of, does Vizsla pop out? He does, but he finds the kill. Doesn't get away though. So all 10 players lose their lives in this one, but it's Who plus 2. They get their third.
What does that look like actually in terms of economy right now? There's a couple of members of the Who plus 2 who have to go down to the light shields. We don't have to say the same thing over on 95X. They even have enough change to get an operator on Swirl. So you win that round, yeah, for sure. But the Who plus 2, does that turn out to lose the war? Oh, maybe. We'll have to wait and see how this round does actually play out. And I want to mention too as well, Swirl, right? The difference if he actually manages to finish Zork with the 5 HP that was left there, and he's able to find another frag or get out. You know, these things that do happen time to time. You'd be kicking yourselves at that situation. Now that it is set in stone, The Who plus 2 sending the drone. Baited out by Watt. Gives Swell an opportunity on this operator.
There's no presence though mid, no presence A. So it's not forcing any rotates. It's just meaning that 95X can just back in Swirl, hit the opening shot with the operator. He does so once again. He'll probably continue to do so. And it means that there's no over rotate. So even if you think about sort of bringing the spike back over towards A, it's all set up. It's all on lock. You got the Harbor, you got the Killjoy. Realistically, again, your only options would be to go down mid and play from there. But it will be that slow push over towards A. There's so much that they've got to still contend with over here.
Silence. The Who plus 2 sneaking on up. Minimize. At what point in time does he consider going in for something a little bit more risky? Doesn't need to in a 5 versus 3. You've got all your Killjoy util here as well as Mike. You want your boys to come on over to assist you. And just this timing, I mean, the Who plus 2 really bleeding out this time.
Look at the way that 95X has sort of positioned themselves. They've got 3 players watching for a mid push, basically. And then obviously you've got Swirl and you've got Minimize watching for the more direct pushes. Viper's pick goes out. So they really probably weren't as anticipating for this more direct rush onto the A site. And that catches Minimize and Mike off guard because of it. 3 out of 5 players looking over towards mid. That's probably giving you an idea as to how they think that Who plus 2 are playing this round. And the Viper's pit all just confirms it.
And the heals go on to Cobalt as well. So within his own pit, he has 100 to play with. Sage on Baz does get the reveal, but how focused are they? Punda finds that one. If they drop into this pit, they're going to have to contend with Cobalt. Sees that dart, a big reveal. That's actually massive. Watt dispatches of him, and now goes down to Zork, who is stuck at the back of the generator. 6 HP. The spray's coming through. The defuse is already there, and Swirl's right click is just going to be able to finish it up.
Yeah, that's a big round to lose. That is an absolutely massive round to lose. Considering all of the circumstances where you get the site, I think it was 2 for 1 in favor of Who plus 2.
Yeah, they equalized at 3 on 3.
Yeah, Viper pit goes down. You've got site control. It's just the retake reinforcements that are arriving. I will say though, Watt did use the Viper's pit at the end. Now, was it necessary? Maybe not. True. But he did use it at the last second to try and minimize a potential Zork play. And
being able to see him diffusing, blocks all that vision, and he has to push it.
That is something, but Who plus 2 used their own Viper's pit and they lose the round. 7-3, you'd rather be in 95X's position.
Yeah, a couple rounds here. Zork and Baz, at least a glimpse and an ultimate in the next round, unless they're able to find it here, and it can be a very crucial one to get you this round. They're going to be starting things off over at A. There's currently nobody home, unless you count this turret, which is going to reveal a bit of information. And it's actually going to bring Mike on over with Minimize, with Punda. It'll also put a bit of an alert onto those B players too, in case this is a bit of a fake. But on this eco round, you're going to be sending in Bonobo with those Blade Storm. First instigator here, and it's going to be like to dispatch a Vista. That's the big one down. Minimize finds 2 as well. Pretty good proceedings so far as they're not from this round by the 95X, but Baz is at least good for 1, and now it's on to Zork.
Well, it's the nature of Icebox in a way, right? With 95X sitting back rafters. If you push into that A site, there's so many angles that you have to check, so many angles that you have to clear. And so it just ends up being this scrap. And unfortunately for the attacking teams, a lot of the times, they're just going to be the ones that fall. And yeah, they get a couple of kills. They got minimized. They got Punda, but unfortunately, that Rafters position proving to be again the difference maker. 8-3, probably shaping up that this one might be a 9-4 half. If that's the case, it's a hard journey for Who plus 2. But I think 95X have played this perfectly. They've got the B site front pressure with Swirl with the operator, and then sitting back a little bit on A, utilizing their utility. And they've essentially just given up mid. They just don't care. They just give it up completely.
When they do have the turret there watching it, they more often than not just leave it there to be the only sole piece of utility. But this time, as you may mention too, it's going to be Swirl over at that B site yet again. I make note of the ultimates. You got Mike with the lockdown. You got Minimize with his 3rd Reckoning to be able to throw into the mix in this round as well. Great ultimate consistency. And then you got Punda with the Hunter's Fury of his own. And yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that Zork has a way to destroy that lockdown, but if it's is only used for that, then you know 95X are going to have a way around it. You know that they're going to have a plan of action with that in mind.
Resurrection big though, right? Like if you can just get onto A site, yeah, it's a bit scrappy, but you get the plant down, you can then maybe get the resurrected. Baz pushes in a little bit behind. He has to not be the front man here at all. Can't get caught And yeah, I see him just sort of running around there on site, a little bit anxious for him. Interesting spot here from Zork up above. That's going to be the Killjoy lockdown activated as well. Hunter's Fury to try and destroy it. Vizsla finds the kill onto Might. It basically is just a battle of the utility right now, battle of the ultimates, and in this instance, battle of the Hunter's Fury. That last one tagging, that one from Punda is massive, but the spike is down and they've got players up. Resurrection still available from Baz, Directioning, not able to be as impactful. That ult though might just be able to shine here at this moment.
Nano Swarms are going to find a little bit of damage and buy a lot of time, as well as those shock darts. You then as well have those snake bites from Cobalt. That plant at the top of site is always going to be a great one for the attackers. If you've got this post plant set up, what Thunder, they are getting shredded here. And this round is going over to the Who+2. I love it. You could see that even though Minimize tried to put the Cove on the spike, there was so much utility that was just battering their way.
Yep. That was much better from Who+2, start to finish, really. Probably the first time they were able to just really get spiked down and fall back off of it and deny the instant retake from 95X, who really loved to utilize that Rafters position. They fell back a little bit and had to force 95X out of sight a bit to go and clear them. So interesting half, 8-4. And interesting when you look at the scoreboard, it's like 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1. It means that there just hasn't quite been any consistency in Who+2's ability to go back-to-back rounds.
Yeah,
this pistol round's huge, though.
2 for 95X now, right?
Yeah, well, they haven't gone beyond 2, right? So, like, we're not really seeing the bonuses really kick in because of it. But it just means that if Who+2 can win this round in the pistol, and then you would imagine the second, it's suddenly 8-6 and it's game on. So, massive pistol round here. Otherwise, the lead just stretches back out.
Slow one from 95X towards the A side of the map. And we've seen nothing over at B yet for the Who+2, so they themselves as well starting to move on over. It actually looks like a missed Poison Cloud to come through from Cobalt, which is quite unfortunate.
Enemy kill.
Yeah, not ideal.
Spike
Not ideal at all. It's just a rush on pistols, not really a surprise, especially a map like Icebox. If you go slow, it allows the defenders to play that Rafters position, get some picks with the pistols long range. So rushing onto site, best way to probably go about it. Really well executed as well. Getting 2 kills for that. And now means that it's a retake with 3 players that you have to clear high ground and low ground positions, angles, so many different corners to check. Zork does get the opening one onto Swirl, but he is wounded for it, so minimized pretty easily with body shots. Able to get that kill. Vizsla's done all right there, but unfortunately, the others weren't able to find kills themselves. They got 2, won't be enough. Pistol round win goes the way of 95X, and yeah, you would imagine now this one goes 10-4.
Well, you look at what utility the Who+2 had to utilize when they had the plant at the top of site in the previous round, right? You've got the Killjoys, Nano Swarms, you got the Shock Darts from Sova, and then you had the Snake Bites. Well, that's exactly the exact same that 95X do have as well, but they also have added protection in the fact that Minimize could throw the Cove down if they want to get the plant on top of the site as well. You don't have that protection when you were the Who+2, which is why they can't really go for that sort of strategy over on their own attacker's side. Now, the contingent to that is if you are Baz and they do plant top site, you could try and put a wall up to negate a lot of that utility and then force 95X to be destroying it. So keep an eye out if something like that is potentially going to happen a little bit later on. In this round, however, Xenox, the Who+2 have decided to force up.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I really don't, because it can pretty much just alter their ability to win this map. It's a lot saying into just the one round, but you win this, then suddenly 95X can't really just buy into the next one, then you can kind of get a little bit of a snowball going, might catch them off guard as well. Get a spec the 2 Stingers. The Stingers, obviously, after their buff, are a lot more reliable. It is Swirl that was able to use the Phantom to its good measure. Zork, though, the Sheriff got 1, so it's at least 1 for 1. But the Spike is already down, the 95X with their rifles in the better positions. You'd imagine they should be able to close this one out.
Yeah, you would hope so. We'll see what damage the Who+2 are going to be able to inflict, however, because there are a couple of members that are low, and as that wall goes up, immediately destroyed, as well as the heads of 3 members of the Who+2 now just down to Zork with the Spectre. Let's see if we can get anything on the tail end of this round. They are still overlooking it just to make sure there's no sneaky things afoot from Zork, and what's going to be able to find that one. So the Force, unfortunately, doesn't really go the way of the Who+2, and they don't really find any damage on the back of that either. So the 10th secured for 95X, and
Well, it should pretty much be able to convert into an 11th as well.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you force up, though. You take the risks with that, and if it doesn't pay off, then it now makes this third round not a bonus round for you, but a bonus round for your opposition, for your opponents. They get this, and 11-4 is surely all but a given, barring an incredible Thrifty. I think you just got to play super aggressive here. Try and find an early pick, get them on the back foot, steal a gun. And it's going to be mid that they push 3 down mid. Bonobo will be the first contact, and they all just get slaughtered. That's the round over. It's 11-4.
Well, that's real rough for the Who +2, but some great frags come through for 95x.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
And that's it. That's all it is. 95x let the Who +2 come to them, and the round's done. That's all the analysis we need.
Well, I mean, there's not much more you can realistically do. I said that they need to probably be aggressive in the round, and
yeah,
they were. And, you know, the amount of times we've seen that where it actually pays off, Bonobo gets the kill, the 2 sitting inside of the poison orb, find a kill, suddenly you get mid control, you get a couple of guns. Flip a coin, really, but well played to 95x. Minimize about to drop 20, has only died 7 times. It's been a tremendous performance on the harbor.
Yeah, as I said, you know, at the end of the day, you still got to be able to get your kills, and he's doing a good showcasing of that. Some pretty good standard walls. One over towards B-Long, and he's able to just force any aggression on the left side as well. As the Cascade drops, he's able to find Cobalt, which means the walls are down. No resurrection in sight from Baz. And that throws a big spanner in the works of what the Who +2 were trying to figure out, trying to muster up. You've got one player in Zork over toward the A side of things with no recon dart currently. That Owl drone would probably be best utilized for a retake if it does set up to go that way. Minimize, going to be dropping into the Reckoning, and I think you just have to respect that if you are Zork.
Poison's gone.
Oh, nice shot from Bonobo. That's rid of what?
Spike planted.
There's a big fight here, though, for Zork. Swell, what a shot! That is an amazing flick around.
Here.
Well,
you have to save.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can really contest this. It's technically still winnable if you can get the opening shot of this engagement. Swell high ground position. Locks the vision. Oh, that's a wonderful little glide over. And yeah, times out Bonobo. Just as they've pushed in, he's pushed in behind them. Vizsla peeking out from the cove as Minimize did get the kill onto Baz. Vizsla is the last one alive. Vizsla has to get out of there.
Yeah, he knows that there's too much utility potential to be on the top of that spike. You know that there's nano swarms from Mike. You know that there's shock darts from Punda. You have to get out. You have to have a weapon that you can potentially use in the next round. If he peeks out, he's going to drop down, run, get out of there, hold your gun. And he is going to be able to as well. So coming in to round number 17, we have 8 map points for 95x.
Yeah, and it's never a good feeling to save in that situation, because you feel like, well, now they got match point. It's a 1v3. Can I be the hero? Can I pull it off? Can I keep us in this game? 11-5 looks a lot nicer, but all of the points you made are incredibly valid. There was no chance he was going to be able to win that. Smarter to just keep the gun. You do that because obviously you've also got 2 teammates that are on Bulldogs. Money's tight. Only 2 players that have got full shields, so it's already going to be a bit of a tough ask in this round. 95x, they are sensing that. They sense the opportunity to just put the boot in. In this match point round, they go again just for that A rush. You get in close, you try and just deny a lot of that rafters and high ground position. Get in below them. Force them to have to check these angles and check all these different positions. Cloudburst again goes out, Squirrel just spams, but Baz was able to just sort of glide past him a little bit, dodge those bullets. Good shot as well, deep onto Mike. Vizsla gets rid of Punda, and the rush attack from 95x is going to be thwarted.
There's only so much of those snake fights can do in a 1 versus 5 scenario, and you don't even 5-1, so it is going to be a flawless retake to come through from the Who +2. 2 players of 95x in that cove. Nobody destroying the orb either from the Who +2. They focus on the members outside of it, and they do so successfully. They hold on here. That's 1 out of 8. The chances are still pretty slim of a comeback, but at least they've started it.
Yeah. But I will say, to play devil's advocate, they've never been able to win 2 rounds in a row on this map so far.
This is true. Yeah.
Just one and done. So they're going to have to really change things up and get that changing sooner rather than later. They obviously cannot put a foot wrong to try and force this one to overtime to win the next 7. Hard to envision that. Obviously, a little bit of a timeout here, but takeaways for Who+2 from this, anticipating that, you know, maybe this does not go their way, that they don't win 7 in a row to go to overtime. Have you seen enough to suggest maybe there's something that can be done on Ascent?
A good start early on, maybe with Vizsla leading the charge. I think he's gotten his frags where required and it was being pretty good so far. But going on forward than that, I mean, you know, it's really just been 95X going in with the strategy, and you're dead before you can do anything on the Who+2. You know, they can go in with their own strategies and stuff as well, but by the time they do that, there's already been a read by 95X. It's similar to what Bobo were doing in the previous series, where when something's happening on one side of the map, there's always movement on the other side to just get that information, secure that information, and then try and win out the round. So I'm going to be completely honest with you. You know, I have my predictions in this series as 2-0, and so far I think it's been pretty on the money.
Zork got a double tag with the first shot of the Hunter's Fury, but wasn't able to follow up after that. Nevertheless, bit of damage onto Swirl and Minimize. We'll take that to the start of the round. Good information, forces them back, and obviously this allows any sort of rush onto the A site, and they actually both just push up. They maybe get a little bit too over-aggressive, though, straight into the sightlines of Mike. So got Bonobo, that's a 1-for-1, and does leave the A site a little bit susceptible now. Look at the push though, double push on B, so very aggressive on the defense here from Who+2, both from A site and B site. Spike down, Vizsla finds a second. Really good science in this round. You kind of wonder where's this been from them so far on Icebox.
Yeah, pushing positions together as a unit, finding the frags better than a 95X. It's Zork to get 3 at the end of it. And that is a very successful endeavor from them in this very large climb to try and find 12. There's going to be another purchase to come through for 95X in this round. And I kind of just wonder as well, right, Xenox, when you're doing well and good to find all these rounds at the Who+2, what do you do when you come up against those round-defining ultimates that 95X are going to be getting, you know, relatively soon? You got members that are 1 or 2 away from a couple of theirs that can be pretty big.
Yeah, it's hard because if you sit back, you give them time to use those ultimates, and if you rush forward, you maybe kill them before they get to use their ultimates. So it really is just timing. That's what this game really comes down to a lot of the times, though, is sometimes it's just getting a little bit fortunate, just as they maybe throw out a Reckoning or something, and then you just kind of catch them, get a couple of kills. Viper's Pit, you know, how do you really stop that? You kind of got to get the kill before it really is able to plume. You can't let that one, you know, really plume out and then let them sit in it. So there's a lot that you kind of got to do timing wise. So a little bit luck has to be on your side there. They got ultimates of their own though. Knives at the ready, lockdown available through Vizsla. Might be needed here on this B side as well. And it is a full 5 stack onto the B, and they send it out. They go. They will not stop either. Nano Swarm on the right side of the block off yellow. This is not bad. Vizsla's played this perfectly. He has absolutely done them at yellow. They've not been able to push into him. The Nano Swarm blocked off the right side. He checks left. A wonderful, wonderful play. Swirl gets 2. Good little position over towards the more side of Spawn, but as is already diffused, it's 12-7. And went from not being able to win 2 rounds in a row to now have won 3 in a row.
The fact that they don't actually push to clear him over at yellow, I mentioned his name and he just comes through with some magic, doesn't he? Vizsla, great positioning of the the alarm bot to just cordon it off. And even then, you know, 95X, they could have gone to it and destroyed it. They just chose not to whatsoever. Nobody peeks out. When you think that there's been so much noise placed around B long, and you think to yourselves, all right, there's got to be no one at yellow if they haven't peeked just yet, right? We've been stampeding. We've been making so much noise. They have to peek, surely. He doesn't, and he's rewarded by it. Really well placed out by Vizsla in the end. Another one goes over to the Who+2, but now we're getting into that territory that I made mention to previously. Minimize has that Reckoning. Panda has that Hunter's Fury.
Oh, it's early.
Start to look to use at least one of them. An early entry in towards this A site.
I like this though. If you're going to use it, you got to use it early. Don't give them much of a chance to fight back. And now this is the intriguing thing. It's not like Who+2 can just give up this round. So they have to commit to a full retake, and they've done it. No one has stayed on site. All 5 off site. They can now play a 5v5 retake through the lockdown. This is a really well calculated play. It requires some big solo plays though from 95X to deny this lockdown. It has been destroyed. There was a bit of damage done on site as well. But now only down to Mike and Minimize the play down with this spike as it counts down. Down 2-3. Cobalt, big one onto the harbor. But Obo as well, shortly onto Mike. All I can say, Dion, is what a well-played round that was from Who+2.
Yeah, and that wall at the end as well to block off any utility that would be coming to the spike plant as a straight shot, but they just get up close and personal with 95X. They tell them that they're not letting them have enough time to get out of that situation and to play towards the post plant, and they do it with a little bit of pizzazz. The Who+2, another round over to their way, and we're finally getting a string of rounds from them. Again, though, I'll play devil's advocate this time as opposed to use Xenox. Did they still provide themselves enough rope, enough room in this round? Because they have to do everything flawlessly. One little slip up and it all comes crumbling down. Is this that round? Look, I don't know. It very well could be. Even with the money of 95X, it only takes one.
You would imagine if it's going to be any round, it's probably not this one, only because they're 2 guns down. But, well, you know, all it takes is someone like Swirl to get a kill. Does not happen. And here's his opposite that finds the head.
This is the gap.
But yeah, there's always that thought in the back of your mind. You cannot slip up. You can't give them one round. You can't have one round where they just get 2 or 3 kills early and then it feels like the round is over. Minimize able to just sneak on by back through kitchen into tube, and so he kind of just goes back the way he came. But the resurrection comes out from Baz and offsets that. So at the very least for Who+2, they're still back to 5 in a 5v4. Under a minute left. Spike is bot mid. When an orb goes out, Baz will just spray through it, doesn't find anything. B side, the more susceptible side at the moment. I think they're leaning over towards A again.
They've got all that Killjoy utility on the floor. If Thunder can't use a shock dart to clear it, he potentially might have a rude awakening, or maybe it's going to be an early pop by Vissler. It's going to be the latter. 30 seconds to go. Is this a false sense of security that things are coming back over towards A? Everybody of the Who+2 is starting to move over to this site. Pundo still hasn't used that recon dart as well. I wonder if he's going to use it when the plant goes down to clear back. Indeed, he is. Shock darts on towards Mike. He still gets the plant down, so we shift into a post.
Yeah, but Rafters is fully available as well for Who+2, so they'll have a little bit of that height. You see them jumping around now. They've been able to come out from there. Thunder finds the double. Gun was not at the ready, though, for Minimize. Doesn't matter. So Baz now to 1 versus 3. Spike down. That's the task at hand. Mike above gets the kill. Doesn't matter. 2 more below. You spoke about if there was enough on that rope. There wasn't. It burns out. And despite a little bit of a mini comeback, it is all for naught. 95X Esports get the job done. They take Icebox. They're up 1-0.
A bit of a Xenox curse. I can't help but feel in that one. Is that the round that they're going to be able to gather? Well, I would appear to...
It's just a standard caster curse. Don't put my name to it. That's all of us.
Well, in this situation, you're the caster.
Yeah,
but
that's
no,
true.
very well played to 95X in that scenario, of course. They're able to get the job done in the end. They gave themselves a lot of room to breathe when they get towards 12, and then we start to see a bit of a amount of comeback from the Who+2. But again, you know, it's those situations that is the big difference between seeing your opponent on 11 rounds and seeing them on 12 rounds.
Yeah, or 10, you know, right? I think 10, you're not quite at that mental state where it's like, oh my God, we really can't pull 1 foot wrong. You can put 2, so it's a little bit different. 11 to me still has that effect where you're like, geez, if we mess up, they get on match point, and then that really puts the pressure on. I will say though, you're down 12-4, absolutely, you know, commendable effort, or 12-5, so it was 12-5, not much of a difference, right? Much of a muchness, but you're down 12-5 to really just sort of dig in, claw a few rounds back. Credit where credit is due, you know, so for the Who+2, it was really good to see them be able to put in a performance in that second half that maybe suggests that Ascent might not be a whitewash. Vizsla really leading from the front, 18 and 14. Zork as well, the sort of partner in crime. Being completely honest, you're just going to need a little bit more from Baz, Bonobo, Cobalt, especially Bonobo on the Jet, 9 and 20. Got to get a little bit more on Ascent. That's going to be a difference maker, especially when you got, you know, Swirl on the other side of the coin. Minimize really good on the defense along with Killjoy as well. So in the end, 95X deserved winners, but there is something there, Dion, that I think for Who+2 going over to Ascent, do you give them a chance?
I'm gonna stick with my prediction of 2-0. I think we've seen enough in this series so far from 95X that they should just be able to continue with this. I mean, look, there's always going to be a world in which it can go the other day, but I think we really just need to see some members step up from the Hoopos too, right? Because if you're relying on the sole member essentially to continue to do really good things in Vizsla, it can't be a consistency. It puts a lot more pressure on him than just being in that sentinel position where he should have, you know, setups to stop your opponents from coming into the site. He's got to go one further on the back of that. So I just kind of want to see more from the rest of the team as opposed to him early on, and then maybe we can start to looking about them potentially gathering Ascent.
It's 1-0 in our second quarterfinal of the day in favor of 95X Esports at 2+2 that will need to respond on Ascent after this break.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
You come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned at the QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, your friend's not here. And she, what'd you say? Whoa! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenajay, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
So 95X have taken the first map of our second quarter final of the day here for the playoffs. It is 1-0. They've won out on Icebox, after gaining a bit of a large lead, 12-4, 12-5, something along those lines, Komodo. It was Who+2 that did start to bring it back a little bit, ultimately falling short. You said, is there enough breathing room? There wasn't in the end. One round and it gets all snuffed out. We head to Ascent now for the second map, and I guess it begs the question, obviously, is did we see enough? You said no. I think there's at least a little bit there that suggests if Who+2 can play to their best, what we saw during that little streak in the second half, it could get interesting.
Bit of potential is what you're getting at here, I believe. So, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I looked at the statistics previously of what we've seen from the Who+2, given by the fact that, remember, that they are playing with a substitute here, that these stats will be a little bit obscured by that. They've played teams like Xyz, Scooper Troopers, Mammoth, Honey Badgers, and Bobo coming into Ascent, and they've actually won 2 of them. The first 2 that I mentioned, they lost to Mammoth 13-11, they lost to the Honey Badgers 13-3, and then most recently they lost to Bobo 13-4. So when you consider a team like 95X on the same par as a team like Bobo, then potentially this could be quite scary for the Who+2. And I'll agree with you. If we see the best of what we saw on Icebox from the Who+2 be able to move over and be implemented in Ascent, I think there is a world in which it can be a very competitive map from them. However, is that going to happen? That is the real question.
And we'll obviously find out the answer to that very, very soon. MVP from that game minimized the Harbor pick in the end, proving to be a successful one at that. I did say really at the start during the agent selection, if there's going to be a map Harbor gets played, it probably is Icebox, and in the end played out really well with the Viper. So I actually thought Minimize more so, and the Killjoy really, really solid on that A site. So ultimately, very strong pick. Definitely not expecting it on Ascent though, so we'll see. Obviously Minimize switch it up. Going over to Ascent, it is probably 95X that go into this one as the favorites. And it's always interesting because you're winning comfortably, and then suddenly the opposing team starts that little comeback, starts that little roll. It probably just forces you to just pick your pants up a little bit and get back into it. So now heading over to Ascent, I think 95X will sit back and say, well, it was only 13-8. We should have probably won 13-6, 13-5. Let's make sure that doesn't happen again here. And it is their map pick.
Yeah, and of course, you've got time after this series to be able to go back, if not today, maybe tomorrow when you got a bit of a rest in towards your games. Actually, just remembering, no, they don't, do they? Because winners most likely move into tomorrow. So you've got some time after this series, I guess, to go back and reflect on the crucial rounds that you need to. The value of a coach coming in towards this, actually, if you've got a 6th member that can jot down these rounds and can already have them ready for you as soon as your series is done, I think that's going to be pretty powerful if that's something you do have there. But for 95X, 13-8, it's still a pretty respectable scoreline if you know the story leading into Ascent. But if you just see it from outside in, you think, oh yeah, there was enough from the Who+2. But in essence, it really wasn't. It was a couple of rounds at the end of it with some individual heroics, or rather the team actually starting to step up. But it was too little too late.
I'm going to give you a chance here, Dion, because obviously Minimize played the Harbor on Icebox, not expecting it here on the Ascent. What does he go to?
From memory, KO. Let me bring up.
No, I don't cheat. Come on, that's just cheating.
No, I want to see if I'm right. Yes, I'm right.
All right, well, there you go. You got that one right. So probably expect the KO agent selection not too far away for our second map here on Ascent, which I think is a chance for obviously Who+2. They lost out on their map, but they got a little bit of a comeback towards in that second half. Can they bring the momentum over to Ascent? It did get snuffed out slightly, but I tell you what, they can win the pistol round in the first half, get onto a decent roll. Who knows? Maybe they can kind of pick up where they left off a little bit towards the end of Icebox and bring some of that over to Ascent. Otherwise, lower bracket they go, in which case they would then be awaiting the loser of Honey Badgers and Bobo. Talk about a daunting task.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. That's for certain. But Ascent is where we do have to go first. And I was just kind of thinking to myself, running some simulations. When Gecko comes out, I think that's where we could potentially see a little bit more Harbor on some of these maps, because the combinations that they're actually being deployed with in some show matches and in some content creator videos so far has actually been pretty impressive. So we'll wait to see a little bit later on if that's actually going to be the case. But for right now, we do jump into the agent selection of Ascent. And so far, it's pretty familiar territory with all these agents coming on through. And glancing at it, it is essentially a mirror match. You do just exchange out the Astra on Watt for Cobalt with the Omen.
Yeah. In the air, Minimize does obviously lock in that KO. You are correct. And that was off the top of your head before you did double check. So I'll give you even bonus points for that one. Ascent we go for our second map of this upper bracket quarterfinal. It's 95X Esports that lead currently in the series 1-0. They win this. They obviously book a date with Fun Crew, which I believe is likely going to be tomorrow. Talk about an amazing matchup that will be. Who plus 2 would then drop down to the lower bracket quarterfinals. As we get underway, it will be Who plus 2 on the defense first, and sort of just bringing it back to our previous quarterfinal when we did go to Ascent. It was all attack, Komodo, that we saw successfully.
And that's where 95X are actually starting on that attacker's side as well. So we'll see what they're going to be able to fashion in the very beginning. Vizsla for the Who plus 2 is going to be setting up his utility on Killjoy toward the A side of the map. Immediately though from Minimize, that 0 point is going to be destroyed. A quick flash in towards middle, bottom, middle, and the damage is coming through from Swirl. Talk about starting it off with style.
Yeah, Swirl of course. And Swirl kind of did the same in the first half on Icebox. Those critical kills on the defense on the operator. That was really what set the tone in the first half for 95X. So 2 down for Who plus 2, running on past tree, and Vizsla just sits in garden and gets a freebie. That at least does help out. But all it does is bring it from a 5-3 to a 4-3. Plant goes down, Rafters control for Swirl. Didn't hit the first shot and realized he probably wasn't holding that crosshair in the right position. Dashes early, good vision, that does come out. Plant down, a little bit of a scurry on site, but there is a retake potential for Who plus 2.
I was going to say for Swirl, you have to be quick on your dash finger to get out of that situation if you miss your shot, and rightly so. He was able to do that. Baz with the blade was able to deny Punder's our drone from flying around anymore with the time ticking away. This retake for the Who plus 2 has to come in quick, and it has to come in now because the bodies of 95X, they are planted on the floor, and they're going to be able to send the Who plus 2 members 6 feet under.
Yeah, rough, especially when you kind of get that kill from Garden for Vizsla that brings it back a little bit. 4-3, not that bad. Yeah, they get the plant down, but you're in a retake position. Everyone's close. Swirl isn't able to sort of gain an impact from that Raptors position. He has to fall back. So there was things that were kind of going the way of Who plus 2, little moments in that round, but it just doesn't add up enough. That plant ultimately, once it goes down, it's hard to retake.
Let's fly.
95X win the round. They've got the money. They buy, obviously, pretty heavily with all full shields. Who plus 2 will not force it this time around. Obviously, very, very different situations to the second half of Icebox. Slow walk over towards A. Through lobby into main they go, and they will not buy themselves much time. Turret goes down onto site. No one's sitting on it besides Vizsla. Over towards that switch position. Watt finds the kill, and that's probably the round.
Yeah, potentially so. Do you throw caution to the wind as the Who plus 2 from now on and just try to get a couple of kills? You're going to try and mount a bit of a retake. You do have the smokes early available for Cobalt, so we'll see if that's just going to be the stock standard one over towards main. Isolate a couple of angles. That's a missed shock dart from Thunder. Go relearn that one, my friend.
Shooting fireworks into the sky, celebrating the fact that they got the spike down. That's all it is. Recon goes out towards that window position. Cobalt half health. I mean, exit frag's probably the best thing you could probably achieve from here, but 95X are going to be able to play up in the next round anyway, so it's kind of like they don't even need to go hunting anyway because Who plus 2 don't have the weaponry to hunt down. So it just sits inside of the Cloudburst. He loses his life for it. Nobody gets one onto Punda. In the end, all it does is stop a flawless round.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And Punda only had a Deagle, a Sheriff in the end, so it doesn't really do too much to the economy of 95X either. He's going to upgrade himself onto a Vandal to go toe-to-toe with the buy that now will come through for the Who plus 2. So I think all in all, you know, you're pretty happy with the outcome of that second round. Now you put your focus into the third, which is going to be that quoted bonus and the first real test to see what Ascent is going to look like for the Who plus 2. And Xenox, we need it to look good, right? We need it to be something that we can keep competitive.
So bonus round. Considering 95X didn't really lose their lives, they just keep it modest with the Spectres. Bulldog as well in hand to minimize. Full wide for Who plus 2. Gets the rush once again onto the A site. Not really throwing too much caution to the wind. Get onto site, get rid of the turret, and really just punish Who plus 2 because they are just setting up for a bit of a killjoy hold on the site, and it is being punished for the second round in a row.
Minimize setting up a flash in case the door was broken real early, but he needs to be careful. Actually, it's an underarm flash for the reason that I'm going to expect is so big brain that I can't even fathom. Maybe it was someone playing up to the rafters. Regardless, 5 versus 5. Bonobo able to find Mike, and with this Aldrone of Punders, he's going to spot out something over towards the heavens. Swell, Minimize. This is not how you want your bonus round to go. If you are the Who Plus 2, they should be weaker. You should be winning this one. There's still an opportunity for them to do so. The reveal is going to be the sacrifice of Punda, but now with all of these trades, it's the one-on-one Vizsla. The tap, it's not even, it's a stick. It's an attempt at the defuse, and what is going to deny?
Oh, it's the worst feeling when you just sort of watch it. Coming in behind you, you think, am I safe? Am I safe? No. So close. Dyson Cubby, everyone falls that round, but it is the Who Plus 2 that are definitely feeling the remnants of that last round. That was their bonus round, and in the end, they are still on 0 rounds 1. 3-0. It is probably one of the more ugly scorelines that you can see in Valorant, because it means that the pistol round winners have been able to win out their bonus round and the opposing bonus round as well. It's a tough spot to dig yourself out of now for Who Plus 2. Down a map, lost your bonus round, down in the economy. It's a long way back from here.
You've got a main control, at least, I guess, if you are the Who Plus 2. So you have some idea that you need to give the rest of your teammates a heads up over at the B side of the map. Currently, that's going to be Vizsla with the Ares and Zork with the Deagle. Turret's going to play first contact, so they now have an idea of what they're going to be able to achieve here. I'm curious to see what Vizsla on this Ares is going to do.
Yikes.
Wow. Basically, looking at the feet of Zork, Swell manages to find the head in quick little swift movement. That'll be plant down. So far, haven't lost the player. It's clean again from 95X. So after basically 3 attacking rounds in a row on A, it ends up now being a B push. That was an interesting knife from Baz.
One enemy remaining.
And unfortunately, this round probably going as expected. Yep. And it will be flawless.
And nicely done from 95X. They realize the situation that they can't get in towards the A side of things, so they try and pull a couple of rotations over, and then they just waltz over towards B, and they don't really have any attempt at damage from their opponents. Just very clean. Potentially would have liked to see something from that Ares that Vizsla was able to purchase, but when you got a shock dart coming to you and 2 members that drop in front of your face, it does make it a little bit difficult. It's 4-0 so far for 95X. We got a full proper gun round to come through once more with the Who Plus 2. Starting to get towards that ult territory for them, but for 95X, a Hunter's Fury and the Cosmic Divide already at the helm and already deployed actually towards this B side of the map. This is where things get spicy, Xenox.
Yeah. Destroys the turret over on the switch. Baz just wanted to probably fall back and behind that wall, but again, Spike going over towards A. So they basically emulated the rush onto B, but Spike goes A, and Who Plus 2 are reading into this. They're not just sending all their members over to B, despite the deep push basically into sight, and so deep that Minimize is actually going in towards spawn. Well, finds the kill on to Minimize, so the entire B presence has been wiped out.
Spike planted.
Door gets closed. Flash goes out. It works. Colbolt's played this round perfectly.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he even finds what? That is gorgeous. And with the door shut by Punda, that is a double-edged sword. He's not going to be able to do anything in this round. The glass isn't even shattered just yet. A dink onto his head with Zork able to finish it off. It's flawless for the Who Plus 2. They finally answer into this series.
Yeah, I mean, probably the first questionable thing that we've seen from 95X in this series, which is in itself probably a good thing, right? Like, it's been probably the only round that you look at and you scratch your head, because I think you're sending 2 players deep in towards B in a site that's being held by 3, so you're already at a losing scenario there. 2-3 likely to lose that to basically gain a 3-2 on A, but no one has pushed early enough on A to really utilize that advantage. So by the time the 2 are dead on B, it's now a 5v3. And the 2 on A are just obviously then ready for it, because they know the B push has been faked out and beaten. Really well played from Cobalt. Really well played from Who Plus 2. So they get a kind of gimme round. 95X tried something, didn't work. Obviously they got the economy to do it. I imagine they'll shape up here though in the 6th.
Early Hunter's Fury from Punda gets some damage and finalizes the kill onto Bonobo as well. When you have that time between those bolts, it does make you wonder where they are eventually going to go. Good flash in, however, maybe not. Minimize and swirl dirty. Punda able to find one before Zork takes out Mike, and now we do shift into a post plant.
That's a good post plant as well for 95X. They've already pushed out so much so they got one in Cubby. Baz though, well, there goes the Cubby player in Swirl. And they can push through a trick, which Minimize is just sitting there at the door. Gives up his life pretty freely. So from a rather aggressive position in the post plant, it gets punished. And I think it all falls now a little bit on Punda sneaking in behind them. I think he's going to follow him up towards Rafters as well through the window. Oh, maybe not. He actually just plays the door position. And the thing is, Who+2 will think it's clear. They won't be ready for this. Baz gave it a very, very small little check and gets punished for it. Well, actually, in the end, Punda has played that really smart.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well done from him. It's a bit unfortunate for Swirl in the mix where he sees one player down towards the bottom of the grass, but didn't expect, you know, a second member to be with him over already at the top of Catwalk, meaning that Baz gets that kill onto Swirl pretty easy. But you're exactly right in the fact that Punda, you know, if he doesn't do that flank around, they probably lose that round with the kills that the Who+2 were able to find. And now, I actually think that this is the first time that we've seen 5 ults across a team.
Yeah, at least tonight, of course. Yeah, obviously. It is the first time. But it's just, even though you've got 5 doesn't mean you use all 5. That's one thing I hate in ranked games. You get to this position, everyone just throws them all at once. Like it's a fire sale of ultimates. Hunter's Fury goes first. Okay, that's fine. And he even finds the kill onto Minimize. Got a tag on the Swirl.
All 3 bolts get damage.
Yeah, that's really big efficiency out of that Hunter's Fury. And by getting that kill now, everyone else with those ultimates, you kind of just be like, okay, well, we don't have to overcommit here. We've got an early kill. We're on the defense. Let them come to us. See what we have to use from there. Don't have to overcommit.
Yeah, let the dust settle. Let the time bleed out just a little bit and make 95X kind of consider what they have to do to get back into this round. If you try to contest over towards B, you have to break through the Killjoy utility. In the fact that you've lost Minimize, there's no chance at getting rid of that utility with something like the 0 point. You could use your shock darts, yeah, but gotta remember, they can be pretty powerful come post or come clearing out positions. Now with 30 seconds to go, they'll start to attempt getting in towards the B side of the map. Left. And you do have Cobalt repositioning here as well to help out his team.
Yeah, Cobalt on a bit of a heater at the moment in the last couple of rounds. Good time to find one as well. Boathouse getting absolutely peppered with utility. Punda drops Spike up above. Didn't matter anyway because everyone's dead. Who+2 make it 2.
They make it 2, use a couple of ultimates, which means you've still got some pretty powerful ones coming into the next round as well. And that just goes to show the power of, you know, an early pick and then settling down, letting the opponent simmer, letting them think on what to do to get back into a round. And for Zork, you got to be happy with 3 bolts of your Hunter's Fury finding damage, one of which getting a kill. Swirl taken low. Of course, no one rocking a Sage or a Sky, so there's no heals to come through. Damage done is damage delivered. And now we look to send ourselves into a fresh round where there's a bit of this A main control yet again for the Who+2, and it's the same members that have been doing it a couple of times, Bonobo and Cobalt. A flash over the top, and they have even established themselves a bit of further control. Wow, they are really wanting to force 95X to be.
Yeah, or at the very least in towards mid, which is what they did sort of momentarily. Now over towards B main, and you know, you've got utility there set up obviously with the nano swarms. It's like, well, doesn't even need that utility. You've said it so far tonight a couple of times. You're still got to be able to find those kills yourself. Isla does eventually fall. Oh, Punda. The shock dart able to find one there. And suddenly it goes back into the favor of 95X. So after a pretty decent start for Who+2, forcing them away from A over towards B, probably how they wanted it. It hasn't gone to plan. Oh, they line up for what? 3 in the round, 2 in quick succession, and it's a 6-2 lead for 95X.
Well, it's a good molly from Baz, straight on toward the spike to force out Punda. However, as an even better flash to come through from Minimize, both KOs putting in some good utility work. Was Watt able to use that flash to peek in towards the market to get that kill, and then they line up for him at the side spawn. That is great, quick, rapid plays to come through for 95X to hold down the spike after the plant, to get in there as well. Who+2, enough change to go out another round with a purchase, and yet again they still do have these ultimates that they're holding on to. Bladestorm gonna immediately be popped by Bonobo. Just waiting at the moment.
And going against the grain, it was what I said earlier, but you do also want to cycle them out, because otherwise if you're just sitting on them, you're not gaining them back again. And so eventually 95X obviously will just get more uses. Good shot again from Cobalt to the swinging minimize. Has been really, really influential in the last few rounds, and make that 3 in this one.
No charges.
Well, his KD would be absolutely through the roof, basically in the last 2-3 rounds. On an individual level, he'd be happy with that one. And Bonobo able to utilize those knives. Zork finishes off the round. And that's what you want though when you're utilizing these ults. Don't overcommit. You want to be able to win a round off 1 or 2, and they've done that. So really, really well utilized. 3-6, not the worst score line. 3 rounds to go in the half, and you know that 6-6 is up for grabs. Remembering as well, it was very, very attacker sided in our earlier upper bracket quarterfinal.
That's exactly what I was going to say as well. On the attackers side, the 95X have been able to lean into, so it's showing some good form from them on this attacker side, and it makes me wonder if their defensive side is just going to be as powerful, or if the Who+2 are going to be able to leap in front on the switch up. We wait and see. Dark covers it down. Swirl's going to go on through. An extra flashbang from Minimize is sorely awaited for the rest of his squad to get on through. Cosmic Divide is going to block some vision. And as the spike goes down, is that go time for the Who+2? Look at it. They're already at that door. Good spam from Punda. Baz is low.
Yeah, and the door going down now, while they've still got side control, I think it's perfect here for 95X. There's no going back. They get the kill as well onto Baz. Our drone goes out. And it's going to be a lockdown that does get committed. So Who+2 sense that they've got the ability to retake site. Door has to be destroyed. It does. It gets opened up. There's one in rafters as well. Talk's just sitting there, happy as he can be. Punda with a big kill back, but he's detained. But Over says, hello. Why not just go for the knife? Not much you can do in that situation for Punda. And Who+2 make it 4. And suddenly able to really find some success here on the defensive ascent. And I think we've got a game on our hands.
Absolutely. If they continue this way, it would be great for them. Now, we might be able to tie it up, specifically with the fact that there's not much credits for 95X now. They have to go down to an eco. This is where you would expect Swirl to potentially pop the blades and maybe lead in the charge, but maybe not as quick as they just did into the A site with that Cosmic Divide as well, because as quick as they got in towards that site there, the Who+2 were ready to retaliate and shut it down. Lockdown put to good use as well, which means, you know, you could think about recycling it. With 2 rounds to go, I would probably say, you know, you're not probably going to get it again. However, from the state and the form that we've seen Vissler in, I probably wouldn't put it past him to be able to get, you know, 8 more ticks to be able to get another one.
Yeah, I don't think they need it though. I think the way that they're playing, I think they're playing good enough that they don't have to necessarily rely on something like the lockdown. We've seen their other alt utility find some good success as well. 6-4, okay, 2 more rounds to go in the half. It just has to come down to your gunplay more than anything. You cannot be reliant on those ultimates to get you around wins. And I don't think it's like, I mean, the lockdown, don't get me wrong, had an absolutely large influence, but they still had to hit the shots, right? Because at the end of the day, you put the lockdown down, you go push onto site. If you then get your heads ripped off, the lockdown does nothing anyway because you're dead. So Ultra, at the end of the day, Ultra credit goes the way of Who+2, and they've still got ults as well. Null command, you've got the teleport for Cobalt, so they're still deadly when it comes to that utility. Swirl with the knives and Mike with his own lockdown. That's something they're going to have to play into. Is this just going to be rush onto A, into lockdown to just win this round, get it to 7-4? Again, it's the same dash that we've seen from Swirl time and time again. And he will punish Vissler with the knives. They might not even have to commit the lockdown. If he gets full rafters control and doesn't lose his life, I think you save the lockdown for the next round.
Well, we'll have to wait and see with the plan starting to go down. Punter's going to get caught in the open and trying to attempt to get that door on down in sacrificial land that you didn't want to see. A jump on through. Bonobo finds Minimize. More trades starting to come on out. It's only the classic for Swirl because of the null command that Baz has implemented in, and he's going to use the lockdown indeed. Good nanostorm actually to keep it interesting. Baz off that defuse for the time being, and Cobalt, he's going to try and get behind it to destroy the lockdown. It's not going to happen. Baz has to get out and he has to wait.
Oh, he went back in.
Ran back into the detain.
He went back
you
in.
hate to see.
Oh, so
and
he's
that's revenge.
He's obviously just tried to time that to get back on it as soon as possible, but one foot has just gone in front of the other. And he goes back into it. He probably doesn't win that, right? I don't think he does. 1v2. They know that he's going to be on site close to the spike itself because of the radius of the lockdown. The only place he really could have been is, in and around that rafters held position. So probably doesn't win it, but still, that's, yeah, you hate to see that. 7-4. Feels like a needed round because prior to that round, it was 3 of the last 4 to Who +2. And that's a bit of a problem brewing. I think 7-5 ends up being a very respectable scoreline, though, if Who +2 can win this one. They've got the money to at least get mostly bought up, except for Zork.
I want to see what Swirl's going to be able to do with this very forward position, because we know here with our armchair position that this is all a bit of a fake, and any damage that's delivered is just going to go and try and further the fake. Now that they finally realize the jig's up, that things are happening over at the B side of things, Minimize is going to lose his life. Cobalt does have from the shadows to quickly get back over here and join the fight, and Swirl is going to be running a bit of a marathon, so he's got to get his Nikes on. Let's see how this retake happens from the Who +2.
Yeah, a little bit of presence from B main. It's also going to be really strong from Cobalt. You can push out at the right time, but Obo goes a little early. Now pushing out of B main. Swirl's coming in from market. So they've actually got a really big flanking opportunity here. And basically, as I've said it, he's gone and done it. Swirl with the double through market. 8-4. And a really, really successful ploy there from 95X with the fake. It's basically been played perfectly.
It's funny, isn't it? Because you talk about conditioning in a game of Valorant, you look at the approach from 95X going a couple of rounds in a row to the A site, doing the same on thing. It's drawing rotations from the Who +2 nice and early on, thinking that it's going to be the exact same thing, not having the idea to have a bit of utility to reveal anything over at the B site. Something like a Killjoy turret or an alarm bot that may potentially be there itself, where the Killjoy can kind of flex towards mid, watch any late catwalk plays, and let the rest of the team flex on towards the A site itself. With that not being there, it really allows 95X to just waltz in towards the B site where nobody's home, and it's really well played from them, and it can define, really top teams acknowledging situations and coming in with game plans, as opposed to teams that may be new or maybe not just had that much time together.
Just gets that scoreboard back out as well, inflates it a little bit. Over to catwalk we go for Who +2. There is one close by Cubby. Oh, yeah, not ideal, but in the end, 2 for 2, courtesy of Swirl through mid, actually catching them from behind. They had actually done a really good job of pushing through Cubby and into tree, but Swirl in mid actually puts a dent into their backs quite literally. While pushing up, and from this rafters position now, might just be able to catch Baz in the window position. Does get him. Spot Zork as well, so intel on site.
They can wait as well. They can wait for this flank through main, because Zork is so interested in what's happening over at Heaven with that tag on towards what. Minimizing Swirl, peek in through that late flank, and well, it's not even really late, is it? It's pretty quick. Get that defuse, get that pistol round. One step further to closing out this series 2-0. Pistol round definitely goes a long way. We'll see what the plans of the Who +2 go for a purchase, but then you got to consider if you do that and you lose it, it's 10, maybe 11 rounds. It gets a little bit dicey. These are these high risk, high reward situations.
Yeah, and I think that means now for the series, not a single pistol round won by Who +2. Could be wrong on that. Correct me, please, if I am, but I think that is the case. So, in a best of 3, you're not winning a single pistol round. It's going to make it very difficult in the long run. That's just a lot of rounds that are being given up. Not for free, you got to earn it, but 9-4 on the scoreboard we go, and it also means that it's more likely to now be 10-4.
And if this was something like 7-5 or 6-all, right, the difference that pistol around the 95X now have gathered is actually pretty substantial. Gravity, keeps things a bit spicy in 3 versus 3 now, with a couple of frags that have gone every which way. All 6 members surviving have managed to get towards the site, and these trades are still happening. This is just that half-buy that has actually come through from the Who +2 on the back of losing the pistol, and they only seat 1 member of 95X surviving. That's some pretty good damage.
Yeah, pretty good. Really good, in fact. I'll go with the really good. I think it's earned for that one. 1 player surviving, it really just puts that dent into the economy for 95X. And it's that kind of round too, where now obviously for Who +2, they get to buy into it. It's their bonus round. So it's not like 95X really want to overcommit and force buy. They're not going to be able to get the buys that they would want, say, in this, next round after this is when you want to buy. So now you're in this kind of just weird position. So it goes from a bonus round for Who +2 to basically like an extra bonus round now. And that's the credit of that last round. You don't win it, but you should now make it a 5-10.
Just gonna go out on a bit of a tangent here right now and put Minimize under a bit of a chopping block, leading the charge in the last map on Icebox with that Harbor. Now being a bit of a bot, no pun intended on this KO.
Oh, jeez. I like that one. That's good from you. Well, plenty of time to still turn around, or maybe not so much if they win the next 3 rounds. Probably not going to win this one. Well, Minimize actually survives that one. Cobalt finding the kill into Swirl. He's traded though. The classic of what? Plant has been successful. Good news there for who +2. Aldrone has gone out. I was going to say, they might have thought that Minimize's position is clear, but I don't think they're going to be peeking over towards that alleyway anyway.
Nah. 4 versus 4. We'll see what this retake from 95X is going to look like. Of course, they've kind of saved on the back of only having Mike survive in the previous round. So now we'll see what damage they are actually going to achieve. Bit of spam through the wall. All 4 members on the site for the Who +2. It's Zork to find some great damage. See if the Guardian can do anything extra bar 1. It's not going to happen. And now with Mike being peppered down, he's going to be sprayed through the wall by Zork, who picks up a 3k. And Who +2, yeah, they might lose the first round and the second round of this half, but at least they find that bonus.
Yeah, and they had to go for those kills there because you're going to be able to buy into this round, and Who +2, you just want to try and take guns away from them. So you're never going to be in a position where it's like, even if you pick up a couple of guns in essentially an eco round to fall back with those guns, you've got the money anyway to buy into the 16th round. So you just want to take guns off them, try and wound them coming into this round, because if you were able to take away a couple of those rifles, they might not have been able to be at full full economy. And you see that kind of with Cobalt, Light Shield, Bulldog, you know, not ideal. Close to From the Shadows as well, only needs to find 1 more kill. Wow, this is aggressive.
Minimize. And that pop flash is going to completely get the better of Vizsla. Cobalt falls as well, and at least there is one answer back from Bonobo, a second one from Zork. The damage has already been delivered. An early aggressive force in mid from both of these squads, and Mike is even still going on the front of B main. The dust will start to settle a little bit, but how do you get back in a round such as this if you're Zork and Baz?
Take flight.
Yeah, 2-pronged here with the Aldrone. You get a bit of information. What gets all of the information to know that it's A with Spike. So 50 seconds left as well. No time realistically to make your way over to B now.
Ooh, even a second star on the floor as well for a gravity well if they do push out, and that would be very unfortunate for the Who +2 members. Just
maybe there is time.
That orb. Yeah, but you know, Mike is in their spawn. He's coming for a flank. Baz just looked toward it, and it's all going to be a case of timing. Left. He's heard those footsteps over towards Catwalk. 25 seconds to go. They're dodging the A main stars, and they actually might have found the right.
They're going to get caught.
They're going to go.
Oh no, they're not.
Yeah, alarm bots down for the count because Mike's too far away. This is actually like the correct timing, and they have no idea.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely perfect.
10 seconds left.
I thought maybe they would have been out of time. The reason why I thought that is that had they started running from Catwalk, Mike would have heard them from spawn. But they slow walked it all the way through and started running at the right time, at the right instance. But now you've still got this very difficult task. 2v3. Swirl watching is expecting someone to peek this defender side spawn.
How long does he sit here for? Starting to move on up.
Oh, that is incredible.
Shot, the swing as well. Zork now position revealed. 1 versus 2. Watt getting on his stars, getting in that form to put it out, to force Zork into a tricky situation, but he's going to bring in the Hunter's Fury. Is the challenge going to be here from Mike? He's going to try and find him. There's one, and he's off it. It's half defused. Watt knows he can just get on for the rest of it. A shock dart attempt, but there's no time to deny it. And Mike will even find Zork to add insult to injury.
Yeah, really well played in the end from 95X. I think also really well played from Zork because he really did everything he had to there. He hears the footsteps. He knows he's getting pushed. He knows that if he goes for the second Hunter's Fury, he's dead. But it is also one of those situations where you put it back, you put the bow back, and he's now also going to get the defuse. So you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Has played really well. Like Zork and Cobalt have just been, I think for me, really, really good in a losing team. You're down 5-11. They're 14-12, 14-13. Like they've been absolutely fragging.
It's interesting, right, as well, because it's both top fraggers of our previous map that are really having an unfortunate time trying to get kills. Look at that. Vizsla down to 15 HP immediately.
Concealment. Pulling them in.
Well, I don't think really catches the mark there, but the gun does on Azor. From behind, Baz with the Bulldog, put what? And yeah, the trades just keep going the way of 95X. It's basically still unlocked. Sitting over towards that door position, just kind of hemmed in. Late rotates now as well. Where's Vizsla? I mean, he was so late coming over from the B side. Gets the headshot, dies immediately to the knives. He was low, remember? Of course, he got tagged early. So all it took is 1 or 2 knives to the body. He falls. It's 12-5. It's match point. And I think this one has gotten away from Who plus 2.
Yeah, Swell, that was his last blade as well, though he was able to refresh them for that last final frag. So well done him, just to go a little bit patient after using the 4 of them. And yeah, have we run out of gas now for the Who plus 2? You know, we talked about last night, giving yourselves enough room to breathe, enough rope to still play and crawl back in towards this map. But what was the last one? It was like 12-4 or 5 as well. So
yeah,
we're kind
same
of
situation.
in the exact same situation. Yeah, 12-4 it was.
That doesn't help. And that's probably been one of the key difference makers in this series, a Swirl, who's just so confident in being able to push, get that initial contact, and off that initial contact, find the frag. Haven't quite seen that from 95X. A little bit from Vizsla in the last map, but Cobalt hasn't quite got those kind of kills, so even though he's been getting kills, swap from behind. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much going to be it.
Last player standing.
I just tried to just send it onto A. Swirl getting that early kill on B main position. Pretty much shut down any kind of ploy over towards B. That means an extra defense setup for 95X on A, expecting the rotate over there. Vizsla, well, had a really... Oh, no. Gets the kill onto Squirrel, but it'll be a moving on. That's it. Job done in the end for 95X. It's a day of double 2-0 as they take this one on Ascent. That one much more comfortable. Probably one of the more comfortable maps we saw today in our 2 upper bracket quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think this was the result at the end of the day that we were expecting. Maybe the outlier being that overtime that we got from Bobo and Next Gen. But I got to say, you know, for our teams that we were putting on the pedestal, that we're expecting to do big things, expecting to, you know, potentially get into that grand final, we've seen the series that we needed to be played today.
Yeah, 100%. I think we both pretty much got our predictions spot on. 2-0, 2-0 for the 2 teams we expected from. As you said, I think the overtime that we saw earlier on in our first upper bracket quarterfinal between Bobo and Next Gen, I agree. On Ascent, that was a really, really good comeback. They honestly, even going to say, I think Next Gen probably should have won that map. Probably shouldn't have gone to overtime. They were just on an absolute heater. But this is the complete opposite, right? This is basically what we saw from Bobo versus Next Gen when it was 10-2. It was very, very one-sided. Yes, Who plus 2 had some good moments. And again, at full command, I think Zork and Cobalt played a sensational map. Unfortunately, individuals will not win you games a lot of the times. It's such a team-orientated game, and that's what we saw again from 95X, and probably the difference between these kind of teams, Bobo, 95X versus Next Gen, Who plus 2, there's just that experience that shines through with these kind of rosters.
Yeah, and I think as well for 95X, when you've got, you know, a lot of effort being put in, it's not just like, you know, the effort, right? It's all of the effort that they're putting in. The fact that they're going over to boot camp together as a unit, that they're taking this one step further than a lot of the teams in our region. It goes to show that having an org that respects you, that can back you up and is on the same page as you, can really go a long way. And I think to touch on the point of this tournament as well, we've got a lot of money in this one. If we get more players, getting some content, backing all of our teams right now, getting the practice in, it can certainly, you know, push our teams to develop better.
Yep. It's sort of like you help yourself, you help everyone, and that's all that really sort of snowballs into big win, big result. Yep. Obviously, that now means for Who plus 2, they go down to the lower bracket, losers bracket, whichever one you really want to call it. Ultimately, they'll play the loser of obviously Honey Badgers and Bobo, a matchup that I'm imagining we will see tomorrow, and talk about a bit of a daunting task there for them in the losers bracket. For now, though, we focus on, of course, our winners. We'll go and have a chat with Minimize, who had a very sensational game on Icebox on Harbor. Very, very good game there, but you did get called a bit of a bot on Ascent by the one and only Dion here. What are your thoughts on that one?
Look, I was doing a little bit of a KO cosplay on the second map, but she'll be right.
It's good to see it. Of course, you guys coming back from your boot camp, how are things actually going? You know, how important was that boot camp to you guys to continue learning, develop experience, to really, you know, fight throughout this tournament?
I think the boot camp was really great to see how we fend off against the top teams across Asia and all the top APAC teams, and we learned a lot. Especially we learned what we suck at, and I think we're just going to continue to improve on our weaknesses.
I think when you go on those kind of boot camps and you obviously really put the focus in coming into a tournament like this, I think it's fair to say that while you're obviously going to respect your opponents in Who+2, the eyes have to be firmly on a team like Fun Crew and what you can go and do against them. Is that the goal really now, to put everything that you've learned in that boot camp and that time spent to take down a team like Fun Crew?
Well, obviously we're going to treat every game the same. We're going to come with the same intensity, same energy. So against the Who, we're coming in at 100%. Tomorrow when we verse Fun Crew, we're going to come over 100%. We're going to study all the teams we play and give it all, because, you know, as much as you can go around and say that, you know, these teams, maybe they're not practicing, maybe they're not giving it 100%, we're still going to treat it like as they were like the best team in the world.
Yeah, no, that's very good hit to hear. A great mentality, of course. If you guys are able to best Fun Crew into tomorrow's game, you've got a match between then Bobo and the Honey Badgers. Who would you rather verse and why?
I mean, rather verse Bobo because I like versing Bobo. It's a fun game, always fun when we play them. But it would be nice to have another go at Honey Badgers.
Minimize won't hold you for much longer. Obviously, it's getting a little bit late. Big win. I'll give you the floor, though, if you have any words, any shout-outs that you want to give.
Shout-out to 95X. Cheers for the boot camp. Follow them on Twitter. And, yeah. Watch us again.
Thanks for having a chat with us, mate. Very much appreciate it. Best of luck tomorrow to Minimize and the rest of his team. We'll go to the bracket now and see how things do stand after the first day of the playoffs. And it is probably not too much of a surprise. At the start of the day, we predicted that this is where we would be. And obviously the 2-2-0s have meant we've got there rather comfortably in the end. So it sets up a very tantalizing prospect for Honey Badgers and Bobo, and then Fun Crew versus 95X in our two semi-final matchups.
Yeah, no, it should be really interesting to see how those matches tomorrow are going to turn out. Honey Badgers and Bobo, I think it's probably going to be the first series, and then Fun Crew versus 95X to determine who is going to get that shot at getting a chance into that grand final.
All right, let's go and have a little bit of a look here at our top players of the day and what we've sort of had from our top players. And it's not too much of a surprise with some of these names. I think the one that I would love to focus on, and I would be more than happy for you to touch on this, is probably McKinley. I think when we look at Swirl, Crunchy, RDW, Punda, these are names that we've seen around for a very long time, but I thought McKinley had an absolute wonderful performance for Next Gen, despite losing 2-0. Look at the stats he's put up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Of course, you add on the fact that he's the IGL for Next Gen as well, and it just adds a little bit more potency to the statistics that you're able to see here. Not playing on, you know, any flashy duelist agents or something like that. He's playing Viper and he's playing Sova. He's playing really methodically, information-heavy gameplay against a team like Bobo that can really get up in your face. And we saw the shifting that Bobo were able to throw against Next Gen earlier on.
Yeah.
If McKinley is able to develop himself as a really strong IGL and have a team of support that is kind of following his vision and is able to support him as well, I think that's where Next Gen are really going to thrive.
All right, it is that time of the night there where we start to wrap things up. I'll get your final thoughts, Komodo. It does feel good, though, that we've got a whole heap of action throughout the rest of the week, so it's not like we've got to wait too long, but thoughts really from day one of the playoffs.
Day one of the playoffs today, pretty good. You know, we open it up with returning caster and Xenox, which is always a warm welcome. And of course, I'll be back tomorrow, so you guys will have me there. And a new caster coming to Oceanic soil, so that should be pretty cool.
Yeah, indeed. Look, it's been absolutely a pleasure to be back. I wish I could just be here all the time. Maybe we can just have playoffs from now on. Wouldn't that be great? It's been an absolute pleasure. Had an absolute ball. It's not the end of me, though. We'll be back later on in the week, along with, of course, the regular crew. But obviously, as I said before, it is a whole week of action. Make sure you follow all the socials, all the channels. Stay involved, stay tuned. It's a big prize pool. It's a big tournament. And what a way that we kick things off. Of course, it all gets better even more from tomorrow onwards. Some big games. So thank you to everyone for watching. And hopefully we'll see you all tuning in again tomorrow.